There's an old story I like to tell a lot on this channel. One about magic, one about technology, one about a girl and her struggle with determining who she is against a force that has defined her life in its totality. One about a clown and his battle with destroying the true meaning behind all that exists. 14 figures who went up against an angry, tired, mad god. Not all the figures are as defined as others in my memories, but as an ensemble whole they are permanently seared to my brain. This is a story of three mecha trudging through the snow. This was once my favorite game. This is my favorite opera. This was once my favorite poem. This is Final Fantasy VI. There is no need for any further introductions here. Final Fantasy VI speaks for itself, the work I used to cite as my all-time favorite. This is the game that redefined what games could be to me and so many others, a powerful text that changed so much about what games as a medium were doing and their trajectory. The purpose of this text is to examine Final Fantasy VI and everything it stands for. Final Fantasy VI opens with a dismal, haunting climb of pipe organ music. In fact, that's something that's really important about this game. Its musical character. The music has a very intense and orchestral style to it that lends Final Fantasy VI a certain aesthetic air. In many ways, it gives off a sense of sophistication and seriousness. It is a love letter to Italian opera, and that gives it a level of dignity and imposition. This particular song's use of the pipe organ leading into the slam in the face of the choir as the title drops is especially powerful and jarring. Fitting sounds for the imagery of the contentious storm clouds in the background, emotions and instruments larger than the Super Nintendo sound chip can even handle. The title draws itself with the image of a woman in strange mechanical armor as the representative Yoshitaka Amano piece for the game, as each game in the series had before it, a juxtaposition of the natural and mechanical. The song is titled Omen, a dark premonition of things to come. The game starts. The text transitions immediately into cutscene, throwing away the typical trappings of Final Fantasies prior by not having any mechanical interaction before the narrative sweeps the player in. No menus, simply a whisking into the operatic chorus speaking over the game as a narrator. As the camera pans over an elaborate mining town, it's revealed that opposed to previous works within the series, magic no longer exists, disappearing some millennia ago in a conflict known only as the War of the Magi. Its being of the Magi already lends it a divine and ancient air, the Magi being in reference to the three wise men from the Gospel of Matthew who brought Jesus the gifts upon his birth, in a twisted and deconstructive sense bringing the gift of apocalypse to the world of Final Fantasy VI. This cataclysmic event destroyed all magic, a key component of the Final Fantasy series traditionally eroded. Japan was totally changed by the aftermath of World War II, a society forever altered by the occupation of the United States. The disaster that struck then, the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, were the War of the Magi, a conflict that ultimately led to Shinto becoming less prevalent within the country. While it's still one of the most popular religions there today, it's nowhere near the same monolithic state-sanctioned force as it was prior to World War II. The War of the Magi is a representation of those post-war anxieties. This was further represented in the rise of industry in the world of Final Fantasy VI after the War of the Magi. The industry represents the decline of spirituality in Japan following that event, the country irrevocably altered by the imperialist United States occupation that followed the bombs. Magic is both the atomic bomb and the spiritual, and this is a key contradiction to understanding the text. The scene transitions to an imposing industrial city, a reinforcement of this new wave of industry that has been introduced. The prior 5 Final Fantasy games, while they often had aspects of high technological fantasy, never went for an aesthetic like this, especially not within their opening acts. It itself is a stark breakaway from tradition, not too dissimilar from the one caused by the end of World War II. Returning to the direct narration itself, more allusions to weapons of mass destruction intertwined with magic crop up. The magic is what is equated to the nukes, some old ancient power that can be reawakened for destruction at a mass scale. In a sense, the nationalist tendencies of Japan are intertwined with this spirituality. Prior to the invasion, Japan was an empire. Considering it became a puppet for the United States afterward, it still is. The dreaded power of magic that could ignite another war represents that lingering nationalism from before the war, the nationalism that created the empire whose flames were only fueled further by the United States' takeover. This dialogue is juxtaposed once more against the cold background of industry, though in this case that industry is more uniform and rigid. A glimpse of a jester appears to the bottom right of the image before the focus pans away from him, the character who slinks amongst the shadows of this prophetic description of the return of this destructive force. A bold splash of color against the uniformity and an agent of chaos in the picture, an iconoclast who will destroy these systems. The text then moves to a scene above a pair of cliffs over a snowy wasteland with the mere question of whether or not humanity would ever commit such an atrocity again. Though many considered the Cold War to be over at this point, the threat of nuclear armaments destroying the world has never truly gone away. So long as the weapons exist, there is the potential for it, any conflict being a spark for total annihilation. And as soon as this is all laid out in text, it disappears. And we're stuck with the lone image of the cold, distant cliffs. Before thoughts can settle entirely, the image of three figures in mech armor trudge onto the peninsula hanging above the chasm. This armor is an example of the fusion between magic and technology, the exploitation of religious beliefs by the powers of industry and capital, spirituality used as a tool of reactionary thought, and also effigies to atomic power. While two of the characters are totally rank and file, completely nameless grunts, one of them stands out due to her shock of green hair. That color carries with it an ethereal and otherworldly insinuation as an atypical color of hair, speaking a deeper connection to nature and the foliage around her. During the cinematic, the text revealed the average person within Final Fantasy VI's world, none of which had green hair. This woman's hair as an indicator of her mysticism, then, is evident. These other two NPCs are named Biggs and Wedge, which, as has been discussed at length in other works formerly hosted on this channel, are part of Square's extensive catalog of references to Star Wars. Here it's quite fitting. In the original text of Star Wars, Biggs and Wedge are both rebel soldiers who died during a battle at the end of the first film. Notably, one of them wanted to pursue being in the Empire before defecting to the Rebellion. In Final Fantasy VI, there are distorted reflections of these minor characters. They are both already within the grasp of the Empire of Industry and already settled within its ranks. There is already a stark tonal dissonance to Star Wars as compared to earlier Final Fantasy games, much more pessimistic and realistic than the space opera. Most who fall for the web of Imperial propaganda are doomed to be trapped within it and perpetuated, unable to see anything outside of it. The three characters have been assigned by the Empire to acquire a creature known as an Esper from the town, a task met with skepticism from all involved except for the mysterious woman, silence draped over her like a veil. While the Japanese name for Esper is Genju, which translates directly to something more like phantom beast and invokes thoughts of yokai, the English name Esper has some interesting idiosyncrasies to it. That term typically refers to a creature with psychokinetic and telepathic abilities, which communicates them as closer to humans than simply demons or fae. Psychic powers are something inherently more sapient in nature than the wild and untamed broadness of magic, and so even though Espers are otherworldly and ethereal, they're also closer to humanity than simply divine, similar to how many Japanese religious and mythological entities operate compared to many Western theological viewpoints. It's also here that it's revealed the woman accompanying Biggs and Wedge is capable of performing magic to some unspecified degree. However, it's also revealed that she's been stripped of her individuality under a form of brainwashing that removes all of her agency and limits her solely to use as a tool. Traditional spirituality being hijacked by reactionary thought in an extremely literal sense, religious thought utilized as a weapon of war. She apparently killed 50 fellow soldiers in record time due to whatever abilities she has, systemic violence already having been perpetuated through her. The three set out from the cliff and into the snowfields. An ethereal movement of omen plays as the three mecha soldiers trudge through the snow. This is an example of the increasing cinematic scope of Final Fantasy. The Mode 7 graphics of the Super Nintendo being used to their full potential here to invoke the sublime, an overwhelming set piece made to compel and destroy. It speaks for itself as so much of Final Fantasy VI does, a technological marvel and imposing way of opening the game. When the party arrives, it is in one of the locales that was depicted in the introductory crawl, the mining town of Narish. The fascist arms of the state have been sent to attack the working class because they have something they want, and this opening stretch reflects this immaculately well. As the party makes their way through the vaguely post-industrial city, they find themselves fighting its local militia, which all fall extremely quickly. Wolves and regular humans and even giant woolly mammoths are no match for the overwhelming tour de force that is the atomic might of magic. The unnamed woman's connection to magic is further exemplified by the fact that she has access to spells she can cast, and a much more diverse array of magitech tools at her disposal than her companions. Her connection to spirituality and that spirituality's exploitation by reactionary forces is on full display here. Upon entering the mines of Narsh proper and tearing open the inner sanctum of the mine shaft, the party encounters the first brush with a boss fight in the game. This is Ymir, a giant snail and the protector of the Narsh mines. Ymir as a name refers to a giant from Norse mythology who is the origin of all humans and also the basis on which the world was built. This is a fitting name for the first boss encounter of the story. Ymir serves as an origin point for the text, one that all future bosses will follow, and is also the framework on which the player understands the active time battle system through the minutiae of waiting out the boss's attacks. In the Prose Edda, it is stated that Ymir's death ushers in a flood of his blood. Here, his death ushers in the flood that is this narrative, through his preordained failure to guard the Esper as an object of warfare from the imperial spear of Odin. The Esper, once it's found frozen in ice, captured in a still moment in time, is a catalyst of conflict ready to be ignited at any moment. At the back of the Narsh mines takes the form of a bird. Its name remains a mystery, however. The green-haired girl has some kind of spiritual connection to the creature within the ice, and Biggs and Wedge are simply completely killed by the sublime lightning that extrudes from it, lending a quality of divine judgment to the proceedings. The witless pawns of Empire are no match for the Esper and are quickly disposed of, deemed unworthy by the purifying force of plasma, granting this girl some amount of further spiritual sovereignty. With this intense revelation of importance, she faints and awakens in new surroundings. In a house in Narsh, our heroine awakens from her spell of somnus in the company of an elderly man. Her name is Terra, a name that further conveys her connection to the earth and the spiritual and the otherworldly, Terra being the Roman name for the Greek personification of earth, Gaia, and the mother of all things that are. Terra's prominence within the text is one of the first instances of Final Fantasy VI as a feminine work compared to its predecessors, the main character as the primordial matronly progenitor, whereas the previous works in the Final Fantasy canon featured male heroes with more chauvinistic roots. This is not to say misogyny does not exist within Final Fantasy VI, but that it is one of the earliest examples of a text in the Japanese role-playing game genre, referred to from this point forward as JRPG for brevity, that embraces its femininity. In addition to this Roman connection in English, her oft-maligned name in Japanese is Tina. This is a much more blunt reference to Christianity itself, which, like Terra, has often been used as a tool of empire and violence embedded within its roots. This creates an unintentional but fascinating dichotomy between the two languages. In one land, there's a Roman, and the other a Christian, representative of the internal schism that Terra undergoes throughout the text through what are portrayed throughout Western culture, often as bitter enemies. The name of the empire is revealed at this point in the text as well. The Gestalian Empire is the ruling force of the world in Final Fantasy VI, named for the German psychological framework. Gestalt psychology refers to the idea that the brain is more than the sum of its parts, that it's a huge hegemonic conglomerate of ideas. This ties in nicely into what an empire is, a constantly expanding and revising hegemonic whole that conquers the world around it and absorbs it into the sum of its parts. This train of thought is interrupted by the town's militia coming to arrest Terra. Terra, after all, did raid the town in the name of an empire that Narsh is trying to defend itself from, even if it was under mind control. This creates a fascinating dichotomy between her and Narsh. Both are entities trying to maintain a form of autonomy from the Empire, both under siege in different means, with Terra literally having her sovereignty of mind revoked from her in her past. Narsh wishes to maintain its own autonomy by crushing hers, not realizing the irony that she only sought their destruction when she was absorbed into the Empire. The song that plays throughout this section is titled Awakening, referring to Terra's literal awakening here, and also the beginning of her awakening into fully defined personhood. With autonomy returned to her, the next step is self-determination as an entity in existence. As the only natural-born magic user within the text, she's already made a pretty striking impression of self. But it's not one she's created, an identity that was constructed by others and enforced upon her. Terra eventually falls into a chasm while cornered, and the text switches focus to a flashback. So soon after her personhood is returned to her, it is taken again, the text forcing her into an unconscious state so as to convey aspects of her life against her will. The clown figure portrayed in the game's introduction is revealed to be named Kefka, the one who placed Terra under her mind control. The name Kefka contains an obvious connection to Kurt Kafka, one of the principal theorists in the realm of Gestalt psychology, as Kefka is a primary member of the Gestalian regime. An irony considering that he is a dissonance within its spaces, as seen in the introduction. Another connection, more directly pertinent to the ideas of the text, is one to Franz Kafka, the German absurdist author. Kafka taking actions similar to the scenarios in Kafka's work, absurdist situations perpetrated by him and him alone, the removal of an entire girl's psyche with the simple placement of a crown upon a head. This bleeds further into the next scene, where Kafka instructs Terra to commit the slaughter against the Imperial soldiers that Biggs and Wedge mentioned in the game's introduction. Kafka initiating violence for no purpose other than to initiate it, an absurdly cruel act. The scene melts into an image of the Imperial Palace from the game's opening, Emperor Gestalt standing with 4 others as he gives a speech to the crowd. Terra and Kefka are among the 4 faces, the other 2 figures a total mystery. After his speech about the reclamation of magic, the dread weapon to be under their control, and subsequent Nazi salute, 2 schisms are put on display. Terra doesn't salute at all to the Empire, not having been ordered to by her slave masters, an ironic show of disobedience through her obedience. The others, Kefka's salute being timed slightly off from the others, another display of his absurdist dissension. The chorus finished with Terra's past being exposed. The text focus shifts back to the old man's house, where a new character enters the scene. This is Locke, a thief who fashions himself as a treasure hunter. Locke's name has a number of symbols associated with it, most of all that thieves open locks. What seems a goofy connection on the surface is one that indicates more about his character underneath. Locke is someone who could open doors literally, socially, and narratively. He stole his way into the upper echelons of a resistant movement after all, and he is the key that brings the narrative into motion, in spite of not being its principal focus, as he agrees to help Terra in spite of his misgivings. That the political organization that he and the old man are a part of is called the Returners implies an inherently reactionary bent to it, one that seeks to return things to a prior imagined ideal material condition. This indicates another bent to Locke's name, of course, as John Locke is often cited as the father of liberalism, the inventor of the ideology that time and time again allows fascism to rise from its ashes. It is through the complacencies and reactionary tendencies of groups like the Returners that fascist forces like the Empire arise. Locke eventually finds Terra deep within the mines, but the 2 are quickly cornered by guards. A recurring Final Fantasy element appears at this point known as a Moogle to come to their aid. Though the Moogles don't have much narrative presence within this particular text, or truly any Final Fantasy game, they still leave an impact. Moogles are incredibly Fey-like creatures connected deeply to nature and spirituality in the Final Fantasy series, them finding residence in Final Fantasy V's Great Forest of Moor, which is that game's primary symbol of the environment and the earth. That they would assist Terra against the Narsh guards is both another way of communicating her connection to spirituality and showing their own connection to the metaphysical world, friend of the only one born with the gift of magic. The fight between the Moogles and Narsh's guard is mechanically completely stratified from both other fights in this particular work and all of their Final Fantasies before it, where the player controls 3 separate parties of characters simultaneously and fights distinct battles with them. This sets a textual precedent. Final Fantasy VI is a collaborative work, one where there are many important parties of people who have to work together to a common end. Like many JRPGs, the narrative focuses on a collective of people rather than an individual. It's a simple and fairly common idea in fiction that the world's problems cannot be solved individually, but it is communicated fairly effectively through gameplay structures such as this in Final Fantasy VI. And it's also an affirmation of the operatic ensemble format that much of the text takes on. After the guards are defeated, Locke and Terra have a small discussion about her amnesia, and he reacts incredibly negatively, himself having some connection to the loss of identity that is not elucidated on here further, but appalled that something could be stolen without his express approval. The Narsh music follows the party onto the world map, overriding the game's standard overworld theme to create an unsure and uneasy aesthetic combined with the slightly askew Mode 7 presentation of the world map. This world is unfamiliar to both the player and our heroine Terra. Landscape stretched out in front of her as somber tones play. It's a striking first look at a bizarre liminal space that much of the game will take place in. Similarly bizarre is a small hidden stable in the forest that the party can come across that houses a chocobo, a bipedal golden bird that the party can rent for freedom from random encounters. The chocobo are recurring symbols of freedom throughout the Final Fantasy games, but within this work they have been chained by industry just as so much of the ideas of Final Fantasy have. In previous works such as Final Fantasy IV or V, chocobo are found wandering around small forests for the party to find them in. Here they are shackled and bought and sold, become a commodity like so much of the world. Terra and Locke then emerge into Final Fantasy VI's most imposing piece of technological imagery as presented for good. Figaro Castle, a place that the old man in Marish instructed Locke to steal Terra away to. A notable aspect of Figaro Castle is its placement in the center of a desert, its technological prowess such an affront to nature that it has forsaken the very lands that exist around it. The name Figaro is most famous for the opera The Marriage of Figaro, a work of mistaken identity and comical romantic entanglements typical of opera and ideas that will be pertinent throughout Final Fantasy VI as well, the latter being relevant to the characters met within this space. The castle contains a totally full jail, the fatalistic empiricism of Figaro's machine logic leading to petty thieves filling cells and receiving intense punitive punishment. The castle's engine room is also available for entry, which belies an odd sort of carelessness. The old man who operates the machinery here is the only defense against interlopers going deep into the castle's depths and tampering with the machinery. This laxness is reflective of how machinery is often treated, especially under capital. The proper safety restrictions are not seen as profitable, so they are not followed with the care that they deserve. Literally anyone could destroy the way this entire castle functions. All it would take is walking right on in. In the throne room, the text introduces King Edgar. On a superficial level, the connections to the Marriage of Figaro are evident. That is a work all about adultering in comedic romantic situations, the same type of mischief that Edgar would find himself in. The name Edgar is an Old English one that refers back to wealth and power as well etymologically. With all of these ideas put together and throwing in the fact that his introductory text states that he is both an ally to the Empire and a champion of the Industrial Revolution who assumedly made Figaro Castle what it is, one would think Final Fantasy VI would see Edgar as a villain in this story. He is portrayed as being untrustworthy from the beginning, claiming to only keep Terra safe due to the fact that he has allegiances with the Empire and his licentiousness. The odd thing about all this is that Locke is friends with Edgar, an enemy of the Empire commiserating with an ally to it. It's an obvious ruse, and Edgar is clearly more than he seems. In response to his flirtations with her, Terra completely rebukes his advances, not even feeling disgusted by them, but literally responding in no form to them. And it's this that makes her concerned about her emotional makeup. It's ironic then that her element is fire, one of passion and intensity. Her icy disposition might yet melt into something else. As Terra wanders the castle, she eventually comes across the old woman who raised Edgar. However, in addition to Edgar, she also raised a previously unmentioned twin brother, Sabin. A flashback paints a small portrait of Sabin. He's a prince who ran away from the nobility, seemingly in response to his disgust at the idea of succession. His Japanese name is Mash, fitting for his passionate disposition, but otherwise not noteworthy, and his English name Sabin refers to the Sabines, an ancient Italian people that lived in the Apennine Mountains of the Italic Peninsula. Marriage of Figaro is an Italian opera, of course, but this also communicates the solitary lifestyle that Sabin has invested himself in after finding his freedom. He and Edgar are twins along a dichotomy. Edgar invests into technology and Sabin invested into connecting with nature as ways of coping with the death of their father, who is clearly important to them. One progressed with industry and with the flow of the fascists that occupied their home, and the other progressed by disconnecting from it all and returning to nature. It's also made clear through an interaction Terra has with the Chancellor on her way back to the throne room that the decision for Edgar and Sabin to leave each other's sides was determined by a single coin flip, a decision made on a whim. It was luck or fate that willed the twins to be apart, not a choice of reason or control, and this begins Final Fantasy VI's apparent love affair with fate. Though there's much more to this interaction than meets the eye. It's shortly after this that Kefka once more enters the scene, arriving at Figaro Castle on imperial business. It's here that Kefka shows a complete lack of respect for the systems of abuse that brought him into power, as indicated earlier by his salute being completely out of sync. He's a character whose temperament seems almost arbitrary, a rejection of traditional etiquette and society. There's a compelling manic carelessness to him, indicated brilliantly by Nobuo Uematsu's compelling score that accompanies him everywhere he goes. Kefka's theme is a spiral into madness, an egoist nihilist waltz from unassuming doofus to maniacal villain. It's one of the greatest compositions in gaming and tells the listener everything they need to know about Kefka without ever reading a single line of dialogue or stage action from him. Kefka himself also represents the ideas behind the form of performance art known as commedia dell'arte. Commedia dell'arte, tying back into this game's reverence of Italian theater, is an Italian form of acting that tiptoes the line between scripted and improvised, the ironic and the unironic. Kafka is on that line as well, always on a teetering balance between having everything planned out and acting on short whims. Interestingly enough, it is also the origin of the Harlequin archetype in storytelling, which Kafka himself would emerge from eventually. Kafka briefly looks for Tara before leaving Edgar with an ominous warning of things to come. With the absurd clown dealt with for now and Tara safely hidden from the reaches of the now-searching Empire trying to recapture the nature they reconfigured for their reactionary designs, Locke and Tara have another brief conversation. Here it is finally displayed that Edgar was not actually an ally to the Empire and that he was merely putting up a facade, one of the layers of distrust the game built around him being taken down. More importantly, there's another idea weaved into Final Fantasy VI's narrative at this moment. Autonomy and what that means for every individual person, reflected in the choice Sabin made to abandon the feudal structures he was born into for himself that was revealed only moments ago. The Returners have left it to Terra to make a choice, to rejoin the Empire or join their cause, and this dichotomy comes to define Terra for a while, even if she still has yet to define herself. Kefka tries to torch Figaro Castle overnight, and then the surprise attack of Beavis and Butthead reference pushes Kefka's absurdity even further in Ted Woolsey's original translation for the 1994 Super Nintendo release of the game. The castle's razing to the ground is then subdued, however, by it simply moving into the ground by itself. A subversion of the expected nature of this dramatic plot beat, a villain destroying the hometown of some of the heroes and instead making a triumphant escape. Final Fantasy VI's positionality on machinery and technology is much more complex than the simple dichotomy that it presented less than an hour before. Despite the forces of industry being a force for evil, the development of new technology can be used for good. It can even work in tandem with nature to create a harmonious balance. Tara, Locke, and Edgar flee the sinking castle by Chocobo and rendezvous a short distance away, which is punctuated by an encounter with two Magitek soldiers. Outside of the obvious role reversal here, Terra's narrative positionality reversed from Magitek Warrior to Imperial Target being an interesting one, there's a bit more to this interaction. When Terra uses magic, Locke and Edgar get into a comedic spat over its usage and ultimately decide that regardless of her magical abilities, she's still their friend, which sets an important precedent for much of the discussion surrounding Terra. Regardless of how long she takes to find herself, it will always be in the presence of those who care for her, as opposed to her upbringing of steel and logic not allowing for that. It's a simple idea, but it's effective. The entire scene takes place during the battle, almost as if it's a Shakespearean aside between characters, a theatrical metatextual moment, a technique that Final Fantasy VI uses to further tie itself to that seemingly disparate medium. After the battle, the party discusses the Returners with Terra, and it's here that they finally speak the name of the leader of the organization, Banon. Banon is a Welsh name that simply means queen, which refers to the status that Banon holds within the Returners. The fact that it's explicitly feminine is an interesting touch. The Returners themselves are liberal revisionists, a group of people dedicated largely to returning the world to a former status quo and not making meaningful social progress. Their leader co-opted a queer form of identity then, as so many liberal organizations have done in the past. To go even further, the fact that Banon takes the role of queen both reminds of the similarly reactionary rebellion in Final Fantasy II, who themselves only wanted to instate a preferred monarchy as opposed to the one currently in power, and also shows that the Returners are a fascist organization literally led by a sovereign monarch. Terra is then, once again, given the choice between the Empire or the Returners. The individual is viewed as above all else here, Western bourgeois impulse of the text. Terra finds herself unable to do so, and this is honored by the work as more important than the lives of the people her choice will inevitably mortally affect. The three resolve to head through a cave to the east, and after an uneventful trek through said cave, they emerge in a satellite city of the castle that they just resided in, South Figaro. The first thing that becomes clear upon entering South Figaro is that there is intense class stratification within the world of Final Fantasy VI. Up until this point, the text had yet to present material realities with regards to any demonstrable class hierarchy. Figaro Castle has Edgar as the obvious ruler above all of its denizens, sure, but there isn't much visible disparity between his living conditions and theirs. While South Figaro doesn't display this that much, there is still a clear divide. The richest man in town lives in a mansion to the north, completely isolated from everyone else in terms of his material conditions. His class position also leads him to betray South Figaro. When spoken to in his house, he lets it slip that he's been giving away information to the Imperial Army in exchange for more capital. And further exploring his living space will reveal Imperial catacombs just beneath his quarters for the purpose of imprisoning and torturing people. The rich will never look out for the interests of the poor, even in the event that the interests of the poor are directly beneficial to their own safety as well. It's also South Figaro that brings a new character into the text, Shadow. Shadow's a roving ninja who is implied to have given up everything he is in the service of his assassin's work. It's here that Edgar notes that Shadow would kill even his own best friend for the right price. Final Fantasy VI argues that some will completely mask their identity in all aspects of individuality in response to personal and larger-scale political trauma, even casting aside their bonds or connections due to it. Something that has been shown with regards to Terra and Edgar, though the former to a much greater extent than the latter, her entire being rewritten by the reactionary forces at play in the game. Shadow's existence as an inhuman ghost upon the game's world is also as a reaction to the postmodern realities of late-stage Capital, a world where the individual is both the only reality that is valued and also must be totally destroyed for the purpose of conformity. That one must do everything alone, but also not be themselves. As written on in Boss Fight Books' largely music-minded piece on Final Fantasy VI, Shadow's theme song draws heavily from Ennio Morricone's scores for the classic Western Dollars trilogy, evoking not only his singular nature by pointing back to Clint Eastwood's Lone Wolf Man with No Name characters from those films, but also acknowledging the intertwined intertextual history of the American Western and the Japanese samurai films that Sergio Leone, the film's director, took heavily from. Another sign of how the two nations have influenced each other and the effects of imperialism on the US's end, an Ouroboros of empire between two states. To the north of South Figaro is an isolated cabin nestled between a few trees. Edgar reacts sentimentally to various pieces of furniture here and is able to ascertain that this is where Sabin was staying after leaving the royalty, having sought a monastic life out in nature, apparently with two others, judging by the number of beds. Sabin's predilection for tea is an indication of his disposition. It's often a drink associated with spiritual connotations symbolically. Sabin is not present in the cabin anymore, however, as an old man outside tells the player, having gone into the mountains in search of revenge for his fallen teacher. Once more, Sabin's sense of duty to the people who raised him and helped him learn is pushed to the forefront, this time for his martial arts master, Duncan. Duncan is a name that refers to nobility and to being a warrior, ideas that are both closely intertwined with Sabin's identity as a character and likely inspired him in his bid to strike out against the violence of feudalism. Vargas, Duncan's son and Sabin's rival student, has a name that derives from the people who lived on flooded agricultural lands in the winter, both referencing the harsh conditions the three of them trained in, much like Sabin's own name, but also his isolation from the world, again, much like Sabin. However, whereas Sabin's isolation led him to assumedly greater heights, Vargas fell to killing his own father and teacher, diametrically opposed to Sabin, whose father dying was the major impetus for his growth as a person. Mount Colts is the mountain that the three monks trained together on and where the party must travel next, the name itself referring to a place where a well or spring could be found, bodies of water taking on an ethereal and otherworldly quality that would lead a group of monks to prefer to train near them in the hopes that they could tap into these properties. Throughout the entire dungeon, the party is shadowed by a figure cast in all black, a vaguely Sabin-shaped individual. At the end of the trail, the party meets with the person shadowing them, who reveals himself to be Vargas, Sabin's shadow as the Shadow. Vargas initiates a fight with the party, and it's here that it's revealed that he is much more in tune with nature than any of the other human characters encountered thus far. Accompanying him in the battle are two bears at any given time, who are ready to take damage for him, and he can't even be targeted until the first wave of them are killed. After the technological capital that was Figaro Castle, the party is thrust into the dense mountain brush, where at the end they face someone who has earned the animal's trust to the point of them giving their lives for him. He manages to almost completely decimate the party due to this parody. It's only when Edgar's brother Sabin arrives on the scene that he's truly defeated, someone similarly versed in the natural world to Vargas. There's a dialogue between them here about how Vargas murdered Duncan out of jealousy for Sabin, how he let his ambitions get in the way of what was best to the point of violence, made especially ironic with the revelation that Duncan had actually chosen Vargas for succession. It's an interesting foil to Sabin. There could have easily been a timeline where Sabin felt the same about Edgar, jealous of how his father preferred him. But unlike Vargas, Sabin wasn't really attached to those notions of power and thus eschewed them, a rejection of matters of succession entirely. There is a pervasive issue throughout Final Fantasy VI, and many JRPGs, that rears its ugly head here, however. Vargas is one of the few dark-skinned characters in Final Fantasy VI, and he is reduced to a caricature representing those who are obsessed with worldly power structures. Final Fantasy VI is really the first Final Fantasy game to have major characters who have dark skin, and it will not get better about this particular issue with its portrayals in the future. Even in the area of Mount Colts, there are also dark-skinned characters known as the Zagrum, who are reduced to the same level as generic monsters you slaughter indiscriminately for experience points. It's impossible to really discuss FF6 without discussing the racism in some capacity. Sabin joins the party in a bid to use his power in a more pragmatic manner, having observed the world deteriorate by the Empire's hand over this past 10 years in exile and finally feeling motivated to join the fray. In a comedic moment, Terra mistakes him for a bear, the silliest way of showing his parity with nature, that he could even be mistaken for an animal. Sabin's magic stat is higher than his strength stat, his spirituality trained even more than his body in his time with nature, an indication of his natural harmony on the same length as Vargas. Even his special ability in battles reflects this. The Blitz is a form of intertextual connection to fighting games as a genre, forcing the player to make brief motion inputs in order for Sabin to use his martial arts techniques. The memorization and skillful execution inherent to fighting game motion inputs, while not as difficult to master here, reflect on the player being forced to bring out their own inner strength in order to properly use Sabin as a party member, honing an inner spiritual journey as well. One of the moves he begins with is a bolt of pure energy known as the Aura Cannon, both an intimation of Sabin's strong sense of self and another moment of intertextuality. The input is nearly identical to the Hadoken, the signature move of the protagonist of Street Fighter games Ryu, another martial artist always looking for personal and spiritual self-improvement. On the other side of the mountain range is the Returner's hideout, nestled between peaks and valleys of what is called the Sabo Mountains, yet another reference to the Sabines. It's here that the party finally meets Bannon, and the five have a conversation on Terra's role in everything. Terra's choice is once again what is prioritized here, a fetishization of Western individualism that the Returners choose to perpetuate, even if it's to the detriment of the world around them. Bannon attempts to convince Terra to join them using a retooled version of the myth of Pandora's Box. Pandora's Box is a Greek narrative about the titular box that was never meant to be opened, and when it was opened, all the evil in it escaped, except a single ray of hope. Terra is posited as this ray of hope directly by Bannon, the box itself representative of the evil atomic force that is magic in the world of Final Fantasy VI. It's then that Terra decides once more to be indecisive, at which the party begin to try and convince her otherwise. It's here that something key to Locke is unveiled. He lost someone close to him to the Empire at one point, and it's his motivation for fighting them, manifesting itself in a complex to protect every woman that he meets like a creep. Locke is, in many ways, the classical swashbuckling romantic hero, a seemingly simplistic archetype that this game employs, but judging by his vagaries, it feels as if a crucial detail is missing. When the time comes for Terra to decide to join forces with the Returners through dialogue with Bannon, there's a diversion within the text. Terra can refuse him 3 times, leading to an alternate scene and a different item obtained. In quote-unquote intended play, Terra receives the Gauntlet, an accessory that makes characters hold their weapon in both hands. This represents Terra's conviction in joining with the Returners instantly, her two-handed grip a larger commitment to a single weapon. However, if she shows hesitation, she instead receives the Genji Glove, an accessory that allows her to dual-wield 2 weapons, representing her unclear status. The fact that this choice exists at all further reinforces the individualism that Final Fantasy VI is so entangled with. The game fixates more on Terra's feelings about this choice than it does about the people who will be affected by it. In the potential route where Terra refuses to join the Returners, the player sees the flaw in this individual's narrative that the game has been building so far as it is shattered. It is only when the fight is brought to Terra, when a soldier of the Returners dies directly in front of her eyes, that she realizes that she has to join the fight against the Empire. It is only when she is no longer protected by the forces of imperialism from the war going on around them that she makes the choice to act on them, a showing of the violence that honoring an individual's choice to disengage from the horrors of reality could bring. This is followed by a long scene discussing the Returners' course of action as a group. The plans for how to combat the Empire go into detail about the usage of magitech weaponry on the Returners' part, with the organization being starkly against their usage as there's a strong belief it would lead to another war of the Magi, another connection to nuclear weaponry in the Cold War and mutually assured destruction. The two sides are locked in a stalemate of pressuring each other using magical armaments. The only difference here is that the Empire exercises using them extremely openly, similar to the United States and their weapons of mass destruction. The eventual plan concocted by Bannon is to have Terra attempt to speak to the Esper that was discovered by her and Narsh. This idea is, once more, an attempt to appeal to spirituality. They see the path forward not through mankind's own horrors, but through the natural world and their own beliefs, and a hopeful unity with the powerful gods that leveled the world once 1,000 years prior. This discussion ends up being interrupted by the news that South Figaro has been taken by the Empire. It's after this that a new, more immediate plan is formed. Locke will sneak into South Figaro to gather intelligence on the Imperial presence using his narrative and diegetic role as a shadowy thief, and Terra, Edgar, Sabin, and Bannon will make their escape by raft back to Narsh through the back door on the hideout in order to open communications with the Esper. The text first follows the four party members on the raft ride. Bannon's presence in the party allows the text to convey more information about him. Bannon's character class in the English versions of the game is Oracle, referring back to the Greek oracles who prognosticate the future, much as Bannon himself is someone who attempts to foresee the future through his designs and plans. In the Japanese version, however, his class is a kind of Shinto priest, Shinkan. This is one of the most overt expressions of Bannon's traditionalism. He and the Returners are so attached to the old ways because he literally practices them, and it's one of the only indicators of the Returners' explicit politics. They are reactionaries seeking to return to the old traditions of Japan. The Lethe River is the name of the winding spaces that the party finds themselves in as they escape, a name in Greek that refers to forgetfulness, and the confusing and slightly automated looping spaces definitely embody that feeling, a maze-like area made only of water. At the end of the lazy river, the party encounters a purple octopus creature who goes by the name of Ultros. This character is actually named Orthros in the Japanese version, which is assumedly in reference to the two-headed Greek creature Orthrus. This is largely a gag build-up to him being a Herculean task for the heroes to overcome, as Orthros was for Hercules, only for him to become a pathetic joke, forgetful like the river he was birthed in. In the original Japanese text and Tom Slattery's 2006 Game Boy Advance translation of the work, Ultros' main character trait is that he's a licentious fiend obsessed with women, in some ways a foil to Edgar as he does claim to be the king of all octopi. However, unlike Edgar, whose flirtations have yet to broach being uncomfortable, Ultros is nearly entirely fixated around the disgusting concept of non-consensual tentacle hentai. While the text would almost certainly lose something without a slimy countenance, Woolsey's iteration of the character that is decidedly not surrounding something as profoundly disturbed as sexual assault is a much better fit for the rest of the work. While Final Fantasy VI doesn't stray away from dark topics throughout much of its runtime, it hardly ever treats them so carelessly. Sabin leaps off of the raft in pursuit of Ultros after the fight, his Herculean task decidedly not over, and he is swept away into the Lethe River. Final Fantasy VI then incorporates one of its strongest moments of ensemble storytelling, the three-way scenario split between the disparate parties. The game allows the player to choose which party of characters they get to see the experiences of first, be that Locke, Terra, or Sabin. Interestingly enough, Mog the Moogle, who was part of the cast of Moogles that assisted Terra and Locke in the escape from Narsh, is the vector through which this selection is made. His metaphysical connection to nature as a Moogle become metatextual, an almost Greek chorus-esque importance ascribed to his presence. The order this work will discuss these three stories is Terra, then Locke, then Sabin, largely due to the interest of length and somewhat due to the interest of the immediate importance of each, Sabin's being the most apocryphal of the three. Terra, Edgar, and Bannon arrive just outside of Narsh and attempt to re-enter the town, only to be met with reasonable hostility. Terra shows the other two the secret entrance that Locke used, and the three of them find their way back to the house which Terra woke up in. It's here that the old man from the start of the game is named Arvis, a Germanic name that means Forest of Eagles, to invoke that the returners have some level of closeness with nature compared to their Imperial counterparts, and also that Arvis himself is a form of watch for the returners on the town of Narsh, similar to the eagle that lives atop the world tree Yggdrasil in Norse mythology who sees the entire world. The irony of this entire ensuing interaction, where the returners tried to convince Narsh to take a stand against the Empire, is that when Narsh did attempt to take a stand against fascism without the input of the returners, arresting or executing Terra for pillaging the town, the game frames them as the villain in spite of taking the best course of action for themselves. Yet another instance of the returners as a reactionary force that only sees their methodology as the correct one. Much like Terra herself, Terra's story ends on an undecided note, a sustained moment of debate with the elders of Narsh. Locke, meanwhile, is deep into Imperial-occupied South Figaro. Materially speaking, though it's quite similar, there are some key differences. Namely, Imperial soldiers now roam the streets and attack whoever speaks to them. It's jarring how much worse things have gotten in such a short period of time. During this section of gameplay, the player has to utilize Locke's qualities as a thief in order to gather intelligence about the Imperial forces in the town. Locke steals the outfit of a merchant, as an example, and through this disguise he gains access to more parts of the town. It's an interesting way to showcase the way that the different occupations and classes function within Final Fantasy VI's world. There's a comfort in selling directly to the rich, the kind that only arises in exchange for any conscience you have. And the high-class merchants of Final Fantasy VI's world are all cowards who hate the poor. All of them are appalled by Locke's appearance before he even does anything simply because he looks like a thief, but suddenly everyone becomes a lot kinder when he's dressed as a merchant. In a moment of ironic parody, an option for the password to use a shortcut within a merchant's house is Wild Rose, the comparison between the returners and the revolutionaries of Final Fantasy II even more solidified. Both groups ultimately working with reactionary forces in spite of opposing empire. On the Super Nintendo and Game Boy Advance versions of the English script, this is changed to Rosebud, a much more obvious password for the rich to use. It speaks in reference to Citizen Kane, it being the last words of the titular, extremely affluent character. The other costume that Locke can steal is an Imperial soldier uniform, which he uses to pretend to take a shift for another soldier at one point. This, much like Biggs and Wedge much earlier in the text, communicates something extremely simple. There is no distinction between soldiers and the Imperial hegemony. Final Fantasy VI is critical of how each soldier is sanded down to the point of unrecognizability. While it was already evident in how each of the sprites of the soldiers in the game looked identical, this textually confirms this. The soldiers of fascist regimes are so indistinguishable from each other that any random person could steal a uniform and sneak right past their defenses. After some more disguise-based shenanigans and an encounter with the rich man who has sold the town away, drinking deep into his own regret now that fascism has come for him and not just the poor, Locke enters the previously discovered Imperial catacombs beneath the manor in the top left side of town. Here, Locke witnesses a new character, one General Celeste, being tortured by two Imperial soldiers due to her opposition to the war crimes involving poison committed by them, a woman seen at the top of the Imperial Palace during Gestal's speech in Terra's flashback. Celeste's name refers to the heavens. There's something celestial about her. This further establishes her as a strong foil to Terra in the English translation. One Imperial general has her full faculties and is of the heavens, the other was mind-controlled and was close to the earth. As is soon learned after freeing her, Celeste also has the power of magic, but her magic isn't natural as Terra's is, it's artificial. The Empire's Magitech experiments created human weapons out of all who were enlisted, despite Terra and Celeste's brainwashing being different. While Terra was literally mind-controlled, Celeste was raised by the fascists explicitly to be a weapon, and at first that upbringing comes through in her general callousness. Locke resolves to take her with him and save her, an extension of his role as the classical romantic within the text. With Celeste in the party, the two venture further into the catacombs and find through battles that she has yet another aspect to her character that sets her apart from Terra. While Terra's primary element is fire, hers is ice. Celeste is cold and calculated, and ice is something that takes much more planning and preparation. She's had her whole life to learn this and she's been training every moment for it. Meanwhile, Terra is unpredictable. She's natural, she can happen at any instant. She's a firebrand. Though Terra's demeanor is rather demure at this point in the story, she has a spontaneity in her that fire lends itself well to. Celeste's special ability, Runic, also represents something else interesting about her. She has the ability to absorb magic attacks that get fired off. She tends to take the blow for others, to absorb hurt that was meant for someone else than herself, whether she realizes it or not. she's caring at her core in spite of her cold exterior. When the two reach the end of the Imperial Catacombs, they emerge on the world map and return once more to the Cave of South Figaro, this time an Imperial tunneling machine encountered at the end in the form of a boss fight, playing with the expectation that the cave would be totally uneventful yet again. Tunnel armor is an indication of the Empire's mechanical efforts, another symbol of the way machines can be reconfigured for the sake of the reactionary, and how they can overlap with magic as well, and seeing as it's one of the few Magitek machines that the party has fought against thus far. It's quickly defeated by Celeste's bearing of the burden of magic, her willingness to sacrifice being what stops fascism, and the party leaves the cave, onward to Narj. Sabin finds himself washed up on an unknown landmass on the other side of the world map in relation to everywhere else that the player has been in the game so far. Sabin's isolation is in line with the isolation that he has sought for a good majority of his life. He is once again secluded from the world to disconnect himself from the world after losing everything. Almost immediately, Sabin does gain another companion, however. The mysterious and similarly isolated ninja Shadow is found outside a solitary house along the ocean Sabin was spat out into from the Lethe, kindred spirits among lonely lives. Shadow has a particularly unique mechanic for a party member to have in this game, that being that he leaves the party after a random amount of battles, which really reinforces his mercenary nature. The contents of the isolated house present a foil. Within there is an old man who has exiled himself deep into the wilderness and gone mad, having lost himself in all sense to his isolation. It's an interesting image to contrast against both Sabin and Shadow, two men who have given up all social identity. While Sabin is attempting to reconnect with his family and make new friends, Shadow still hardly makes allegiances, his alliance with Sabin being a cry for help. The next location in the work is an Imperial camp stationed right outside the feudal Japanese kingdom of Doma. As soon as Sabin and Shadow enter the camp, the player is given a portrait of Doma itself. Its old, worn, and tired representation of a time in a Japan long past, in some ways an idealization of the feudal structures. Doma as a name itself is a Japanese name that refers back to a shrine or a temple, communicating some degree of sanctity for the place and also tying it more into its traditionalist identity. It's also a name that's been spoken before, as it was the planned poisoning here that Celeste objected to earlier in the story, giving both cohesion to the piece and dramatic stakes. There will be a poisoning here, or at the very least one to prevent, a sword of Damocles over the fate of the long-dead Japan. This is one of the ultimate examples of how the Empire is the United States. The Imperial forces begin to attack the walls of Doma with little regard for the people inside. It's during this cutscene, however, that a new character is introduced, Kane, spelled like the color cyan in English and spelled like the pepper cayenne in Japan. Both names refer to him in different ways, with Cyan referring to his composed facade, which he displays the majority of the time, and Kyan discussing his spicy disposition when challenged, both the comedic and dramatic extents. Kyan is, much like his kingdom, an old relic, the only samurai left who practices the way of Bushido. Him and the people of Doma are interesting in a game like Final Fantasy VI, one that discusses the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in the ways that it does. Because Doma is functionally representative of pre-World War II Japan. It's a highly reactionary and terrible entity, though the player doesn't see Doma as a force of imperialism in the same way as the Japanese Empire was. The myth of the samurai is built with how the retainers of Doma described Kayan's skill in combat before it shatters the narrative entirely in gameplay. Most of Kayan's Bushido skills aren't very useful in any way. His magic stat is low, showing his low adaptability to new and emerging ideas and a lack of worldly and spiritual wisdom. He is the aging relic, he is forgotten by time, and in spite of Doma still existing at this moment, its fade from memory has already begun to happen through his mechanical language. The sword Kyan is wielding when the player takes control of him also has some relevance. The katana that Kyan starts with is called the Ajura, which is in reference to the Hindu concept of Ajuras, a type of deity within that religion, which were also carried over to Buddhism. This is a subtle nod to how Bushido, the code of honor that Kyan and all samurai live by, was heavily influenced by these Buddhist teachings. Kyan himself is somewhat of an Ajura within the larger hierarchy of his kingdom. He's a noble in the sense that he's a samurai, but not quite royalty, a lesser deity. Meanwhile, as Sabin and Shadow plunge deeper and deeper into the Imperial camp, they come across an Imperial general who previously was seen along Celeste and Gestal in the earlier flashback, General Leo. Leo is an interesting character. True to his namesake, the Lion, he's very fixated on ideas of honor. Leo comes to represent this idea throughout Final Fantasy VI and is a liberal fantasy. The idea of a higher-up in the Empire who isn't motivated by the material conditions which they created to perpetuate those conditions is something that simply doesn't happen. There aren't good people in empires, only cogs of war. Leo also operates as a foil to Celeste, as a fellow Imperial general within the work who has his full faculties. Both question the barbarous violence of the Imperial regime, but while Celeste goes against the grain and is punished for it, Leo does nothing about it and maintains his position of power. As the second dark-skinned character in the text, Leo's cowardice is not particularly appreciated. Leo attempts to send a soldier home unsuccessfully, which is an attempt at displaying his goodwill, and tells Kefka, who just arrived, to not try anything while he's away. Kefka, ever the good listener, runs off to poison the water supplies of Doma as Celeste foretold a few hours prior, and succeeds. This is where Kane and his people suffer their ultimate defeat, reminiscent of the one that Japan faced at the end of World War II. Kefka's poison is a similarly inhuman foe, one capable of killing mass swaths of people but unable to be killed itself. It's a depraved tactic that leads to Kane being the only person left alive in the entire kingdom, a death toll including his beloved wife and daughter. Kayan's theme playing at this point, juxtaposed against Kefka's theme, is beautifully subdued with a sense of longing for that world left behind. The lone and somber flute, a representation of his newfound solitary confinement. Conversely, this act also mirrors the atrocities that Imperial Japan committed against the various nations it imperialized, most infamously against China. In addition, it parallels the actions of the Emperor in Final Fantasy II, who poisons the waters of a population as an act of imperialist violence within his respective work. The Emperor and Kefka are similar characters in many ways. Both are manifestations of pure evil, but while the Emperor is simply content merely existing as a symbol of that, Kefka has a more complex, if ultimately flawed, framework that he uses to justify his horrific atrocities surrounding his grotesque and egoist nihilism. In some ways, a more intellectually developed version of Final Fantasy II's Emperor. Kyan is understandably enraged at this development and retaliates against the Empire without thinking, which leads Sabin and Shadow to assist him and make sure he doesn't get hurt before making his acquaintance. A series of battles playing out where this is represented ludically by Kyan being totally uncontrollable to the player. As the three of them escape the camp together, they come across a set of Magitech armor which they use to carve their way through the camp, after Kyan struggles to figure out how to control them. A recurring idea that Final Fantasy VI returns to a lot for comedy is that Kyan is bad with machinery, a reflection of both his age and also of Doma itself being behind on technological advancement. Doma is representative of feudal Japan, and while Japan's Industrial Revolution occurred before its full descent into imperial power, there's still two forces that worked hand in hand. All this to say that Kyan is once again representing the Japan that this game misses so wistfully, an idealized past that both never existed and never can be revisited. The party escapes the Imperial camp and finds themselves chased into the Phantom Forest, an eerie and disorienting location reflective of the headspace that the three of them have been left in after witnessing the genocidal actions of the Empire, a land peppered with shades and spirits of the damned. At the end of the winding paths of trees, the party comes across a railway system in the middle of the woods. Kyan clues the party into the fact that all the railways in Doma have been destroyed by the Empire, which makes this particularly anomalous. Once boarded, it's revealed that the train is actually a ferry to the afterlife known as the Phantom Train, a physical representation of the inescapable march to death that all living creatures share. Each member of the party that finds themselves on the Phantom Train has a reason for being there. Sabin's life has been marked by the death of his parents and the death of his mentor, two events that led him to make major choices that forever altered his trajectory. Shadow has murdered his own emotions and past in order to move forward. And Kyan has obviously lost his entire family and everything he understood to be true with it. The life and traditions of old Japan, the world he idealized and sought to protect, has totally fallen. All three are uniquely isolated as well. Sabin from his only family, who is briefly reunited with, Shadow by choice, and Kyan through the death of everything he knew. There's seemingly nothing left for these three but a barrel to the end of the line. These characters all have burdens, and this brush with the afterlife is such a fantastic representation of how it feels to process that grief. In real life, someone dying often makes one think of their own death, bringing one closer to that speck of themselves. It's only natural that the grieving process will be represented with a close encounter. While in the Phantom Train, the party encounters a ghost who joins up with them. This ghost is yet another representation of flirting with the Grim Reaper, a literal hooded figure who follows the party around now, one who is explicitly undead. The touch of death has infiltrated not only the party and the player's thoughts, but also the physical party itself. A grim and literal reminder in the form of an ally, one of the many ghosts that haunts the text of Final Fantasy VI. Several events happen over the course of the train, largely as comedic relief. Kane freaking out over machines again in regards to a useless lever, or Sabin eating a whole feast of food on the train in spite of it being, well, undead food. There is one strange occurrence on the train that has a bit more substance to it than simply being a fun character moment. The wandering swordsman Siegfried, who accosts the party on board the train and steals an item from a chest, forever unobtainable by the cast. Siegfried is similar in a lot of respects to Final Fantasy V's Gilgamesh, and one of this game's many inversions of that game's ideas, the brass swordsman who claimed to be the best in the world, named for the Sumerian myth. However, the twist here is that while Gilgamesh was a sincerely heartfelt warrior and genuinely competent in spite of his comedic nature, Siegfried is a coward thief and goes down in one attack. Siegfried himself is likely named after Sigurd from Germanic heroic legend, most commonly known from Historia von Gerhard and Siegfried, which brings the connection between the two closer. While Gilgamesh honors his namesake and continues to do so through how he connects all the games together as a common ancestor to literature, Siegfried is a rejection of that idea, a representation of how old legends can warp with age into pure silliness. Final Fantasy VI is a game so much about the eschewing of the past, the need to move forward away from all the societal conventions that currently exist, and this is one of the most iconic and fun ways that idea is displayed. Once the end of the Phantom Train is reached, the ghost leaves the party. After all, the ghost cannot defeat death as it already lost to death. This leaves only Sabin, Shadow, and Kane to fight the Phantom Train, a representation of their ultimate overcoming of their grief. While their sadness and guilt still weighs on them, they have managed to process it for now, at least enough to keep functioning. Once the Phantom Train is defeated, the party is left off, and new spirits are taken aboard. The spirits of the people of Doma who are poisoned by the Empire. Kane reaches for his wife and son, who board the train right in front of him, and in a desperate yet futile act, pleads for the train to stop. Despite the experience of the Phantom Train and overcoming some of the weight he carried, Kane clearly still hangs on. There's a still moment of silence, where only contemplation accompanies the party. Shadow, for whatever reason, refuses to jump off of a nearby waterfall to continue their path to the east, and so Sabin and Kane continue alone, tumbling down the rapids. The waterfall is a pertinent piece of symbolism here. In Shinto, waterfalls are sacred, purifying objects. It's possible that after that journey to the afterlife, Sabin and Kane would need to cleanse themselves before returning to the land of the living, and Shadow dances with death so often that he refuses to go through that spiritual process, the Reaper just over his shoulder at all times, accompanied by a self-perception that he is not worthy of being saved. He is a ghost more fit for the land of the dead, not a person. At the bottom of the waterfall, Sabin and Kane briefly meet a child named only Gao. Gao is simply an onomatopoeia in Japanese for an angry animal's intonation, with an equivalent in English being something like "Grrr." It's clear then that this child was raised by the animals here. He's another foil to Sabin, similar to the old man in the house near Doma. Gao is also one who is isolated from society, but this time it wasn't by choice. He never had the chance to be human, only ever othered by the world around him. His somber violin theme reflects this appropriately, a quiet meditation on the dangerous life that he had to live. Gao scurries off after this encounter, and the party finds themselves on the Veldt, which is a place full of grim specters of the past. Final Fantasy VI's fixation on both the romanticization and destruction of times gone by. The Veldt is full of monsters that the player has encountered before, every single one a grim meta-specter that haunts the player, the Phantom Train but in a ludographic sense as opposed to a literal one. No experience is gained from retreading this old ground, as each battle is one waged only with memories. The Veldt diegetically is explained as a place where all the monsters in the world gather together, but really there's no material way to describe the ethereality of the place. Occasionally, Gao will appear after battles from time to time, but there's nothing the player can do for him currently, so he will simply run away, demonstrating both his likely justified hostility toward humans and his own sedentary nature to be stuck in the past. After all, he makes company only with shades. The Veldt itself is named after the African Veldt, in reference to Africa being the birthplace of mankind on Earth, this being the antithesis, a mass grave for all creation in one place, a land where the memory memories of all creatures are found before they are dispatched, erased from the player's memory. To the far right of the veldt is a town known as Mobliz. Within the town, the party encounters a former Imperial soldier who was at Doma, the one that General Leo attempted to discharge a few scenes prior. He was wounded in the ensuing battle and somehow ended up here. It's through this serendipity that, in a side quest that doesn't make much diegetic timeline sense, Sabin and Kyan help him write letters to his lover in the far-off town of Miranda. Miranda is a Latin word which simply means worthy of admiration, and at this point in the game it solely exists as something to be admired. It's an idealization of a dying soldier. Sabin and Kyan, moved by their brush with death earlier in their own experiences with loss, help him come closer to this ideal, even if it's one that can truly never be reached. Also here the player can buy Kyan a sword called the Kotetsu, named for the Japanese sword maker Nagasone Kotetsu. Much like Kyan, Kotetsu was also a servant under a feudal lord who was killed and had to escape. Though unlike Kyan, Kotetsu's family ended up surviving with him in hiding. After acquiring some meat at Mobliz, it is given to Gao, and he quickly joins the party after a comedic relief interaction. This is the first act of kindness Gao has been shown by any human, and Sabin, Kyan, and Gao end up forming a sort of surrogate family for each other in the text. Kyan is the father that Sabin and Gao never had, both of theirs absent for one reason or another. And Sabin and Gao are like the son that Kyan lost in Doma. All three of them band together to create something new out of their painful pasts. Kyan even mechanically complements this narrative with regards to Sabin. Sabin has a youthful connection to the self and the world around him, more adapted to the magic surrounding them with his high magic stat, while Kyan's low magic stat is reflective of his entrenchment in the old ways and his role as a mentor to Sabin. With that being said, it's also here that Gao's main mechanic joins the fray, Rages. Gao is able to copy the abilities of any enemy that he has observed on the veldt. Gao is once again caught in the past, caught within only what he has observed in his time on the veldt, the memories of the players themselves. It's a postmodern concept that Gao is able to control the abilities of the enemies in this metatextual fashion, the ghosts of the text past consuming him in totality. In spite of its power, Gao is never in full control when under a rage, totally immersed within his art, ghosts possessing his body in an eerie and macabre seance. Gao leads the party to the location of his treasure, seeing as they are the first people that he has ever been able to trust in his entire life. This leads them to Crescent Mountain. The crescent moon within Japanese culture typically refers to a strong spirit. Gao fits this perfectly as someone who is cast out of society as a small child and forced to adapt to the harsh wilderness around him. The cave once more has some comic relief interactions between the three characters, further strengthening the familial bonds that they're forging before Gao finally reveals what his treasure actually is: a diving helmet. This is a succinct representation of Gao's bravery as well, with diving helmets evoking imagery of brave explorers in the spirit of adventure, with a small dash of playful ingenuity. The party uses this diving helmet to make their way through a body of water known as the Serpent Trench, a winding series of passageways that makes for an underwater companion to the above-ground raft travels on the Lethe River. Serpents within Japanese folklore often take the role of guardians or protectors, the water here protecting the natural world from the horrors of mankind, serving as a veil for the creatures of the deep. The winding snake eventually spits them out at the town of Nicaea. While in town, there are two interactions of note before the three of them part for Narsh and meet up with the rest of the cast. For the first, a merchant tells the party that Gao was thrown out of his home by the crazy man that Sabin met earlier. This is yet another way in which he is a foil to Sabin. Gao's father refused to take care of Gao while Sabin took him in. Such a huge part of Final Fantasy VI is its fixations on found family, as is the wont of a JRPG, and Gao's story is extremely emblematic of this. The other interaction is ironically in the same building. Here, Kyan gets propositioned by a prostitute, and a comedic scene plays out of his ensuing embarrassment. Kyan's revulsion to sex workers is reflective of his disposition. He's proud and traditionalist. He still clings to the ideas of Doma, and he sees women as objects of temptation. This is conveyed particularly well with the stilted phrasing he uses here in the original Woolsey translation, calling her a licentious howler. Even after the incident in the Phantom Train, Kyan still clings on to the old ways, clings on to the ideas of feudal Japan, even when they make him look the fool. A final minor detail in Nicaea before the party moves on. Here a mithril spear can be purchased, a weapon that only Edgar can equip. This is one of the game's subtlest, and this word is used very loosely here. indications of Edgar's performative chauvinism, that he compensates so greatly for his own masculinity that his signature choice of weapon is a phallic symbol so utterly blatant. Once the party is finished with their business in Nikea, they board a boat all the way back to Narsh. At this point, the three parties arrive together at Narsh, which ends up creating one of the best scenes in the game. The ensemble comes to a head at a moment where everyone's specific context uniquely interacts with each other. Everyone participates in a way that adds depth to their characters. In particular, Kayan's protest of Celeste's presence is a nice point of conflict, which also doubles as an extremely salient critique of JRPG acceptance of fascist weirdos into the fold of caste so easily. So often a character with a history that conflicts with a party's moral structure, such as Final Fantasy II's Dark Knight Leon or Final Fantasy IV's Kane, will join up with them regardless. This always makes diegetic sense. As an example, those two were being brainwashed, and those two characters in those games work well within their contexts. However, it's interesting to see Kayan's metatextual perspective here, a deconstructionist approach to this classical redemption narrative, and a natural skepticism for someone so reserved and scarred to have. Here, Celeste and Terra also have a brief conversation on what it means to love. It's a question that still hangs over Terra's mind, her fear that she is not fulfilling the role of the classical romantic female hero by not feeling that emotion at all. Celeste merely takes this as a jab against her, typical to her character. The Battle of Narsh is spearheaded by Kefka and his forces, and they are inconsequentially defeated, the fight being done through a massive gauntlet of goons fought with the same mechanical strategy of the Moogle fight from earlier, reinforcing that kind of collaborative battle, but this time with friends bonds have been formed between as opposed to simply a group of unknown creatures. After this, Terra goes to commune with the Esper, but instead of anything directly beneficial happening, she instead turns into a pink beast herself and flies off somewhere in the world with an ear-piercing shriek. The entire event knocks Locke out of consciousness for a brief period and underscores the truly untenable nature of the power of the Espers, the dread destructive force that leveled the world 1,000 years ago. The attempts to recapture and control that mysticism have failed, and now Terra is lost. When Locke returns to consciousness by Celeste's hand, the player is able to select their own unique party for not only the first time in Final Fantasy VI, but also the first time in the series. Final Fantasy has never allowed the player to determine who is in their party at any given moment in the story, with Final Fantasy IV probably being the most interesting example of this due to how its narrative splits and reforms the party. And VI has decided to eschew this to further pursue its idea of the ensemble cast present within Italian opera. Now Locke, Edgar, Sabin, Celeste, Kayan, or Gao could be the player's personal choice of the main character for this narrative of going to find Terra, the game's simplest yet most pervasive form of ensemble expression. The party must use Figaro Castle to burrow through to the other side of a mountain range to the west in order to pursue Terra further. If the party contains Edgar and Sabin and the player decides to rest here, a cutscene will play that displays Final Fantasy VI's ensemble strength in full force. Scenes will play out differently according to your party composition. Edgar and Sabin get to reunite, and the player finally gets to see the event where they grew apart so many years ago. It's exactly as the legend said. It was done through a coin flip, where whoever won would be able to leave the throne and whoever lost would have to stay at the castle, performing the role as a monarch. It's obvious that Sabin ended up winning, but seeing the two brothers commiserate and reconcile over the memory, and the memory itself being as beautiful as it is with Uematsu's stellar recomposition of their themes known only as Coin of Fate, is more than worth a retread of the narrative of Final Fantasy VI's apparent relationship to fate and destiny that still has yet to be fully explored. When Figaro Castle emerges on the other side of the mountain range in pursuit of Terra, there are a few areas where the party can search for her. To the far north is a strange place, a single house with an old man in it. When questioned, the old man ignores what the party is asking entirely and instead fetishizes violence as a concept, wishing to build a place that reflects this ideology. War in FF6 is a constant threat, a sword of Damocles that has dangled over the entire narrative so far, and it has already begun to descend on the party to disastrous results. Kane, in particular, has suffered endlessly from its presence. Yet this old man sees war as the most beautiful thing in existence. A strange answer to the lack of meaning present in life, a person who looks at a meaningless existence and sees only violence as a way out. Final Fantasy VI mocks this ideology as it very well should, relegating it to a crazed exile similar to the position of Gao's father. Further south, the first town the party will likely come across is Kohlingen. Terra isn't found here, but something far more disturbing is if Locke is with the party. Here it is learned the reason why Locke became the Burkean romantic. The woman he was going to marry, Rachel, became an amnesiac because of an accident the two of them had on a treasure hunting adventure together. He left town in his depression and she died in an imperial raid on the town while he was away, the last word she spoke being his name. Locke's guilt surrounding this incident is what motivates everything he does, including his weird attachment to all of the women around him. Thus far, this is played fairly straight for a fantasy narrative, but the part about it that's disturbing is that Locke took his failure so deeply to heart that Rachel's corpse is perfectly preserved in his basement in the hopes that he can revive her. This reframes Locke entirely from a classical romantic hero to a deluded fool searching for something that can never return. Not a chivalric knight who protects damsels, but one who can't move on from something he perceives as being stolen from him. He's similar to Don Quixote, though less comical, but just as disturbed. He's living in a classical fairy tale constructed by himself. Another parallel is the classic short story A Rose for Emily. Though while Emily Grierson's preservation of the corpse of her fiancé in that story is a twisted and grotesque form of living out a life with him that she couldn't have had, Locke has essentially put his life in stasis just the same as Rachel is in response to her death. Of course, Locke's twisting of the role of the romantic isn't just Quixotean, but also reminds the reader of the role Victor Frankenstein plays in Mary Shelley's classic Gothic work Frankenstein. Locke similarly attempts to bring a corpse to life, and also continually fails to protect the women in his, constantly chasing after the romantic ideal that he can save them and win them to fill the void in his heart. Rachel's name derives from the biblical Rachel, the wife of Jacob in the Bible who mothered the progenitors of the tribes of Israel. Similar in some ways to how Locke views the revival of Rachel as the only way he can be reborn, birthed once more as a full person in his delusion. In addition, Rachel's name being Hebrew for ewe, as in a baby sheep, is noteworthy because she was totally helpless like a lamb to the slaughter, much like the classical Burkean ideal of what a woman should perform in order to be seen as beautiful within romantic idealistic thought. Also in Kohlingen, the player can encounter the character's shadow once more. Should there be an open party slot and appropriate amount of money saved to hire his services, he can rejoin the party for a brief period of time. If the player chooses to sleep with him in the party at this point at an inn, it can trigger some of his dreams that reveal his backstory. Shadow used to be known as Clyde, a train robber with his partner Barum. The name Clyde's usage here is fairly obvious. It's in reference to the burglar duo Bonnie and Clyde. Barum, meanwhile, doesn't seem to have a particular etymological origin within Woolsey's translation that Slattery retains, but in the original Japanese script his name is Billy, which is obviously in reference to the character Billy the Kid, who occupies a similar spot in the mythology of the American Western as a robber. Clyde and Barum have a similar fate to Bonnie and Clyde, their partnership meeting a tragic end when Barum dies, which also gives the affair a homoerotic reading to it. Bonnie and Clyde were lovers, and thus there's an implicit romance between Clyde and Barum. The most tragic part of the entire sequence of Barum's death is that Clyde can't bring himself to end Barum's misery and allows the Empire to get their hands on him instead. This makes a previous scene ironic. Edgar says that Shadow would even kill his best friend for the right price, and yet he couldn't. Additionally, this gives the Phantom Train more ironic weight in retrospect. His friend who perished was a fellow train robber, a symbol from Shadow's past as another man come back as a specter. In the final dream, Clyde meets a woman who helps him in the middle of an unknown town, but the moment he became the ghost and not man is still missing, Clyde's death and Shadow's birth excised from the narrative. These dreams being the only means of learning Shadow's origin are an interesting choice for Final Fantasy VI, as it complements the subjective operatic form of the game's narrative. The player isn't viewing what the game asserts truly happened here, instead a snapshot of a fragmented memory. And yet it is portrayed as real as everything else that occurs, lending this game a phenomenological bent, perceptions formed by the self being our only real means of understanding our existences. Around this point in the text, it's likely that Sabin will acquire the Phoenix Dance martial arts technique through Level Up, one of his most powerful and also the one that arguably represents him the best as a character, the immortal phoenix of mythical being from Greek culture, one that dies in flame and is eternally reborn from the ashes. Sabin himself is much like a phoenix. He burned his old life to the ground and rebuilt a new one with Duncan and Vargas, and then when he lost everything again after the murder of Duncan, he was reborn as a member of the Returners and rekindled his friendship with his brother and found a new family in Kane and Gao. Sabin's connection to the world around him allows himself to always be reborn. Even when the identity and self he previously established have decayed, his deeper connection to something larger than him gives him continual purpose, an idea that Final Fantasy VI holds in the highest regard. The party passes through the town of Gedor after moving through Kohlingen. Even though Final Fantasy VI doesn't have much variety in its town design, the presence of an auction house and a large mansion to the north of the town indicate this town's disturbing affluence. The town literally laid out hierarchically with the richest man in the world on the top and the aforementioned mansion, and the middle class and less affluent on the bottom, something the game seems to hold with some disdain as the people here are flighty and empty. That being said, there is some appreciation for the arts among the rich that Final Fantasy VI adores at the very least, seeing as there's an opera house that the party can't enter not too far to the south of Gedor. Another indication of its empty affluence is the presence of the Kiku Ichimonji weapon that the player can purchase for Cayenne here. The Kiku Ichimonji were a set of 13 katanas presented to Emperor Go-Toba in the year 1208. It's only natural then that they would be present being resold by rich collectors, or at the very least cheap imitations of them. Either way, a vapid and consumerist approach to an important piece of history. The art being displayed in the richest man in the world's house here is also disturbing. It's all intensely accurate simulacra of real-world objects, a testament to how systems of capital make people only value art that is hyper-simulational, an ode to the objectivist ideology that plagues artistic creation. There's even a photorealistic portrait of Ultros, a moment of particular absurdity. It's also here that the town of Zozo to the east is first mentioned, likely the location of Terra and also a much more destitute place, wherein some of Final Fantasy VI's worst ideas are portrayed. To start with the positives surrounding Zozo, the subversion of a town being a dungeon area is incredibly interesting, one of the many times within Final Fantasy VI that the text changes the traditional RPG convention slightly to surprise the player. However, that is a minor joy when Zozo itself is such a drearily reductivist section of gameplay. Even though this work is often against the rich, as seen when rich people were a major factor in the capture of South Figaro a few hours of gameplay before this, and the satire of the vapid nature of nobles in Gedor, here is where it becomes grossly classist. Zozo is a lower-income town that is entirely populated by criminals who never tell the truth. It is exactly the myth that crime is exclusive to the poor and that the poor are violent, evil people inherently. This ends up getting mixed with racism as well when the party reaches the top of the tower where Terra would be found. A boss named Dadaluma stands in front of the doorway. As mentioned previously within the video, Final Fantasy VI has issues with race. Dadaluma is another person of color who is in a weird position within the work. He's a stand-in for the artistic movement of Dadaism. Dadaism was an anti-capitalist movement created after World War I, one that eschewed traditional ideas of modern capitalist society as a response to the horrors that capital had created through the atrocities of the war. The fact that anti-bourgeois sentiments are equivocated with evil is additionally very gross, but the fact that one of the few non-white characters in the game is a criminal who tries to kill you for no reason is the worst part of this. With all of that out of the way, the party finds Terra in the chamber just beyond the boss fight. It's here that the party meets the character of Ramu, an Esper who attempts to explain Terra's situation to them and give some idea of what to do next. Ramu is most likely linked to the main character Rama from the Hindu epic poem Ramayana, one of the avatars of the god Vishnu. Both characters go into exile at some point in their lives. Rama was exiled from the city of Ayodhya where he was raised, while Ramu has been exiled from the Esper world that he grew up in as well, though through no fault of his own. Interestingly, Ramu discusses here that the two worlds were once linked, but after the War of the Magi, the Espers sought self-determination and created their own world. And this isn't frowned upon by the narrative, one of the few times Final Fantasy VI goes to bat for the marginalized. If Gao is the only character in your party for whatever godforsaken reason, the scene is completely rewritten to account for his unique dialect as opposed to the typical usage of nameless dialogue boxes for the player to project whatever interpretation they want onto the scene. It recontextualizes Ramu to be a much more caring person than he might initially come off, and is another display of Gao's indomitable spirit. Ramu tells the party that Terra is unstable, and the best course of action would be to free the Espers at the Magitech research facility. Terra's decision is once again treated as something sacred by the narrative. There is nothing they can do to force her to be better, and even though her previous decision was fairly liberal nonsense about fairness, Terra's inability to figure herself out here makes much more sense. She is abjectly suffering, and there's no one external to her who can pull her out of it willingly. It's something she has to come to terms with herself. Ramu then sacrifices himself to become Magicite, the magical and sentient remains of deceased Espers who can pass on the magic that they knew in life to whoever holds them, a more prudent and pure form of passing down knowledge than magical infusions, knowledge passed down willingly and through refinement. This allows the party to use magic, which makes the game incredibly easy. However, this is quite fitting. If magic is the equivalent of the atomic bomb, then surely it should make the game boring and trivialize all the encounters, the intense level of violence the only thing left in the party's wake. Each of the magicite has its own mythological implications that go with it. Kirin is the Japanese word for the mythical Chinese beast known as a Kili, which are said to appear at the arrival or passing of great rulers and wise sages, fitting that it arrives when Ramu himself dies. Siren is based on the Greek sirens, famously portrayed within the Odyssey as monsters that lead those who hear their seductive songs to their demise. While this blonde woman Esper has no immediate ties to the narrative, it begins to imply something about the blonde woman in the party. Maybe, as Kane posited at the Battle of Narsh, Celeste is a siren for Locke, leading him astray. Siren's placement here is also fitting in relation to Terra, not because she herself fits the siren archetype so much as Celeste possibly does, but when taking into account the history of the siren symbol in the Final Fantasy series, there are some striking parallels between her and how the siren was utilized in Final Fantasy V. In Final Fantasy V, the siren is able to call forth the memories of the people it targets, including an amnesiac who is presently in the party at that point in time. This connection to memory then is very fitting for Terra. She herself is an amnesiac as well, though by contrast to the aforementioned character from 5, her past is much more intense. Cat She is the final Esper received in the scene, and that is a reference to a Scottish fairy that's a spectral cat with a white spot on its chest. It's a ghostly figure that haunts the marshes of Scotland, referencing the ghosts that haunt each of the party members within the text, the shades that linger on through their intense guilt. Each magicite can also be used as a summon. This further connects them with the yokai, as Final Fantasy summons typically take on a mythological bestial quality throughout the series, though this is the first time they have been as developed conceptually as they have been in the games. Whoever the player didn't choose to go with them to find Terra arrives at this point, and the entire party has a scene where they all catch each other up to speed on what's happened so far. It's another fun incident of the ensemble cast storytelling, and at the end of the scene the party changes once more. 2 of the slots are free to be used, but Locke and Celeste are now forced party members for this segment of gameplay. Celeste goes because she has intimate knowledge of the Empire's inner workings. She was once a general. Locke goes to protect her as part of his romantic fantasy. Aside from all this, there's not many leads on where to go next in order to actually get to the southern continent where the Empire's base of operation lies. A fitting physical representation of how Empire is totally isolated from the wars that it fights. The party returns to Gedor to find clues and ends up learning from the owner of the nearby opera house that the one person in the world who has access to an airship also likes to kidnap the starlet opera singer who puts on performances at the venue, Maria. Maria is an interesting instance of Final Fantasy VI showing how art can bring new meaning to religious symbols, how even the biblical Virgin Mary can be given new life as an idea in a more contemporary era through an actress performing as her. It's also one of the first distortions of Christianity that the player gets, though in this instance it's not a particularly damning one, an actress making an operatic performance. As Celeste is almost identical to her in appearance, it also brings up questions of how she connects to Maria. Celeste is celestial, after all. It's yet another instance of Celeste's facade breaking, of her caring and world-bearing interior coming up to the surface, her comparison to Mary herself. This is also where the gambler Setzer is introduced, the one who kidnaps Maria time and time again from the opera house, from the sacred institution that Final Fantasy VI views as its Bible. Setzer derives from the German word setzen, which means to bet on or to gamble, an obvious connection back to a character who is literally a gambler. Setzer is immediately introduced as a villainous character. He is the kidnapper of the pure Mary, and, even worse in the eyes of Final Fantasy VI, has no respect for the institutions of opera. However, in contrast to all of this information about him, we also hear his rising and bombastic theme song, a weltering call to action for our heroes. And the player gets the name Setzer, something only reserved for party members. This relationship with Protagony is not totally unique to Setzer, after all it is also awarded to Shadow, but it's one that Setzer utilizes in some strikingly different ways. Setzer's airship is named the Blackjack, while another gambling connection, it also says something that's a playing card game entirely framed around chance. While there is an element of chance to games like Texas Hold'em, there's still a fairly complex level of strategy to how one chooses to play their cards. Staying or folding or raising and factoring into account the variable amount of different hands leads to a game with multitudinous outcomes. In blackjack, the player either counts the cards to determine the likelihood of getting a 21 or leaves it up to fate. Setzer and fate have an inextricable relationship, and playing with chance through his games is just one way he expresses that. Another is through his facial scars depicted on his portrait. One can only imagine what kind of daredevil accidents he got into to acquire them, fortune and danger inherently intertwined. Setzer's opera-mating kidnapping tendencies are interesting as well on their own, mainly for the reason that they're a subversion of Gaston Leroux's The Phantom of the Opera. In the novel, there is also a character who kidnaps the lead singer in an opera and is known by the opera staff to be an issue by the name of Eric, but the differences between Eric and Setzer are rather stark. Eric's appreciation for the opera runs a lot deeper than Setzer's. He's a musical genius. Setzer, meanwhile, is simply a gambler. We're unsure of why he appreciates Maria, but it doesn't seem to be for her singing and simply for her aesthetic appeal. Setzer seems to lead a very vapid lifestyle. Not to argue that Eric's was particularly better, seeing as they're both deranged stalkers, but the Phantom of the Opera portrays Eric's love of music as, at the very least, one of his most redeeming qualities. Setzer doesn't have that level of respect for Final Fantasy VI's most revered institution, and his life seems emptier for it. As Celeste looks identical to Maria and the party wants to get onto Setzer's airship, they hatch a plan to have her get kidnapped by Setzer instead of Maria by having her pose as Maria in the opera. This is a fascinating moment of insecurity from Final Fantasy VI itself. It sees itself as also an imposter to opera, though not as a singular actress taking up a role she was never meant for, but rather as a burgeoning new medium attempting to wear the skin of its forebears. Final Fantasy VI has a moment of vulnerability. Can it transcend its own previously established limits? Can it become as regarded and critically acclaimed as the opera? Perhaps it can, if an Imperial General can become an opera singer. When the player arrives at the opera house, Celeste initially rejects the role of becoming an opera singer, more insecurity on the part of the text. After a bit of back and forth on it, Celeste rises to the challenge, and just after she decides to, the camera pans to Ultros as he throws a letter down in an attempt to get the party's attention, showing that he, too, is intent on crashing the opera. While not a particularly interesting choice, though a very humorous one, this is reflective of a lot of operatic storytelling, an interesting moment of self-reflexiveness present within Final Fantasy VI. Ultros is a comically absurd dramatic development, though one that feels arbitrary, much like how many opera plot beats can play out. The form insists upon itself as a display that is worthy to carry this mantle of opera that it both sets out to satirize and glorify. The opera proper begins without Celeste. Instead, it opens on a scene from the romantic chivalric hero Draco as he pines for Maria in a war between two countries, one that mirrors the war that our heroes are in. Rebels versus occupiers, resistance versus empire. Art imitates life that exists only within art, an endless self-spiral. Draco is an interesting contrast to be had with Locke here. Draco is what Locke thinks he is within his own delusions of romance, saving women and playing the role of knight, whereas in reality he is nothing more than a fool that plays at knighthood. Celeste isn't the only one who is playing imposter here. Locke leaves to go check on Celeste before her debut on the stage in between songs, and it's here that the player can interact with the party to get their thoughts on the opera. Everyone has expected commentary aside from Sabin. While why is everyone singing is largely a joke, there's a bit more to it. Sabin has spent so much time in the wilderness that he has lost some things that Final Fantasy VI sees as uniquely human. This includes appreciation for the arts. While there are strengths Sabin has gained from detaching himself from his humanity, there's also drawbacks. Gao's response to the opera complicates these ideas, seeing as he roars and growls in response to the singing. Gao, though he has lived in the wilderness for far more of his life than Sabin, still understands the spirit of the exercise of opera. Final Fantasy VI further argues the inherent humanity of the arts in this primal reaction. Locke walks in on Celeste in her opera dress, and a major new development occurs within the narrative. The chivalric, twisted fairy tale romance that Locke employed with every woman thus far has developed into, unsurprisingly considering the setting, conventional modern romance with Celeste, though not to any substantial degree yet. This decision is one of the least interesting in the game. Instead of making Locke this disturbed figure, a potentially interesting anti-hero, he is given this incohesive side to him, one that argues that he truly is the contorted heroic figure that he views himself as. Celeste and Locke falling in love removes a lot of the intrigue of Locke's character because it gives him exactly what he wants. Celeste was reserved at first. She recognizes Locke's delusion that she is just another woman for him to protect in the name of the abstracted ideal that is Rachel. Locke says nothing in response to her pointing this out, solely complimenting her and leaving. Celeste then performs in the opera, and the player must perform with her, the musical set piece becoming participatory. This is where Final Fantasy VI finally gains the confidence that it is truly an ensemble opera, as Celeste's voice takes shape and soars above, and the player engages with the form in a way that only a video game can provide. One truly becomes a fledgling actress desperately trying to remember her lines and stage directions, not only experiencing the narrative of the musical, but become within the work itself, on a metatextual level. This is Final Fantasy VI at its core. The music swells, and Celeste throws a bouquet from the top of the set, not only casting aside Maria's fears for the future within the diegesis of the play, but also Celeste casting aside her former life with the Empire, and the work casting aside any preconceptions it can't be an opera and a video game. Final Fantasy VI finally, for just one moment, becomes itself. Ultros' plan to crash the opera and murder Celeste is soon unveiled, and the party go up into the rafters to stop him, while the opera itself is interrupted by a dramatic scene where the East and West come into conflict with one another, the opera and the game indistinguishable from one another. Fairly soon, Ultros and the party have fallen onto the stage, and Locke fully cements himself as Draco by taking his role in the opera, with Ultros joining into the performance as well. The improvised ending to the show begins, and the party has another encounter with Ultros, lovingly backed by a unique arrangement from the orchestra in the pit. In the commotion, Setzer kidnaps Celeste and the party follows her onto his airship, the Blackjack, with the impresario barking out lines implying that it was a planned development all along for a two-part show starring Maria. This farcical take on the opera's ending is a genius reflection that opera isn't solely the uptight medium that it is often portrayed as. It's a living, breathing one that has moments of high comedy as well as tragedy, and not everything in a performance always goes to plan. As the opera is left behind, it never truly leaves, the true core of Final Fantasy VI's artistic identity. Ironically, these bold, improvised decisions are also a large part of what Setzer lives by, despite the fact that he is the eternal adversary of the impresario in his opera. This is where Setzer's taste in opera is largely derived from. The thrill of a performance possibly going awry invigorates him as compared to literature, which always plays out the same no matter how many times you read it, even if that is a superficial application to give to the written word and completely disregards recontextualization. Once Setzer quickly learns that Maria is not Maria and that she's invited an entire gaggle of stowaways on board, he doesn't respond poorly. He takes their offer to take them to the Empire seriously. Here's where a minor translation distinction occurs that literally changes Setzer's entire disposition as a character. In the Japanese script and Slattery's English translation, Setzer says that the Empire has been bad for his business. This is a reflection of free market economic ideology, the idea that widespread government regulations are generally bad for the individuals who live in any given society. What Final Fantasy VI misses here is that empires and wars are generally good for free market economies, and that's a large part in why empires are formed in the first place. People like Setzer want wars and want fascist states, they just don't know it. They want infinite capitalist expansion no matter what the cost. The Empire was born from the ideals that the Returners already champion. Regardless, this also has the fairly uninteresting implication that Setzer already has a horse in the race against the Empire narratively, so his joining is expected. In Woolsey's script, however, Setzer actually says the Empire had been good for business. This displays Setzer's obsession with fate and tendency to throw caution to the wind. Setzer is willing to give up a comfortable life solely because of what he perceives fate has in store for him. And that is far more fitting for the ideas his character is discussing. Setzer once more leaves things to fate, as is his wont. Celeste offers to marry him if the coin she flips lands on tails, and if it's heads that he has to join up with them. The reason Setzer ultimately ends up losing the bet and joining up with the Returners is due to the coin that Celeste uses in this scene. It's a two-headed coin that she receives from Edgar. As Sabin realizes this, it simultaneously dawns on the player. That moment all those years ago where Edgar gave up his freedom for Sabin was not left up to chance. Edgar had manipulated it in his favor, and now the coin had served the opposite purpose of chaining Setzer to the Returners. In the world of Final Fantasy VI, fate is not as meaningful as it initially seems, the rug pulled from under the player here. The most important moment of fate thus far was secretly controlled, a moment of brotherly love. Now, that fate has once again been manipulated by that same coin. In some ways, yet another way, Setzer is controlled by money. During the dramatic approach to the Imperial capital, Setzer continues to pontificate on the nature of fate and luck once more. In spite of Celeste's previous display of how luck can be controlled, Setzer holds that life is entirely focused around fate and fortune, and that there's not much one can do about it. The landing is instant, jarring. the party has now set foot on the continent containing the imperial capital. There is much to be said about the shape of the imperial continent and its similarities to the shape of the Japanese island Hokkaido, which is a point that other critics like Andrew Blewett used to connect the empire in the game as a direct allegory for the Japanese Empire. This is a reading that is well supported throughout the work, but in the interest of discussing something novel within this particular analytical text, it hasn't been and will continue to not be the primary connection that is made between history and the empire of Final Fantasy VI's world. That being said, these connections are so obvious and so pertinent that it would be remiss to not mention that there is obvious inspiration taken from the Empire of Japan present throughout Final Fantasy VI. The Empire within the text being a confluence of different fascist regimes, expressed through the Empire using the Nazi salute much earlier in the game as an example. Before entering Vector, the next point of progression in the game, the party has the option to go to the 3 towns that are on the Imperial continent, one of which was already mentioned as the town of Miranda, which was the dying soldier's hometown way back in Sabin's scenario, and 2 new ones by the name of Albrook and Zen. The first one in proximity is Albrook, whose name has a few different layers of meaning. To begin, there's the English name of the town, which is simply an English name that refers to a sunken or hollow stream. The connection is pretty clear when one looks at the river that runs through the town. Its Japanese name, Aruboragu, is more likely to be localized as Alberg if just taken on the face of it, which has its own slew of meanings. It's derived from the Old High German name Adelberg, which is composed of Adelaz and Bergana, the former term being a term for nobles and the latter term being a term for protection. Combined with this town's proximity to the Empire refers to the Ouroboros-like relationship that empires and the parasitic upper class have with each other. Empires reinforce the rich and the rich reinforce empire. The economy is good during wartime after all. Here's also where, if Shadow were in the party, one could purchase the Sakura kunai for him, referring to the Sakura cherry blossom flower that grows in Japan, typically a symbol of ephemerality and renewal. Shadow himself is both an ephemeral figure within the narrative, hardly taking up much space within it before he exits the scene once more, and also as a phoenix reborn from a previous identity, a renewed individual, which additionally explains his kinship with Sabin, a fellow thematic phoenix risen from the ashes. Aside from the occupying soldiers living it up in the bar similar to South Figaro, most of Albrook's narrative weight is conveyed through minor NPC interactions. Principally, there's an old man here who tells the story of something called the Ultima Weapon. Similar to ancient Japanese legends about swordsmiths such as Masamune, the Ultima Weapon was forged by a weaponsmith of yore. However, the creator of Ultima Weapon made both a monster by the name of Ultima Weapon and a sword by the name of Ultima Weapon, a metaphysical representation of how in the act of creation we ourselves become godlike, even when it's a simple blade. The beast and the sword have both been lost to time, dread weapons in a similar vein to magic. Other minor characters include an artist struggling to think of a painting to create for Emperor Gestalt, a bleak representation of the pressures of commissioning a work of art for fascists who don't understand the first thing about it, and a scholar who informs the player that most monsters on the continent are weak to magic in some way. This is an odd thematic dissonance in order to incentivize the player into using their newly acquired atomic weaponry, as one would think those monsters birthed within the nuclear throne would be the most resistant to its damage. One particular enemy of note on the southern continent the player might encounter is the Joker, a gliding clown that bears a striking resemblance to Kefka. Final Fantasy VI argues then an overexposure to magic invites that violent absurdism, the terrors of atomic fire leading to desensitized minds and deeds. Zen is the next closest town to Vector, due north of the Imperial City, and with a name that has far less clear meaning than Albrook or Miranda. It sounds a lot like the word Zen, simply omitting the T, which would leave one to believe that it's a place of peace and tranquil, and less colloquially the specific set of Mahayana Buddhism known as Japanese Zen, which was created in the 12th century, further placing the Empire's conquering of Zen as a Western power invading on Japanese traditionalism. Zen has been ravaged by the Empire by having all of its young men conscripted into the military, eerily reminiscent of how Japanese residents of the United States were drafted into the military to fight in World War II or be jailed as traitors to the country. In turn, Zen is left as a ghost town for the Empire to kick around, much like the farmland and homes of Japanese families during the events of World War II in America. Miranda is the final town on this continent aside from the Imperial capital itself. Here the player has the chance to meet the aforementioned Imperial soldier's girlfriend who resides here. It's here her name is revealed to be Lola, a name typically associated with sorrow and sexuality. And Lola occupies both a sorrowful position within the text, as her lover lays dying in a bed in a foreign land, and also one of sexuality, as she is framed only as the lover of a man within the story, one of Final Fantasy VI's subtler misogynies. Also of particular interest is the name's connection with the Virgin Mary, as it is derived from Dolores, which is a diminutive of the Virgin Mary. There's a deep purity to Lola that isn't completely evident yet. One of Final Fantasy VI's less subtle misogynies is also present in this town. A crass and disgusting joke about an Imperial soldier sexually harassing a dancing girl in the town. It's played off as a comical situation in spite of its grotesquerie, and it's one of the parts of Final Fantasy VI that sticks out like a sore thumb. Apart from that, some of the Empire's other atrocities are shown in this town more so than in others, in particular dogfighting. This is the last of the towns aside from Vector, however, which leaves only the main progression path forward left. Vector is the name of the Imperial capital, and it's one of the most visually distinct areas in the game. Vector as a name implies existing as a function of something else. Vector does not exist for itself, it exists as a vector of empire, an expression of Emperor Gestal's whims alone. The desolate machine state of Vector evokes a desperation that no other place in the game has thus far, the Imperial core being the bleakest locale at this point in the time for the game's world. There is no real hope here. Material conditions are so bad for those living in Vector that in order to survive, innkeepers have to rob the people who stay at their inns. Soldiers attack random people on the street. Young lovers break their promises to one another to flee because staying to fight in the army is safer. While there is some resistance, as there are 2 instances of returners that can be found within the city, this is where they have the least influence, with one of those returners requiring the party to prove their loyalty by killing some Imperial soldiers right in front of her. At the height of the town, creating a similar visual hierarchy to G-Door, further tying wealth and empire together, is the Imperial Palace, and any attempt to go there will be met with resistance from the Guardian, a powerful enemy incapable of being destroyed. The Empire's conquest here is total, inarguable. Experiments are even being done on children. One child in the town will offer to cast Cure on the party, a Magitech infusion done on a random, innocuous little boy. There is a highly important moment in the city with regards to Magitech infusion that is hidden away in the swaths of the various people that live there. One returner sympathizer in a pub will tell the party the true nature of Kefka's origin, Kefka's perspective and positionality, the genocidal nihilistic absurdism that is a key component of his character, did not always define him. He only began to hold those beliefs after being subjected to Magitech experimentation, though those tendencies did not appear in further infusions due to them refining the process after the incident with Kefka. Conversely, he also reveals that General Leo refused Magitech infusion as well, and here a similar dichotomy to Terra and Celeste crops up within the Imperial hierarchy. Magic is a corrupting and dangerous force, and those it touches have the capability to become monstrous. Much like the power of the atom, it can be apocalyptically devastating or it can bring great advancement. General Leo rejected magic much like Terra might have if she were given the choice, and the narrative sees both as purer for it. Meanwhile, Kefka gave into madness after his exposure to it, and that is a fate that we could see befall Celeste, someone who chose to have magic infused with her as well. One of the various returners in Vector assists the party with entering the Magitech research facility by pretending to be a drunkard. Once inside the facility, the player is immediately assaulted by a harmonic cacophony of pistons and steel, music made up of the factory's machinery creating weapons of war, an ode to the Empire's fascist unity. Throughout this dungeon, not only does the party directly view the mass production of Magitech armor and machines, but the player also takes advantage of this production for themselves. JRPGs are, unfortunately, after all, simulacra of violence, and so the player acquiring magical weapons produced by the fascists to turn against them is par for the course. It's in this dungeon as well that some of the monsters throughout the text begin to make more sense. Viewing the experiments here puts into perspective many of the enemies fought in random encounters. Many of them were creatures that were formerly experimented on and somehow escaped the facility, another way in which the Empire's abuse spreads across the world indirectly. The most important generic enemy encountered within the walls of the facility, however, is the Onion Knight. The Onion Knight, when presented within the context of Final Fantasy VI alone, has little statement to make, but for those who played Final Fantasy III on the Famicom, there's a lot of weight behind its appearance here. The Onion Knight is the main character of Final Fantasy III, a blank slate for the player to project onto. Their name refers to a Japanese expression about the onion life, or living in poverty, as that entire game is about growing up and finding your position in life beyond destitution. There's further analysis that could be done of the Onion Knight's role within Final Fantasy III, but that's best saved for that particular text. With all that being said, here there are several ideas represented within the Onion Knight's return. Firstly, there is the Empire corrupting a force for good from a previous entry, the Onion Knight having come to represent a nascent hero. These are all the potential incredible people who have been erased by the Empire's subjugation. Secondly, there is how the Onion Knight shows fascism pitting the working class against itself. The Onion Knight is only here to survive in spite of their best interests, the dissolution of the Empire being somewhat in line with the returners. yet they are forced to fight each other. Around the midway point of the dungeon, the player finds Kefka but manages to avoid being noticed by him and catches wind of his ultimate goals. He speaks of attaining more power in order to eventually wake an entity known as the Warring Triad. This is the first mention of these incredibly important entities within the work, but from the term triad alone there's the implication there's something biblically powerful about them, invoking a similar dynamic to the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit ideas seen throughout Christian theology. Kefka quickly discards two espers into a nearby pit, erroneously believing their usefulness completely gone, and walks away. Another mistake made in the cutting corners nature of imperialist fascism. The Empire doesn't know about Magicite only training espers within an inch of their life. Their ironic incompetence is that they can't even fully take advantage of the people they're exploiting, unaware of the existence of Magicite. The party falls down into the pit after the two espers and learns that they're Shiva and Ifrit, who attack the party in desperate self-defense due to reasonably assumed hostility. Ifrit and Shiva are dichotomized throughout Final Fantasy as opposing forces. Ifrit always associated with fire and Shiva always associated with ice. Ifrit always associated with masculinity and Shiva always associated with femininity, ever since the two of them debuted as part of the Summoner's Toolkit with Ramu in Final Fantasy III. That being said, there is no meaningful connection between the real-life theological and mythological existences of these two characters on the surface. Ifrit is a kind of demonic entity within Islam, first references a theological concept within Arabic poetry pre-Islam, which later ended up developing into a cultural idea of a kind of demon. Ifrit are often associated with fire, and so Ifrit's general portrayal throughout Final Fantasy is fitting as a powerful fire demon that usually allies with the player out of reluctance. Shiva, on the other hand, is a male deity from Hinduism. While there are feminine aspects of Shiva in some sects of Hindu thought, such as his merging with his wife Parvati into the masculine and feminine entity Ardhanarishvara, he is usually depicted as exclusively male. Even so, the ice associations typical with the Final Fantasy depiction of Shiva are not something present throughout Hindu mythology. In all honesty, it feels like an odd and mildly tasteless bit on the game's part to call for some amount of naive, peaceful unity between Islam and Hinduism without understanding the material context that leads to the conflict between the two religions. These two characters also come to represent yet another Terra and Celeste dichotomy. After all, Terra is fire and Celeste is ice. At this moment in the narrative, Terra has fully become a beast unknown to the player, though likely an Esper. She too might lose herself to her passionate fire and become a demon like Ifrit. Meanwhile, Celeste is powerful and calculated like Shiva, and much of her narrative space has been dedicated to the union between her and a male figure within the narrative, almost a gender-swap version of the birth of Ardhanarishvara. After a brief boss fight, Ifrit and Shiva notice that Ramu is with the party, again making odd theological connections that aren't really present, as though Rama is also a Hindu character, he is not tied to Shiva in any meaningful way and join the player. After more twisting passageways, the party comes across another boss contained within the facility, an experiment named Number 24. The implication of this boss fight is similarly haunting to the Onion Knight due to its humanoid nature and unwillingness to speak, only a soulless Magitech automaton left behind by the Empire, its only language being the spells it attacks the party with. This magic proves to be the key to understanding what it was guarding, as in the immediate next room the party is confronted with all the espers of the facility who are still being drained of their magic. After the espers are freed, they immediately become Magicite for the player, which is really tragic. The voices of the marginalized so easily become weapons of war, another nuclear Armageddon on the brink of happening at any moment. The Magicite acquired here are as follows: Unicorn, Maduin, Catoblepas, Phantom, Carbuncle, and Bismarck. Unicorn's symbolic ideas are interesting. Throughout medieval art, unicorns represented the endless quest for mortality, rulers desperately trying to escape death no matter what. And in some ways that is representative of the Empire's fascistic quest for magic. Gestahl and his forces attempted to capture that magic no matter what the cost, to synthesize the religious belief with the mechanical distortion, and to some extent it worked. Even though it's a lesser version of what Magicite can do on its own, still no replacement for communing with the espers themselves. Maduin's name has no known meaning or origin, unfortunately. Catoblepas refers to a medieval mythical creature by the same name reported to be seen in Ethiopia by Roman naturalist Pliny the Elder. Though in Final Fantasy VI's interpretation of it, it's less a bull that turns people to stone with its vision and more so a warthog that turns people into stone with its breath, another portrayal of the strange variety of forms that espers can take on. Phantom is an interesting esper not because of any particular mythological connotations, but because of how it intersects with the narrative. After all, Shadow, a party member who hasn't been seen for quite some time, is a ghost upon the narrative himself, one who wanders from moment to moment burdened by the sins of his past, and there have been many ghosts throughout the text aside from just him. Carbuncle is in a similar boat to Catoblepas, a seldom seen reported animal that doesn't exist, this time reported by the Spanish conquistadors when they first arrived in the Americas, its reflective magic being in reference to the various gemstones that have been named after the creatures, such as the red garnet. Garnets in particular have associations in Persian folklore that imply they protect the wearer from lightning, and perhaps Carbuncle's presence here is in reference to Locke's attempted chivalric protection of those around him. Always falling short as the romantic hero, as he is no reflective esper. Bismarck, the final esper, is a large whale. The German name Bismarck is often said to be the short form for Biskopsmark, which means bishop's boundary. This likely connects to how the espers are the boundary between the material and immaterial realities that Final Fantasy VI compares and contrasts. However, the authorial intent behind Bismarck's name likely lies with the Nazi battleship Bismarck. This was due to Japanese culture's borrowed trait from American culture of an unfortunate history of fetishizing military weaponry, which sadly includes Nazi weaponry for obvious reasons. Of course, a whale is similar to a battleship in that it's a massive, dangerous entity that moves through water. That one of the espers you use to defeat the Empire is an organic variation of a piece of Nazi weaponry is one of Final Fantasy VI's worst ideas. After the party collects the Magicite, a man enters the room and quickly reveals himself to be named Sid. Sid has a lot of meaning to it within Final Fantasy generally as a concept. Up until now, in the series, Sid has been a kindly representation of mechanical ingenuity with a good sense of humor. His only more serious role in the narrative was in Final Fantasy II, his debut work where he literally dies, but he's still good-natured and good-hearted in that particular text. Sid in Final Fantasy VI is an inversion of this generally more jovial role as the Imperial Scientist who pioneered the project to drain the espers of their life and destroy the natural world around them. Sid as a name itself is of Spanish origin and means Lord, which is fitting for an appearance where he serves to aid Imperial tyranny. And the Returner's entrance has aided that fascist cause, seeing as he notes the secret of Magicite in front of the player, another way in which the Returners and their reactionary ideology are failures as an organization. Kefka arrives on the scene and asserts that Celeste is a traitor to the Returners, her role in the narrative called into question, and her position as a homerific siren to Locke finally posited in full. An interesting moment occurs here if Kane is in the party with the player. He mocks Celeste, having fulfilled his prediction all the way back at the Battle of Narsh. This is one of the best subtle moments of soap opera dramatics in the game, one that can be so easily missed by simply not using Kane. His reactionary distrust and contempt seemingly vindicated. However, before Celeste can be further questioned, she teleports Kefka away from the party, along with herself, proof that she was loyal to the Returners enough to save them from danger and reversing the romantic roles with Locke. Her protecting him, she the carbuncle to his siren, she the true chivalric romantic and him the damsel in distress. The fact that she leaves Sid with the Returners communicates that in spite of his fascist nature, Celeste holds some level of trust in him. Sid explains that he raised her on the elevator right down, and that now he wishes to leave the Empire in spite of it being far too late to undo his crimes. His deathbed repentance is accompanied by the harrowing laugh of Kefka from the floors above. No matter what Sid says, he cannot be trusted. After all, his considerations about abandoning the systems of Empire come only when the life of his surrogate progeny, his potential legacy, Celeste, is threatened. Fitting that a coward should be so totally consumed by his yellow attire. The sequence ends in a bombastic minecart chase where the party fights against another experiment, this one focused on physical attacks as opposed to the last experiment's fixation on magic. The spiritual and the mechanical interlinked for evil by the forces of fascism. When the party finally escapes, they meet up with Setzer, who has arrived late to help, filling his rogue with a heart of gold archetype. Another boss fight then ensues against a pair of cranes Kefka operates against the player, and this is where Setzer is first under the player's control as a party member. His weapons of choice are gambling implements, and his signature move is a slot machine, leaving even the heat of battle up to the whims of fate, though with hints of human interference in some of his slots. Aside from the fact that they can be easily manipulated by the player, the permutation of 3 non-matching slots always spawns what is called the Mysidian Rabbit, named for the mystics of Mysidia in Final Fantasy II and Final Fantasy IV. While there isn't much connecting how they're presented in those two games, the Mysidian Rabbit being a magical entity here is crucial. He's a rabbit in a hat. Though Setzer, rather typically of the medieval period that this game is partially set in, believes there's a supernatural entity governing the strings of life, there has time and time again been a proverbial Wizard of Oz operating behind these moment of fates, be it in Edgar's initial duping of Sabin 10 years before the events of the text, or Celeste's retread of that same moment. A rabbit in a hat magic trick to pull the wool over the eyes of people like Setzer. After the destruction of the cranes, the airship takes flight back to Zozo. When the party arrives at Zozo, once more, Maduine's magicite reacts with Terra, and it's revealed that he's her father, which begins to open up the implication that Terra herself is half Esper. This is, of course, a classic mythological idea, that of the changeling child who is born into a human family and world, one that belongs to neither. It's also in some ways biblical, Terra having thematic parallels with Jesus Christ and tying it all back to her name being Tina in the Japanese version of the game. Terra is a child of divine birth who brings about great change for the world. After this revelation is made, the work transitions to a flashback sequence where the player takes control of Terra's father prior to her birth and observes how he and her mother met each other. This sequence further cements the biblical connections, but in two interesting and different ways depending on the text. In the slattery version of the script, Terra's mother is named Madeline, which is derived from the biblical character Mary Magdalene, one of Jesus' followers who witnessed both his crucifixion and his resurrection, which has implications that will be discussed shortly. In Woolsey's translation, she is referred to as Madonna, obviously in reference to the Virgin Mary, further implying that Terra is Christ. It's interesting that, as opposed to being named Mary, she's Madonna specifically. Madonna doesn't just refer to the Virgin Mary, but specifically the artistic rendering of the Virgin Mary. Thus, Terra's mother is not simply the Virgin Mary, but an aesthetic rendering of the Virgin Mary. Yet another instance of something in Final Fantasy VI explicitly being a performance, similar to how Celeste herself performs the idea of the Virgin Mary 18 years in the text's future. After a brief segment that feels oddly judgmental of the Espers for achieving self-determination, Madeline is integrated into the Esper community and she gives birth to Terra. A several-year time skip ensues and the Esper world is found by the Empire due to Madeline having found it all those years ago, and even though the seal is able to be reinstated, several Espers end up getting sucked out and captured by the Empire, thus leading to the rediscovery of magic in the human world. In her guilt for having led the Empire to the Esper world, Madeline leaves back to the human one as well, but Maduine and Terra come with her. And so Madeline's namesake in Magdalene becomes clear. She witnesses the death of Christ and Maduine being captured by the Empire, but also the resurrection in Terra as she is born. The scene around the characters closes like curtains as Gestalt kills Madeline. Yet another theatrical flourish in a game defined by them. Terra awakens as herself and resolves to fight the Empire, becoming a much more active force in the story from this point forward than she was up until this point. Also from this point forward in the narrative, she gains the in-battle ability of switching between her pink Esper form and her human form, which increases her magical power for a limited time. In order to increase the amount of time it's active for, Terra has to win battles in her human form, another way that magic and violence are inextricably tied within this game's text. At this point, the game gives the player free rein to explore the entire map, coinciding with Terra also acquiring her freedom and confidence in herself. Setzer finally allows the party to use the Blackjack's full capabilities and go anywhere on the map. The player also now has the ability to check Setzer's equipment, which in turn inadvertently reveals one of his Vader qualities. In the original Super Famicom and Super Nintendo release, Setzer comes equipped with a bandana on his head. However, Setzer can't equip bandanas, so once taken off it can never be re-equipped. Setzer cannot be seen wearing the same thing as someone like Locke after all. This vanity is one of Setzer's many facades to hide his true self, buried for one reason or another. Using the new freedom allotted by the Blackjack, the player can find the previously inaccessible town of Thamasa. The name Thamasa brings to light two things. In a literal functional plotting sense, it is the name of the location Shadow found himself in his last dream, but also reminds one of the word thaumaturgy. Thaumaturgy, of course, is magic in and of itself, which lends this place a spiritual quality. There isn't much more that can be learned here at this point in the game, as similar to Shadow himself, the residents of this town are very reserved and secretive, but the intrigue is there due to that magical connection. The player also has access to a few more Espers that escape from Imperial control during the siege on the Magitech research facility that can only be found now. One is bought from a bandit in Zen and is a seraphim, which throughout Abrahamic theological perspective is a kind of angelic figure, the specifics of which change depending on the belief structure. It's ironic that just after a plot sequence about a Christian figure being stolen by the Empire, here is a Christian figure once more stolen, though this time from the Empire, and sold as a commodity. Speaking of Abrahamic ideas, in the auction house at Gedor, the player can bid on and acquire the Golem, a Jewish theological figure. This, unfortunately, takes on an anti-Semitic connotation. A Jewish figure is associated with affluence and the predatory rich people of Final Fantasy VI's world. The golem being an automaton, however, is an interesting design choice. Even this ancient theological idea has been corrupted by mankind's technological advancement. A symbol that was once clay, even in its prior Final Fantasy appearance in Final Fantasy V, made into an abomination of steel. Upon returning to Narsh, Banon enters the fore once more for the first time in ages to suggest striking up negotiations with the Espers in order to defeat the Empire again. After all, only those with atomic bombs can defeat those with atomic bombs. Terra resolves to be the liaison between human and Esper, her discovery of her true self allowing her to not hold any doubt or lingering fears about the decision, identity and motivations cleared, even pushing past the fact that Banon is being contradictory to the motives of the Returners much earlier in the text, them foregoing atomic power in order for a peaceful solution. The true face of the Returners is shown. While in Narsh, the party can encounter a thief named Lone Wolf, who the player may remember from earlier in the game as the strangely monstrous petty thief locked away in Figaro Castle's dungeon. Players who engage with Final Fantasy V will recognize that he was also a part of that work's narrative, a thief who removed from the player the ability to gain certain items through the choice of saving them. Sure enough, in this instance, after giving chase to Lone Wolf, the player is given yet another dilemma with regards to saving Lone Wolf's life. Save him for the reward of an accessory, or save one of the 12 Moogles who assisted the player at no assumed reward at all. This is an interesting inversion of what Final Fantasy V used the Lone Wolf character to convey. An act of kindness toward a criminal causing the player to suffer in the long term from permanently losing items, a fairly classist narrative, but nearly everything about Lone Wolf conceptually is regardless. Whereas in Final Fantasy VI, showing kindness to the Moogle leaves the player with no potential reward, as the Moogle showed kindness to the party much earlier in the text with no potential reward, helping the poor being the more explicitly rewarding option in this instance. This is all mildly undercut by the fact that this particular Moogle is Mog, one of the game's party members, though one that doesn't serve much of a role narratively aside from providing more depth to the party's connection to the natural world. While before this there have been characters like Sabin or Gao that are deeply connected to the mystical and primal aspects of the world, Mog is the first to be actually non-human, a creature closer to Esper than man, judging by his close psychic connection with Ramuh. This connection is most emphasized, of course, by his skill with environment-altering dance. He is so deeply entwined with the natural world to have mastered the ability to change it at will. However, it's not a complete imbalance in power, as nature takes over Mog's faculties whenever he enters this state, showing that there is a give and take to such incredible power over it, a transaction that the Empire violated in their dissection of the Espers. Once Mog is joined up, the party heads to the Sealed Gate, along the way passing through an Imperial outpost that is ominously empty. The Sealed Gate itself is deep within the bowels of a cave just past this outpost, and compared to nearly every other dungeon in Final Fantasy VI, there's an air of mystery to its contents. It's patrolled largely by undead creatures, the scars of the War of the Magi come to life, the memories of war taking on a new meaning and guarding the sacred place from any who would seek to awaken that forbidden power and again. In a cute and cruel irony, a special dagger here with the powerful ability to instantly kill enemies can be found, among the other ethereal objects that reside within the cave. But when used on the enemies here, they resurrect completely revitalized after perishing, a treasure fittingly guarded by those it cannot destroy. Speaking of the weaponry found within the cave, this is also where the Kazakiri is found, a katana for Kane. Kazakiri literally means wind cutter, which fits Kane pretty well. Kane is a character centered around the dichotomy between his wisdom and his own growth as a person, his role as a mentor to characters like Sabin or Gao juxtaposed by how far he himself has to come in order to fit in with the contemporary society that he has been thrust into, an aging relic finding his place in a new world. It's only natural that wind would be his element of choice, both one of wisdom and of change. The cave is also furnished with one of the most otherworldly puzzles in the work, a series of bridges that disappear and reappear at random. While nothing particularly out of the ordinary for gaming as a medium, it's not something seen thus far in Final Fantasy VI, not even in the actual land of the dead. It's an inexplicable abstraction that is not lingered on in any way, only a brief puzzle to both make it to the other side and possibly acquire Heiji's Jite, a relic that changes Setzer's slots to Jiltos, largely a joke about how gambling is a form of throwing money away. It's a command that's usually far better to use than slots for this reason. Why not get straight to the point of gambling instead of distracting yourself with any misguided ideations about profit? Jiltos itself has a history as a command within Final Fantasy, having appeared in Final Fantasy V beforehand, but tied to the samurai job as opposed to the then non-existent gambler archetype. This is due to the entire concept for them as being based on a fictional detective who lived during the time of samurai from a series of novels published in the 1930s. The aforementioned character was named Zenigata Heiji, who would defeat criminals through the means of throwing coins at them. That being said, this game's samurai is far too old-fashioned for a fighting style like that, so Setzer takes on the role of Heiji here. An extended room of the cave to the sealed gate revolves around several switches in order to get around, some of which open up caves, and one of which leads to a ninja descending from the heavens to attack the party, one of the more surreal moments in the game. The surrealism of the ninja's presence is compounded by the fact that he is a postmodern ghost, using a sprite of a ninja from Final Fantasy V and another baroque and confused connection between the two texts, in reference to how Shadow himself is a postmodern specter on the narrative as a fellow ninja. Before the ninja dies, he informs the party of a treasure hidden within the cave, and surely enough, after solving a few puzzles, the party finds the sword of the two ultimate weapons, an artifact of antiquity plunged deep beneath the earth and trapped between worlds. The ultimate weapon, when used, reflects the HP of whoever equips it. After all, a weapon is only as powerful as those who use it, and it's only fitting that the strongest weapon in the world would have been forged through this philosophy. Once the party reaches the sealed gate, a sublime and impossibly large mountain above an impossibly large chasm, terror begins to open it. However, in the midst of this, Kefka arrives and reveals that them arriving at the sealed gate was the Empire's plan the whole time. His gloating is interrupted when the sealed gate is opened successfully, and the overwhelming primordial force of the Espers scream outward at the party. Kefka is swept into the wave, but the party leaves unscathed. A strange portal appears that leads them back to the exterior of the cave, and they reconvene on the airship about the escaped Espers. While flying away from the sealed gate, however, the Blackjack is attacked by the Espers and crashes near Miranda. Now that the destructive atomic force of the nuclear bomb has been unleashed upon even them, the party has no choice but to see what has become of Vector. Vector is nearly destroyed, the Imperial Corps decimated by the righteous anger that they have willed upon themselves. Various members of the Returners, including Ben and Arvis, are here, though they're little more than specters at this point, all motivations and thoughts leveled by the sheer might of the force they've reckoned with. The party arrives at the Imperial Palace, and the Emperor welcomes them with open arms. And like the liberal reactionaries the Returners are, they decide to be open to negotiations with the Emperor, who declares that the war between them and the Returners is over, and that Kefka has been put in jail. Sid, the coward he is, also affirms that the Empire is a force for good now. It's then that Gestalt does something strange. Before asking the party to join him over dinner, he requests that they speak to as many soldiers in the Imperial Palace as possible in order to change their minds over to his side. The Returners abiding to this is an expression of that neoliberal urge to capitulate to fascists in order to prevent drawing their ire. A form of violent centrism and in some ways a brilliant manner of autocritique on the Returners as an institution. The Returners only wish to see a return to form, not a radical reconstruction of the systems of abuse. And if acquiring that return to form means kissing up to their enemies and having to deal with threats on their life while doing so from various subordinate soldiers, then they'll commit to that. During this tour of the Imperial Palace, the game goes to great lengths to show a three-dimensional portrait of the Imperial Army. Soldiers who regretted the war, aforementioned soldiers who refused to believe the war is over, even soldiers who were excited to fight in the war yet feel robbed of their experiences doing that, naive to the violence they would have suffered. This is a very strange tendency for this game to have. After all, there are many groups of people in this game who aren't allotted this interiority, such as the citizens of Zozo or several of the dark-skinned characters, or that it comes off as odd for a game so vehemently anti-imperialist to spend a not insubstantial amount of time attempting to humanize the Empire. It ultimately feels rather misguided. It's also during that tour that the player can encounter Kefka stewing in his cell. He laments his imprisonment and idly schemes as to how he'll exact his revenge. Kefka, then, is an entropic force. He cannot be meaningfully stopped. When your motivations are entrenched in absurdist violence, yourself only a vector for the endless desire to destroy everything as it has no inherent meaning, then you cannot be defeated. Even if Kefka were to be slain, his ideas would live on in the rot that we all have to face, and him simply being imprisoned here with plans to escape communicates that inevitability. There is not a single force in the world that can stop the ensuing heat death that is Kefka Palazzo. Once the timer runs out, the banquet begins, starting with Sid inviting himself onto the side of the Returners in the discussion. Another expression of the cowardice of fascists seen earlier in the Magitech research facility, Sid ever the reactionary opportunist. The banquet takes the form of a dialogue between the player and the Emperor. The choices are limited in what the player can say, as attempting peaceful conversation with fascists will always lead to the fascists controlling the conversation in some way, and the party is rewarded for capitulating to the fascist desires by imperial occupation being pulled from several areas around the game's world. It's here that many claims are made by Emperor Gestahl, that the poisoning of Domo was something he disavows, even going as far as to give a liberal half-apology of working to eradicate poisons all over the world with no meaningful plan to back that up, that Celeste was never a spy and the entire ruse was fabricated by Kefka, and most importantly that he seeks peace with the Espers now and wishes to use Terra as his means of achieving that. The party agrees without much discussion about it in spite of the obvious ruse and the fact that the Emperor frowns upon the player moving outside of very forgiving parameters for the Empire in the conversation. The returners are gullible neoliberal rubes. Before the banquet ends, General Leo arrives to brief the returners and inform them of his involvement in the mission. They are to go to a location called Crescent Island on the world map, evoking the earlier Crescent Mountain, which is geographically close to. The motif of strong spirits is still strong here. Leo and Terra are both strong individuals of conviction and certain beliefs at this point in the narrative, something that Sabin even directly comments on in Leo if he's present at the banquet. That being said, they are both individuals with horrible principles, though Leo's are far worse than Terra's. Both refuse to operate outside of the oppressive structures that they claim to oppose and are fine with upholding them in any way possible. As the ultimate expression of this liberal attitude, he will even offer a hollow apology to Kane if he's in the party, which Kane will begrudgingly accept as a show of politeness and nothing more. Civility politics will be the death of us. It's decided by the returners privately that Terra and Locke should go to Crescent Island together, mainly due to Locke's continual creepy chivalric tendencies, with the rest of them staying behind in order to keep tabs on the Empire back at home. Before leaving the palace, the player can find most of them hanging around in different parts of the building. Edgar, of course, expresses his suspicions, ever the logical skeptic, and his brother feels similarly, the two of them still perfect mirrors in many regards in spite of their different approaches. Gao has an interaction in Vector's bar, claiming that it smells like his father. Alcoholism was a factor in that old man's delusions surrounding Gao's birth, drinking used beyond comic relief for the first time in a Final Fantasy work. The most interesting yet subtle detail here, however, is what Kyan is up to. He paces in front of Kefka's cell, the one who has lost the most due to his endless destruction, ensuring that Kefka never escapes without realizing that to contain entropy is futility. Before going straight to Albrook and subsequently Crescent Island, there's a small interaction one can find in the crashed Falcon between Setzer, Cid, Locke, and Terra. What starts out as a small comedic moment quickly grows into something larger. Setzer mentions that, in spite of his world-weary ways, he once had something that guided him further, a woman named Daryl, who was his friend, though it is implied that they were also lovers. Daryl is a French name that's often used to mean darling, further cementing this romantic connection. Daryl pushed Setzer to better himself so that he might one day catch up to her, her airship named the Falcon after its heights as opposed to Setzer naming it after his worldly attachments and desires. Daryl herself couldn't stand to be worldly in any capacity and ended up crashing and dying, leaving Setzer all alone with his wings. The characters of Final Fantasy VI are all haunted by ghosts, but Setzer's is the most transparent. She hides between the lines of his demeanor and underneath his seemingly chipper willingness to give anything a chance. He's had a taste of the grief the world can give him and decided not to care, in a way a foil to Kefka. When the party arrives at Albrook to board the boat to Crescent Island, General Leo reveals that they will also be accompanied by Shadow and Celeste on the excursion, as dictated by the Empire. This begins one of this game's strangest melodramatic diversions. In this scene, and the next where Locke wakes in the middle of the night to attempt to talk to Celeste, the two unfortunately would-be lovers are quarreling over seemingly nothing, separated by the dividing river that Albrook takes its name from. While Celeste's perceived betrayal occurred at the end of the Magitech research facility, it's fairly obvious by this point to everyone involved that Celeste was never actually a spy for the Empire. But for some odd reason, Locke finds it far easier to trust Kefka's word on this than literally anyone else's. While romantic tension is a classical part of operatic form, and so its inclusion in this game is understandable, the way this is all written out is incredibly bizarre. Another Frankensteinian inclination of Locke. On the actual boat proper, a series of scenes plays out, again in the middle of the night, between Terra and a variety of characters as she grapples with whether or not she has the ability to love others. Terra's inversion of the classical romantic opera hero here is genius. Even though she has come into her own in understanding herself, that doesn't mean she fits all the trappings of what a woman is expected to do and be in these kinds of stories. She doesn't feel romantic connection, and though there is some amount of longing from her for that, it's only because it's been imposed upon her by others. General Leo's response is conservative, as is his wont. He reinforces that she will eventually fall in love with someone someday, fascist systems of power asserting that any who fall outside of their explicit parameters will ultimately do so. Shadow responds by speaking on his experiences as someone without emotion, and though he is often cold and uncaring, advises her to not give up on seeking who she really is in a rare moment of kinship from him. The wintry gaze pierced. Locke responds by throwing up from seasickness, as the idea of seriously confronting the self would make one trapped within a delusion intensely seasick. The party arrives at Crescent Island the next morning, and it's here that it's revealed that it's home to the suspicious village of Thamasa. After the party roots around the area for a bit, it's clear that somehow these villagers have innate magical properties, instilled in them through some force other than the artificial warfare of Magitech and not taught to them by the Espers. Their proximity to the Veld is fitting. There's a connection between them and the primal energies of the world that would attract that land of specters to them, or them to that land of specters, depending on which existed first. This also brings the crescent imagery into full view. Thamasa is full of strong-willed people who refuse to relent or give in to outside forces, even when the Empire themselves come knocking on the door of their island. It's also here that the player meets two new characters by the names of Strago and Realm, an old man and his granddaughter. Strago's name in Japanese is Stragus, which derives from the ancient Greek word stragus, which means twisted. He's an eccentric. His personal operatic introduction reveals that he is someone who has spent his entire life studying and learning from monsters, both an indication of his postmodern nature through the connection to the nearby Veld, and also his odd nature as a foil to the seldom mentioned Gao. However, much like the rest of this isolated space, he isn't willing to depart with any further knowledge on these conclusions. Realm's description conveys that she is an artist who captures the world through otherworldly and sublime works of art, her name obviously referring to the realms that she transfixes within her own artificial realms. Realm, much like her grandfather, is postmodern in this sense. She is an artist within a work of art. She also has a strange connection to Interceptor, the dog that Shadow has been fighting with for the duration of the game. Another clue to Shadow's past is Clyde, as his old life had brought him to Thamasa at one point. And a further connection between Shadow and postmodernity. His erosion of the self in service of his individualistic lifestyle, a combination of how our postmodern world both destroys our identities while simultaneously propping up the notion that singular people are what make the world great. With Realm and Strago unwilling to give up any information on the potential location of the Espers in spite of their obvious connection to them, the party decides to rest from the investigation. It's during this period of time that an old woman at a local item store will tell the player an interesting bit of information. Strago is not actually Realm's grandfather, but a friend of Realm's mother who began to take care of her after her mother passed. This makes something exceedingly clear. Having pierced the clandestine community of Thamasa and had a child with one of its inhabitants, only to leave and kill who he was for reasons forever unclear. Much like Terra, Realm is the product of the love between the members of two groups thought to be enemies. But in stark contrast to the archetypal romanticism that flirts between Maduin and Madeline, Shadow and Realm's mother's relationship is absent and cold, one draped in a veil of darkness and fog. This connection also underscores one of the most important motifs throughout Final Fantasy VI, that aforementioned importance of found families opposed to blood ties. Shadow is Realm's biological father, but the two have had no meaningful connection. Strago is her adopted grandfather, but he loves her dearly and has taken care of her for her entire life. The party rests for the night at the inn in Thamasa, and it's in the middle of the night that the old mansion on the other side of town sets on fire, with Realm trapped inside it. Strago arrives to wake up the party and get them to help Realm, and both Terra and Locke go with him. Shadow doesn't follow, but Interceptor does, which is what prompts Shadow to wake up. His daughter being in immediate peril doesn't concern him because that was the past he discarded. His egoist worldview is only concerned with his survival and his single companion, the Interceptor who comes between him and having to reckon with his deeds. When Terra and Locke arrive at the burning house with Strago, all of the villagers of Thamasa are gathered in front of it, and then one by one he convinces them to drop the charade and display that they're all adept in magic, their connection to spirituality unveiled. Terra, Locke, and Strago all go into the burning house together, and it's here that Strago's means of ludic expression comes into full force. Strago is a blue mage, a class of character in Final Fantasy introduced in Final Fantasy V that dedicates their life to the study of monsters and the ability to learn skills from them. The postmodern application of this ability is clear then. It is an entire artistic expression founded on the pastiche of other artistic expressions, a discipline of mirrors and simulacra. It is also, however, more developed than Gao's particular implementation of the skill. While Gao has much more versatility than Strago's individually learned abilities, Gao also literally becomes the monster he is mimicking, a perfect copy. Gao is the wild child whose study and mimicry of monsters unrefined. Meanwhile, Strago is a learned master, having spent decades perfecting a craft of imitation. Neither are very artistically compelling, however. Artistic development does not stop at refinement and synthesis of works that came before. It is additionally odd that Strago only begins with 2 blue magic spells at his disposal. He has lapsed in his study within the past few years. At the end of the burning house, the party finds Interceptor and Realm, both symbols pertinent to Shadow. Though the party is quickly overwhelmed by the flames, even with Strago's aquatic advantage against them, Shadow comes to their rescue in spite of his aloof nature. This, much like the moment between him and Terra on the boat, is an instance of Shadow's exterior facade peeling and him becoming Clyde once more, the externalized performance within a performance eroded briefly in the distortion of the flames of the burning house. While Shadow may have tried to totally destroy Clyde, and the conditions of our reality have certainly assisted in that process substantially, Clyde still exists as part of the construction of who he is, even if who he is a rejection of Clyde. It's this struggle to maintain that dance of performance that defines the conflict of Shadow's character. Ironic in a game that is as an opera, where all melodrama and stakes are performance to some degree, that the character who performs another role would see that performance framed as maladaptive by the text. When the party wakes, they're in Strago's home, where the player learns the history of Thamasa from the Blue Mage, that it was where those who learned magic during the War of the Magi went for reprieve after the events of the war, a haven for those who were hunted down by the non-magical humans and executed in inquisitions. This is one of the few pieces of non-contemporary history that the player gets to know past the War of the Magi in the text of Final Fantasy VI, something that is brushed past textually but simultaneously a loaded concept. It's another expression of that Shinto wistfulness for the Japan before that atomic bomb, before the end of the world that was ushered in by the end of World War II. In exchange for saving Realm's life, Strago agrees to accompany Terra, Locke, and Shadow in fighting the Espers. However, Shadow leaves the party at this point, seeking to pursue the Espers his own way. Clyde emerging through the facade of Shadow in the burning house was too much for him, and he retreats back into his safety net of aloof stoicism. At this, Strago gives a forlorn look, and in one singular sprite motion, the tragic melodrama weighing on his conscience is conveyed. A rare moment of subtlety in the pantomime and the tapestry of the opera that is Final Fantasy VI. The party goes to search a nearby series of mountain caves for the Espers. It's in this series of areas that the player can spot Realm secretly tailing the party, in an inversion of the party following the shadowy form of Vargas up Mount Colts. Terra and Locke were once accompanied by a companion, that being Edgar, and followed what they thought was his close relative up a mountain. And now they are accompanied by a companion, that being Strago, and are followed by his close relative. Both Vargas and Realm have some narrative similarities as well. Both are spurned artists, though in the case of Realm it's Strago not taking her seriously enough to allow her to go up into the mountains with him, whereas Vargas erroneously believed he was not chosen for succession. Realm's rage is more childish in its motivation, her dichotomy with Strago far different. This aspect of the stretch, in some ways, feels like a late-game deconstruction of what Final Fantasy VI is, a pastiche of itself as a form of small denouement. Eventually, within the caves, the party comes across a set of 3 statues, which Strago claims are effigies of the warring triad that the Espers must have been drawn to due to their latent magical potential. In a literalist sense, these were the strong spirits residing within Crescent Island. Reading the text on the statues reveals that these are signifiers of the Warring Triad and the story behind them. The Warring Triad were the creators of the Espers, and the ones who brought the gift of magic to the world. However, after the events of the War of the Magi, they turned themselves to stone in the Esper realm to ensure that their power was never used again for something so horrifying. But they still existed, creating 1,000 years of a Cold War between the past and the present. Nuclear Armageddon could still happen at any time, in spite of the pact to never use that dread power again. Ultros arrives on the scene for some levity and admires the golden statues, claiming that he hopes to earn Siegfried's respect through showing them to him. Both characters are charlatans masquerading as mythological entities. Ultros is Orthrus and Siegfried is Sigurd, so it's only natural that the two would have a relationship between their con artistry. In a similar vein to something like the partnership between the King and the Duke from Mark Twain's The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. Shortly after this short mention, the two parties do battle, and it's during this encounter that Realm intervenes and her power comes to the fore after a short comedic scene. Realm's ability is sketch. She has the ability to transfer the sublime qualities of the world around her into art and literally bring it to life as an attack, in a way the final step of the art that her grandfather began to foster. While not as potent or controlled as Strago's blue magic, it's more creative and it results in the miracle of life itself, the ultimate end goal of artistic expression, to make a new life in your ideas and rhetoric in whatever form you so choose. What is also interesting is how Realm serves as a foil to Gao in this regard. Though they're both roughly the same age, with Gao being slightly older, Realm's relationship to and observation of Strago allowed her to hone her craft into something prodigious, while Gao can only copy what he sees in perfect mimicry. Another example of Final Fantasy VI's argument that human connections are incredibly important, and that what makes us special is our ability to learn and grow from other humans. After defeating Ultros, Realm tags along with the party. When looking at her stats, one thing becomes immediately clear. Realm has the highest base magic stat of all the characters introduced thus far in the game, furthering the idea that artistic creation and expression is the most powerful and spiritually fulfilling thing in existence, but also that each new generation will bring with it the strongest and most radical ideas, as Realm is the youngest member of the party. The best works are the ones that radically change and upset the status quo of artistic experiences, the ones that forever alter the canon and what is understood of it. She also comes equipped with an object called the Memento Ring, a ring that protects the wearer from death and decay, a protective memory from a loved one long past. Another form of Realm's human bonds protecting her, even in the form of her mother's ghost watching over her. Further, deeper within the twisting passages of the caves, the Espers are eventually found, though they rightfully attempt to attack the party at first. It is only at the appearance of Yora, an Esper who the player had seen before in Maduine's flashback but went unnamed, that they decide to not engage in hostility with the party. Yora is an interesting name with many meanings across many cultures, but due to it being written out in katakana in the Japanese version of the game, one can assume it's not tied to its Japanese meaning, katakana usually reserved for non-Japanese borrowed words. There is, however, some amount of substance to the Russian meaning of the name, as Yora's interpretation of the name George, which refers to the Greek name Georgios, which means earth worker or farmer. While the game leaves unclear what exactly Yora's occupation is, it's likely that considering the conditions of the Esper world and the brief glimpses we see of it, largely comprised of different plots of farmland, that many Espers were farmers. Yora included, allowing the character a humble countenance through which the diplomacy between him and the humans can occur. Yora and the rest of the Espers return to Thamasa with the party, and they discuss terms with General Leo and Celeste. In an unexpected turn of events, everything wraps up nicely. There is no conflict, both groups coming to terms that they find desirable regarding the war and the cycles of violence that have been occurring for the past 20 years. Locke and Celeste even make up a quiet resolution to their romance. However, as this all-too-cliché conclusion plays out, the punch in the gut arrives in the form of Kefka, ever the playful antidote to mirth, arrives to spoil the fun, murdering the Espers en masse and revealing that the negotiations were a ruse in their entirety, surprising no one. The Returners failed as an organization and allowed fascism to claim another victory over them, as is the wont of liberal centrism. He then gloats about becoming a god and starting a new Magitek empire of Kefka. While it was easy to tell that Kefka was going to usurp Gustave from how he spoke and acted, this was the first time a clear portrait of his intent is painted. Kefka is entropy, Kefka is rot, and Kefka will take control of everything to see that will exacted. While most of the party is left totally powerless by this revelation, General Leo manages to get up through sheer force of will and, in the first good act he will ever commit to in the entire work, attempts to kill Kefka. General Leo is a force of nature to control, shrugging off all of Kefka's attacks as if they were nothing. Even equipped with a special ability no other character in the game can use, calling Divine Judgment down on Kefka, which leads to Kefka using illusions to get the better of Leo and backstab him, the scene tainted red with blood. The last meaningless symbol of any kind of restraint in the Empire has been defeated, and Kefka's absurdism has totally won. General Leo is the last major character in Final Fantasy VI who has dark skin of any kind, and while he is the most nuanced of the characters who do have dark skin in the game, his role as an agent of fascism through his unwillingness to act against change and his eventual death as shock value and further motivation for the protagonist is grim in a game where the only other dark-skinned characters have zero empathy shown to them in any context. Again, the racism present throughout Final Fantasy VI is not really something that can be overlooked about it as a work. Kefka gleefully leaves the scene and the party builds a memorial to General Leo. As this memory of the functional fridging of a character is constructed and given physical space in the world to legitimize itself further in the game's text, to my disgruntlement, Interceptor intercepts, wounded, but without Shadow. It is assumed that Shadow is dead by the rest of the party, slaughtered like General Leo was. The man who forsook his emotions to take on living death finally put to rest. The rest of the party arrives, having learned the deception through Edgar's idle flirtations with the Empire's serving girls. When they board the airship to leave together, accepting Strago and Realm both into the fold with little question, Strago is the first to point out a dread landmass that rises above the waves from where the small peninsula that hid the sealed gate once was. A floating continent is now suspended above the land. A dread weapon. The Cold War has definitively ended. A shot at the top of the continent itself shows Kefka and Gestal having awoken the full might of the warring triad, their power converging in their perfect equilibrium and totally within their control. It's here that the first glimpse of the warring triad's appearances is given, though it is a brief one. It's interesting to denote the appearance of two highly demonic and monstrous statues, but also the presence of one that takes the form of a human woman. While in Woolsey's script, all three of the entities are referred to as goddesses, thus implying they're all female, she is the only one which implies a matriarchal religious hierarchy in the world of Final Fantasy VI, one where there is a holy mother rather than a holy father is seen in most Western religious thought, fitting for a game that focuses very much on the struggles of its heroines. This goddess that appears reminds back to Terra herself being named after the matronly origin point in Roman mythology. Final Fantasy VI's matriarchal existence coming into full focus. The floating continent itself exists in contrast with the floating continent of Final Fantasy III. While in that game the floating continent is the cradle of the game's narrative, the most forgiving landscape that the party starts in into respite from the biblical flood that has engulfed the world, here it is a dread climactic space heralding the apocalypse. A grim prelude to the end of the world, the Empire similarly having twisted a symbol of safety from that work as they did with the Onion Knights much earlier in the text. The Returners resolve to storm the continent and ensure the warring triad aren't used, their only possible course of action at this point. Before doing so, however, there is a strange set of circumstances that lead to the introduction of a minor character in the text, Gung-Ho. If one is to return to Thamasa with Strago in tow after the raising of the floating continent, they will encounter his old colleague Gung-Ho. Gung-Ho is literally named after the word gung-ho, which is an adjective that indicates some form of courage. Here it operates as a foil to Strago. After all, Strago gave up on his dream of defeating the aptly named hidden monster called Hidden, so Gung-Ho says, unlike the Gung-Ho Gung-Ho. This further textures Strago and confirms our previous hypotheses about him not knowing much blue magic when joining the party. At some point he gave up the ghost, whether out of fear or old age. The process of boarding the floating continent is impeded by the appearance of the Imperial Air Force, an entity that up until this point has been unseen and unmentioned. This is an incredibly bizarre moment for this reason, and the almost comical design of the leader of the Air Force lends to that absurd air, as if the game is starting to show its full hand on just how far Kefka's influence has gone. Ultros even shows up to the party with a +1, claiming that this will be the last time the party will ever cross tentacles with him, lending this all an even more apocalyptic air than it already had. This is a series of climactic duels, Ultros' statement implies, and the narrative is nearing an end. Typhoon is the name of his friend, a hulking beast with the ability to blow your party members off the side of the airship and onto the continent itself through freefall. This name simply refers to the word typhoon, which is a kind of incredibly intense storm that occurs extremely frequently off of the coast of Asia, hence its name being Chinese in origin. Fighting for the party's life against a literal force of nature who can remove any member from the battle in an instant without recourse adds even more tension to the affair. Natural disasters are coming against the protagonist. The form of Ragnarok could be the only thing on its way now. When the party finally boards the haunting, primordial, almost incomprehensible organic mass of rock that hovers above the land, the first thing the heroes encounter is Shadow lying wounded. The ghost cheats death once more, and resolves to fight with the party to defeat the Empire. Yet another sign of how dire the stakes have gotten that even the Spectre who takes no sides would be willing to work with the Returners for seemingly little other personal incentive. In addition to this, a weapon for Shadow can be found here behind a mini-boss that appears abruptly in an instance of the strange orbs that make up part of the landmass's non-Euclidean geometry. Defeating the apocalyptically biblical Gigantos, one of the ancient slumbering evils awakened here, awards the party with the ninja kunai Sasuke. Sasuke, of course, derives from the historical folklore figure known as Sarutobi Sasuke, bearing a few similarities to Shadow narratively, the main one being that they both serve as rivals and foils as one of their primary narrative roles. While Sasuke is a rival to, and also in some tellings a good friend of, Kirigakure Saizo, Shadow's rivalry with the rest of the cast of Final Fantasy VI is less explicitly dichotomized. In truth, the source of Shadow's polarity against the Returners is simply that he both never commits to being one of them, and that at no point in the narrative does he form any attachment to the events that are occurring. The few times he nearly does, he suppresses so as to not let Clyde live once more. Another indication of Clyde hidden in this section is in Realm's Memento Ring. Shadow is the only other party member in the text who can put it on his finger, the specter of Realm's mother who he abandoned, still extending her love and warmth to him, desperately reaching out to Clyde from within the shadow and trying to pull him out and back into human connection. It falls on deaf ears. There is also a weapon that can be found here for Kane called the Murasame, referring to the katana from the 19th century Japanese novel Nanzo Satobi Hakenden, wielded by the protagonist Inuzuka Shino. True to Kayen's character, Nanzo Satobi Hakenden is a novel that venerates virtues of Bushido and tradition, which the author claims was written to instill traditional morality in those who read it, though whether or not those claims were genuine has been a subject for debate. Regardless, the work has some unconventional and subversive ideas about gender roles from the era, both reflecting Kayen's generally understanding attitude to those of the party who have substantially different walks of life and ways of living than he does, but also at the growth that he potentially has within him, that he has the capacity to grow beyond the traditions that define his life so rigidly if he so chooses to, and especially if he must to survive his new reality. At the end of the twisting passages that make up the bulk of the floating continent's nightmare landscapes and past the freakish creatures of disembodied heads and apocryphal manticores, iconic behemoths that mark the end of a Final Fantasy making their climactic home here, the living organism that is the land itself pulsating and shifting as the party presses on different parts of it and makes their way deeper and deeper. The party comes face to face with the other Ultima weapon, the creature created eons ago along with the sword found on the trek to the sealed gate. Ultima Weapon gives a hauntingly written speech prior to the fight. It claims to have existed since the dawn of time, a metaphysical being beyond conceptions of beginnings and endings. However, Ultima Weapon has a specific creation point, and through its design it's easy to see that it is mechanical in nature, exposed machinery coming out of its head. Then this contradiction at the center of this character asserts all theological constructions are invented by man, even if they existed before time as well. Ultima Weapon did not exist before its creation at the hands of the swordsmith, yet once it was, it always was, a being formed through pure belief in its perpetual existence. After Ultima Weapon's defeat, Shadow departs the party's company, claiming to feel unworthy of confronting the Emperor and Kefka alongside them, the Phantom returning to his old ways even right at the end, a show of how truly cowardly the individuals must be to use shame as an excuse to not do whatever they could to save the world. Shadow leaves as Shadow, and Clyde is nowhere to be seen. As the party arrives at the top of the floating continent, Celeste either steps up from the party or runs onto the scene, depending on whether or not she was brought along. Gestalt utilizes the power of the statues to knock everyone into stasis except her, and gives her an offer to build a new world with him and Kefka, in a moment that's handled rather tastelessly. While the confrontation atop the floating continent is an incredible sequence for reasons that will be gotten into shortly, the aspect of Gestalt essentially forcing Celeste and Kefka to have progeny together for some sort of Magitech eugenics is gross in ways that aren't particularly interesting, even if they are reflective of the ways in which the United States itself is a eugenicist nightmare nation. It's sexual assault invoked for nothing other than to imply something that was really already implicit by the text describing the Empire as an empire, and it's something about Slattery's version of the script that doesn't work very well. Woolsey avoids it entirely in his version of events. Celeste, in her final act to cement her loyalty and shirk the narrative accusation of being a siren to lead the heroes astray, declares that there is no place for power structures at all in the world. The main thrust of Final Fantasy VI as a political object finally come into full focus. Final Fantasy VI's politics aren't particularly complex, and they're fairly naive. As expressed by Celeste, the text wants all forms of power structure to be cast aside in favor of the construction of something new, which is one of the most basic forms of political radicalism to the point that it can hardly be described as radicalism. The Empire and the Returners and every other group in between is bad, it argues correctly, but instead of offering up meaningful institutional or systemic change with its own ideology, it simply takes up the absence of one. It's not an argument entirely founded in falsehood. After all, the Empire and the Returners are both institutions that need to be dismantled, as neither is good. But it's missing the ideological bent that it needs to function. As it stands, it doesn't stand. It just hopelessly lies on the ground in between attempts to compel itself to stand up, desperate for the ideas that could help it become fully formed. After her speech, Celeste stabs Kefka and he reacts childishly at the sight of his own blood, an ultimate statement on his views on the world. Though Kefka gleefully enacts endless pain on everyone around him in the name of his entropic ideology, he himself cannot handle the idea of coming to harm. Like so many of those who take up his particular brand of violent absurdism, his ideology only goes one way. Suffering inflicted upon Kefka is a tragedy of the highest order in his mind, while suffering inflicted upon the world by Kefka is merely a consequence of it being a day that ends in Y. The natural consequence of holding such a deeply individualist and uncaring worldview, and interestingly juxtaposed against Shadow's repression of the self. This is an example of the person he could become if he doesn't allow Clyde to return and continues to shroud the life he lived in obscura. Provoked by the stabbing, Kefka goes into the center of power in the warring triad, becoming fully unstoppable. Gestalt attempts to put him down, but a cartoonishly lengthy sequence ensues of Kefka mercilessly slaughtering the Emperor once and for all, his ongoing entropic deconstruction of the Empire and its Gestalt uniformity finally complete, leaving void upon void in its wake. Then he begins to destabilize the statues, unleashing the dread atomic force upon the world that had been kept dormant since the end of the Second World War. The sword of Damocles that hung over the planet ever since the invention of the nuclear warhead finally dropped to swiftly lop the head off Final Fantasy VI's unwitting courtier. It is met with some resistance. Clyde returns to attempt to put the statues back into place, giving the party a window to escape and ultimately setting himself apart from Kefka in this expression of emotion, but ultimately it is for naught. The party begins their escape. The path to the airship is twisted and fraught, leading to one of the most surreal and sublime sequences in any game. The party is assailed by distorted monstrous clowns, ones that hew close enough to human to be terrifying but are ultimately still transmogrified monsters. Formerly Imperial soldiers also warped by Kefka's will. His power so great as to even influence the human form and contort it. At the end of the line, the party encounters Nalapa, another expression of Kefka's will, though this time bearing a whip, a sexual expression of Kefka's endless desire to cause and increase suffering in the world. The mad clown is sadist even in intimacy. Once the party reaches the airship, they're given the option to wait or to jump. Clyde, after all, is still behind, attempting to stymie Kefka with what little he can do. This is the largest choice in the game. To save Clyde's life, you give him another chance or let him die the shadow, disappearing like dust in the wind, a spirit returned to the grave he was meant to lie in years ago. Whichever is chosen, the party jumps onto the airship, Clyde in tow or not, but it's quickly torn apart in the destruction of the world. Everything gets destroyed in nuclear Armageddon, a shot from space to show the planet's surface get accustomed to its new god. Fade to blackness as entropy sets in encoded as law. On that day, the world was changed forever. The text reopens on a shot of the open ocean, tainted by the world racked in ruin. The progenitor of all life on Earth, the first thing to embrace us as we re-emerge after the end of everything. Final Fantasy VI up until this point has been a story about combating giving up on life in the world. So naturally, even when the world seems to be completely ended, the story doesn't end there. The camera eventually finds itself situated on a solitary island, and it's here that the scene opens on Celeste and Cid, the stalwart and the coward. It's been 1 year since Kefka destroyed the world, Cid reveals as Celeste awakens from her coma, and as far as he knows, they are the only two people who haven't given in to despair and killed themselves. He proposes that they live a simple life together as grandfather and granddaughter, their surrogate familial ties from the old world bringing them both strength in the face of oblivion, and Celeste accepts this. However, soon after this, Cid finds himself ill, having exhausted himself tending Celeste back to health. It's here that Final Fantasy VI takes on one of its most esoteric sequences. The player, controlling Celeste, must nurse Cid back to health by catching fish from the nearby dead ocean, only accompanied by the dismal organ refrain of the track World of Darkness. However, the means through which Celeste can do this is so intensely obfuscated so as to imply that it's impossible for the player to save Cid's life, a struggle as hopeless as the world the two main characters find themselves in. If one is to save Cid's life, however, it results in some of the most emotionally unfulfilling sequences in the game. Sid is simply alive on this solitary island, repeating the same dialogue over and over, never to be used by the narrative again. It's through this that Final Fantasy VI conveys an important point. There is no art without suffering, and there is nothing meaningful without loss. While Sid dying is portrayed as a tragic event within the game's text, without it the player cannot experience one of the most profoundly impactful sequences in the game, Celeste's suicide attempt. Similar to the casting aside of a past life that Celeste committed to when she tossed the bouquet of flowers at the top of the Opera House, in response to Sid's death, Celeste attempts to cast aside the entire life she's lived up until this point. There's no one else on the island she lives on. As far as she knows, there's no meaning in her life anymore. What was once a resounding moment of hope and beauty is now a tragic end to the only protagonist left, reflected by the dead world that surrounds her. But, as said only a few minutes before, Final Fantasy VI is ultimately a hopeful text. Celeste survives her attempt, otherwise it would simply be a suicide, and she emerges onto the shore next to a seagull. She soon realizes that, tied to the seagull's injured wing, is Locke's bandana, a similar visage to Locke having tied his bandana around Interceptor's wounds only 1 year prior. While then Interceptor was a symbol of death and decay, interpreted as only to mean that Shadow had perished at the Empire's hand, here the bandana comes to represent a hopeful force in the narrative, an inversion of the ideas it once committed itself to. Celeste takes the bandana to mean that Locke is alive somewhere out there in the world, and afterward finds a letter written to her from Sid about a raft that he had constructed while she was comatose. For the first time since Kefka moved the statues, Final Fantasy VI becomes once more an uplifting and hopeful work, even in a decayed world. What becomes immediately obvious as Celeste travels on her raft to the nearest large continent is how different the shape of the world now is. The land masses have been inextricably altered by Kefka's divine might. The chaotic and mangled state of the world is even reflected in the enemies encountered throughout it, some taking damage over the course of the fight due to how inhospitable the domain is, some eating each other during the conflict, some simply even running away out of fear before the battle ends. In the center of the new continent that Celeste has found herself on is a spiral of land mixed together in a hurricane formation, all culminating at its eye in a gigantic spire. Kefka's distorted, Harlequinesque seat of power is situated in the same spot as Vector once was in the old world, a mockery of the systems that he destroyed which simultaneously created him. The nearest town is Albrook, but there's not much further cause for hope there. Talking to the townspeople only invites more despair, lamentations about the world as it was being the primary topic of conversation. It is both a satiric ode to nostalgia's romanticization of the past, seeing as this particular town was literally under the thumb of a fascist regime, and also yet another indication of just how horrible the world has become in the wake of Kefka's destruction. The most new information here is that the calamitous past year has brought forth several sleeping ancient creatures to the surface. Deathgaze, a flying demon, Humbaba, a monster fixated on terrorizing the old world town of Mobliz, and the enigmatic 8 dragons. Deathgaze is a fairly self-explanatory creature, and the 8 dragons are as well, but Humbaba is of more interest. Humbaba is a name in reference to a character from the Epic of Gilgamesh, one who defends a sacred wood from Gilgamesh who seeks to harvest wood from its trees. This all comes together to mean Mobliz is a sacred place that has some connection to Humbaba, and the people that currently live there are violating that in some form, the calamity having awakened his antediluvian rage. Regardless, each is yet another mythic legend similar to the Ultima Weapon, ancient lore unveiled by the upheaval of contemporary society. All that aside, there is one more thread found in Albrook, and this one brings the player hope once more. An old man describes someone suspiciously similar to Sabin having gone north to Zen. With no other leads, Celeste follows. Zen is in a similar poor condition as Albrook, but before the player can properly take stock of things, Kefka attacks the town in a random fit of rage using a beam called the Light of Judgment, having assumed a godlike visage in response to his new power. Those who disobey, or he simply feels like killing for fun, are blasphemers who must be punished. A house is struck by the ray with a child inside it, and as it crumbles, the one pillar ensuring it doesn't fall to dust is Sabin, ever the visionary and ever the iconoclast, having never given in to despair after the world fell to ruin. There's no time to catch up, so Celeste rushes in and saves the child. After this particularly tense sequence, Celeste and Sabin have a happy reunion, resolve burning in both of them. This sets the expectation that, in spite of the world's decay, everyone is willing to band together once again to defeat Kefka. After all, do you think a tiny thing like the end of the world would do them in? As Sabin resounds triumphantly. There's one more thing of note in Zen. The bandit who attempted to sell the party the Seraph Esper much earlier in the game will still be selling it if the party didn't purchase it then. However, in this world of mad gods and dead scriptures, there is no more meaning to the Seraph, no more value to it. What once was able to be used as a bargaining tool is now worth barely anything to the bandit. He essentially gives it to you for free. Kefka has usurped any and all religious iconography that once held power, angels and demons torn from the skies. To the northwest of Zen is one of the numerous hidden chocobo stables that made their way across the map in the world of balance. Here they remain intact, odd ghosts and relics of the old world, nearly entirely the same with the exception of the men working the counters lamenting the world's end and that they still have to work in spite of it. These stables, even in Kefka's new hell, still exist. This new anarchic hellscape still protects the old capitalist power structures and systems of abuse, freedom being bought and sold both for the chocobo and for the player, even if Kefka sought to destroy them. The only way the party can go at this point is to the east across the once submerged Serpent Trench, the snake that once protected sea life like a veil forced above the water, killing much of the life that once found refuge inside it, at which there are two ends. At the tail's end is the town of Mobliz, purportedly now terrorized by Humbaba. Upon arriving at the town, it is almost entirely deserted, save for a single child who stands vigil and runs inside at the sight of the party. Looking through the decrepit ruins before following the child leads the player to make a grisly discovery. The soldier that was here 1 year ago is nowhere to be found, no longer nursing his wounds in bed. He is but one casualty of the world of ruin, but his specter is felt in every step from now on. The one the party comforted in his dying moments put to rest at last. In the basement of the house the child ran into, the party finds an entire orphanage full of children, in addition to 2 young lovers who could have been seen in Mobliz back in the world of balance. However, the most important quarry found here is Terra, who is eking out a life as the adopted mother of these children. Unlike Sabin, Terra shatters the aforementioned precedent that all the party members would be willing to pick the fight back up. Terra has discovered a new emotion within her, burgeoning inside from deep within her soul, and has decided that a life of adventure simply isn't for her. The more she contemplates on this emotion, the less she feels she's able to fight. This interaction, again, also reinforces the importance of found family and connections seen in Kayan's metaphorical adoption of Sabin and Gao, or Strago's adoption of Realm. Terra has become a mother, regardless of if she is their birth mother, and she finds some amount of fulfillment and meaning in that role. It's during this discourse between Celeste, Sabin, and Terra that Humbaba returns to attack the small settlement. Terra rushes out to defend the life she's built for herself, but finds she no longer has the strength to do so, easily defeated by the Akkadian beast. Celeste and Sabin finish the fight for her, with Humbaba absconding into the night. Terra is in no condition to come with the party on their journey, her uncertainty once more reflected in her lack of control over her Esper form. The party moves on, but not before gaining another Esper in Fenrir, the Norse mythological wolf birthed by Loki who, no matter how tightly his chains were bound, would never stop growing. This inevitability pairs pretty well with the onset of death and decay that the world of Ruin brings to the party, but also ties back to Terra's character trajectory as well. Every time she begins to grow, she is bound again, her powers failing her, but she eventually breaks the dwarven chains surrounding her and comes out of the situation stronger. Terra may be held back now, but she never is for very long, every impasse of indecision eventually overcome. Going west up the Serpent Trench and past an enigmatic tower brings the party to the town of Nikeah, and here is where yet another running through line of the world of Ruin comes in full display. The towns that are the least affected by the apocalypse are the wealthiest ones. Nikeah, while a little worse for the wear, has survived largely unscathed, a reflection of how Kefka's violence did little to destroy the old power structures that he and the game wished to see disappear. The class hierarchy that Final Fantasy VI has such a complex position on remains even in the world of Ruin. Nikeah is also host to a band of thieves that were once locked in the basement of Figaro Castle called the Crimson Robbers, and their leader is a man named Jared. This is, of course, a poorly disguised Edgar, taking a cue from Shadow and masking the self behind an absurdity. This sort of scenario is incredibly similar to operatic comedy, and perfectly in line with the many false and duplicitous identities present in the marriage of Figaro, fitting for the king of the principality. Figaro Castle itself is purportedly submerged beneath the sands, likely the reason why Jared seeks to raid it. Survivor's guilt haunting Edgar to the point that he invented an alter ego similar to how Clyde created Shadow. As Jared and his crew leave for South Figaro by boat, Celeste and Sabin stow away with them. South Figaro is in much the same unremarkably similar state as Nikeah as the Crimson Robbers pass through it. However, there are a few more details here before the party presses on into the former South Figaro cave. Duncan's wife, who lived in South Figaro in the world of balance, can still be found here, but she claims that her husband lives. This entire thread is an odd addition to the game, one that feels bizarrely out of nowhere. Entirely a delusion on her part, given that the world has fallen to madness, that Duncan would still live. Duncan is viewed by the text as one of the ancient relics awoken by the apocalypse, or he is yet another postmodern specter that simply haunts the party as this game is so fond of. Whatever the case, the other object of interest here is that the aristocratic family from the world of balance is still, against all odds, completely intact, once more reaffirming that Kefka has meaningfully changed nothing, even though these comfortably living affluent people lament how much has changed for them in the wake of the end of the world. In the South Figaro cave, another character enters the scene, the swordsman Siegfried. Here he continues his satirical role, cowardly stealing much of the treasure from the parts of the cave that the party has yet to enter. Celeste can even catch him in the act before he runs from the scene entirely. Siegfried so routinely stealing away potential items for the player to hoard pretty succinctly shows Final Fantasy VI's stance on item accumulation in JRPGs in general. While this is conveyed also through the vast majority of items that can be missed for the inattentive or unknowing player, the interactions with Siegfried both on the Phantom Train and in this cave are both indicators for how unimportant Final Fantasy VI thinks the player having every item is. The player shouldn't be able to get everything, shouldn't be able to see everything. They are not the sole arbiter of the experience. Also of note about South Figaro Cave is the turtle that swims back and forth in the pond, which the Crimson Robbers use the back of to access the deeper annals of the cave. This is likely a symbolic nod to the classical Japanese fairy tale centering on the character Urashima Taro, who is carried on the back of a turtle to an ethereal palace across the sea. Similarly, this turtle carries the party to a strange and ethereal castle, one isolated from the rest of the world by being buried beneath the sands. Edgar himself is similar to Urashima Taro. By the end of the story, Urashima Taro is transformed into an old man after becoming displaced out of time. Edgar similarly ages quickly after this mortifying incident regarding Figaro Castle. Throughout the entire rest of the text, he no longer gives in to his womanizing vices up until Kefka is defeated. Though he initially flirts with Celeste as the Jared persona to subtly indicate who he is to her, he never entertains idle attempts at seduction again. When the party finally reaches Figaro Castle, nearly everyone is running out of oxygen, somehow having maintained their breath for a year's time since the calamity. The castle, once a place of safety for the party, has become inverted. It's now a dungeon, a similar distortion to Zozo without the classist implications of that setting. The most interesting enemy encountered here is Dante, a hellish horseman riding on the back of some variety of giant beast. Dante is, of course, a reference to the classical poet Dante Alighieri, most known for his epic poem The Divine Comedy. The Divine Comedy encompasses many ideas, and it will be a text returned to later in this video, but principally it is the journey of Dante as he goes through the afterlives to discover life's true meaning from God and all the world around him. Dante here is a twisted demon, a mockery of the idea that, in a world like the one Kefka has constructed, there is any divine meaning to be found. This is ironic juxtaposed against the year-long survival of the citizens of Figaro Castle, which is nothing short of a miracle in Kefka's dead hellscape. At the bottom of Figaro Castle, the party finds Jared, and he finally drops the act to join them up in the fight against an unnamed tentacle monster that's clogging the engine. After its defeat, Edgar rejoins the party as himself and completely dissolves the Jared persona for the rest of the text. He has grown from his time as another identity and emerges a more complete man as Figaro Castle itself emerges from the sands triumphantly, allowing everyone to live. After this ordeal, the player can tool around the castle to find talk of a cult of Kefka, a group of fanatics who worship the mad god at the end of the universe and recognize him as the true divinity. However, such a theological framework can only be inherently flawed, and that is a very interesting point about the cult of Kefka. Kefka himself is not a force of divinity or godhood in the world of Final Fantasy VI. While he is textually and diegetically an omnipotent being that is similar to what a god would be considered, his existence and motivations are totally antithetical to godhood. Kefka is the uncaring void, the absence of God. A Nietzschean deconstruction of religious systems and existences. Kefka cannot be worshipped because there is nothing to worship, he is merely entropy. And thus the cult of Kefka itself is a paradoxical institution, one born out of a human pathos of survival, heaping adulation upon destruction so that it might spare them regardless of how futile they know it is. Figaro Castle emerges near Kohlingen, its trajectory unassailed in the face of the end of the world. To the north of Kolingen, where there once was the house of a crazy old man, is now home to a coliseum, one that he constructed from his mad designs. The crazed exile who was once a mockery of the fetishization of war has been exonerated by Kefka's world, rewarded through the construction of a monument to eternal violence. The old man of the coliseum is not all too different from those in the cult of Kefka, those who worship the ceaseless decay of the land through endless turmoil. Ironically, though Ultros proclaimed his revelatory final confrontation with the party to be in the skies above the floating continent, it is here that the true end of his story comes to fruition. Ultros is trapped in endless debt to the Coliseum's owner of some unknown origin, now restlessly working as a receptionist for the institution. Ultros' ultimate humiliation is to become a tool in the systems of war and oppression, the ultimate farce of his existence. Even the pure comic relief character will eventually be assimilated into the hateful oblivion of Kefka's domain, a force for levity turned into a champion of destruction. Siegfried, a similarly farcical character, also makes his final appearance here, and unlike Ultros who hides behind his friend Typhoon, Siegfried is actually able to be fought in the Colosseum, but this time he's not nearly as much of a pushover as before. When spoken to while outside of a battle, Siegfried proclaims that this is because an imposter has taken his place throughout the events of the game, in reference to how easily historical figures and texts are altered throughout time, such that the originals are lost, and apocryphal materials abound. Siegfried's impostor is a retelling of the Ballad of Sigurd, one so distorted that he is no longer the hero that he claims himself to be. The battles within the Colosseum themselves take on a different ludic form than anything else in the game. While in a Colosseum battle, the player has no control over what their selected contender does, they simply succumb to random violence. This, then, is an extrapolation of the game's ideas about the nature of war. While there is much calculated violence throughout the text of Final Fantasy VI, much of it is done for what the game argues as the greater good. However, the Colosseum is merely violence committed for sport, the dreams of a madman made reality, a microcosm of the world of ruin itself, a nightmare made physical. While at the Colosseum, the player learns something else of interest, that an adventurer looking for a means to revive a corpse passed through. While no one in Celeste's retinue reacts to this revelation, it's an indication of the through line that Celeste postulated on after she had nearly given up all hope. Locke is still alive out there somewhere, assumedly so broken by the world's end that all he cares about now is his Quixotean quest to resurrect his dead lover. But he hasn't left much of a trail aside from the people he's touched in his journey in his typical Locke fashion. All the information this returner can give us on his location is to talk to the Emperor twice, a dead man speaking being key to the riddle of resurrection, a potent irony. Kolingen is largely unchanged, much like Rachel still preserved in stasis in Locke's basement. His hometown, much like him, has yet to move on. The most notable minor detail is the presence of a Narsh guard here, displaced from his hometown as it's been overrun with monsters and become uninhabitable. The bastion of the returners made a mockery of in this new world. However, in more major terms, in the bar where the party potentially hired Shadow 1 year ago and learned all about his sordid past, Setzer is found drinking away his sorrows in his place. Setzer has been totally destroyed by the loss of his wings, his freedom taken by Kefka's imposition. Similar to Shadow, he's not much more than a specter wandering the world, but after some brief conversation, Celeste is able to convince him to rejoin them. Ironically, Setzer's depressive spiral is almost entirely self-imposed, him having the means to take back the skies at his fingertips the entire year. Kolingen is only a small walk away from the tomb of his former lover, Daryl, where he preserved her airship in perfect condition after her death. Setzer's conviction was destroyed by the horrors of seeing the blackjack snapped in half before his eyes, and his spirit could only be released back to him by the visage of his former artistic muse, the simulacra of Maria. Setzer's resolve returned to him, the party set out for Daryl's tomb. Daryl's tomb is the second area in the game's text that is stench with death, the first being the ferry to the afterlife itself. But unlike Sabin, Kane, and Shadow's adventure in the Liminal, there is no sense of whimsy here outside the Urashima Taro tortoises that ferry the party across bodies of water. There is only a damp and heavy foreboding over everything, a lingering emptiness that comes from being trapped within the walls of the tomb for an eternity to come. There's no banquets or goofy slapstick, there's only void. This is the afterlife of a world ruled by entropy. It's hollow and lifeless. Zombie is a common status ailment here, characters within the party forced to live beyond death as mindless puppets of violence only saved with holy water, something that's luckily in large supply in this world as, much like the Seraph, it's worth far less than it was in the last world. Another reason that it's more hollow and vacuous is that it's a burial ground for the wealthy. Daryl aside, there are enemies within the tomb called the Borghese, which is a reference to an Italian noble family from the 13th century, and a similar word to bourgeois. Compared to the Phantom Train, the people's afterlife, Daryl's tomb is devoid of all joy and feeling, only the empty shells of aristocracy. This sequence also includes the only direct reference to the game's material existence in reality as a video game as well. A series of esoteric gravestones gives the party a series of phrases that simply communicates the world is square, obviously referencing the development studio that made the game, backward. At this, the game briefly plays the game over sound. This place of death has brought the party to realize, if only briefly, that they are simply textual objects within a video game, a level of operatic self-reflexiveness that goes even beyond the party realizing that they are within the play framing device, as they have done a few times prior to this. This is an existential dilemma. Much like Daryl, their existences are an undying artifice, but they are doomed to the knowledge that they don't really exist. It's through this that the party gets the Experience Egg relic, which increases the amount of experience points gotten substantially. Reckoning with the circumstances of their artificial existence and coming out on the other side of the experience brings them closer to becoming their fuller selves, more complex and textured individuals. Past this harrowing revelation, toward the bottom of the crypt, the party finds Daryl's proper grave and is swiftly ambushed by a Doulahan, a headless horseman from Irish folklore. In several Irish legends, Doulahan appear at graveyards where rich people are buried as a form of their evil spirits residing there. Even though Daryl's corpse was not buried here, her and Setzer's opulence that this vacuous space embodies attracts Doulahans regardless. The divine judgment of the Doulahan is reflected in the fact that the boss opens with a distorted form of the spell Holy, one that does damage based on how much money the player has, revenge against the wealthy who allowed the world its desolation. After the defeat of the Doulahan, Setzer walks the party down a very long set of stairs placed against a black background where scenes play out of him and Daryl's former lives together, a dramatic recreation of the beats of their existences, while Setzer figuratively and literally walks down memory lane as the song Epitaph plays. The entire moment an inscription made in her memory. It's one of the most evocative frames in the entire game, the present juxtaposed against the past, existing simultaneously, both conflicting realities coming into a dialectical, contemporaneous meld. The person and moments who changed Setzer forever captured so perfectly in his devotion and so vividly in his regret that she can appear alongside the party for a brief series of moments just as real as they are. Final Fantasy VI is an entourage of ghosts disguised as a video game. Comparisons between Daryl and the historical figure Amelia Earhart are hard not to make, both women who pushed their aeronautical careers to the absolute limits in the interest of proving something arbitrary to the world and died in the process in ways unknown. Though Daryl is easily based on this almost parable of a historical event, there's not much else to that interrogation to be found other than that, like many opera, Final Fantasy VI takes history and turns it into a romantic yet tragic tale, one of the many affirmants of its commitment to form. With Daryl's story laid before the player, the party finally gains access to her ship, the Falcon. It's no wonder that Daryl was always faster than Setzer. His wings were tied to his worldly vices, yet hers belonged only to the skies. The Falcon rises up and out of the shattered oceans of the world of ruin, and as it does, the bittersweet and triumphant track, Searching for Friends, rises with them, the crescendo of the game finally coming into focus. The party can choose to take on Kefka at any moment at this point, combating his evil rule taking priority if the player so chooses, but there's an entire shattered land to pour over for ideas and discussion, and perhaps even the remnants of the broken people that once united against a fascist empire. A white pigeon, an oddity in a world where Mobliz and its postal service have crumbled to pieces, flies past the airship and Celeste takes it as a symbol to follow. The true text begins. The airship is automatically positioned outside of where the dove flew, giving the player a clear path forward. Entering the town quickly reveals that it is Miranda, most notably the town that was once the home of the lover of the wounded soldier, Mobliz. When arriving in Miranda, she is still here. And she brings news of receiving letters from her boyfriend, yet another haunting that drapes the narratives of ruin. When the party inspects the letters, they recognize the handwriting. It's Kayan's calligraphy. Kayan, in the face of the world's end, has chosen to respond by living as anything other than himself. Many, in response to the great traumas of the old world's death, have taken to identities that weren't theirs. Edgar became Jared and Setzer fell into a world-weary stupor. Kayan, however, took the place of a shade who no longer lived, assumed an identity that once belonged to another and now was his. After all, how could he be himself in a world that has taken everything that defined who he was? Even the new family that he had founded was ripped violently from his grasp, and all he could do to find solace is to escape from being Kayan, an identity that no longer had any use to him. Another page taken from the book of his friend Clyde. It only makes sense that Kayan would attach himself to this particular woman's plight. After all, he both has already masqueraded as her boyfriend in writing through writing letters for him in the world of balance, and she has the exact same sprite as Kayan's wife. A haunting reminiscence. The narrative between Lola's lover Lola herself and Kayan is an adaptation of the play Cyrano de Bergerac. The key difference between the circumstances of Cyrano de Bergerac and Kayan, however, is that Cyrano de Bergerac takes up the false pretense in love letters out of a genuine passion for the romance and a fear that he could not be loved due to his appearance. Kayan takes up the veil not because he truly loves Lola, but because he can't stand to live as himself anymore, the crumbled relic that's collected so much dust as to be immovable. The play ends tragically with Cyrano's lover confirming that she loves him in spite of his appearance, but he is killed shortly after. While in this case there is no love from Lola for Kayan. This is no tragic romance, so this is an extended performance, two actors engaged in a series of lies to keep their respective ghosts alive, to storytell in a way that keeps them both sustained even if it means discarding everything they are for this falsified relationship. To Lola, the world never ended because that would mean she had to allow her boyfriend's memory to fade. To Kayan, the world did end, and so he isn't. Before leaving Miranda, talking to the people of the town reveals something else haunting about Kayan's particular predicament. The lands that were once Doma have been so scarred by the horrifying trauma inflicted by the imperial regime upon them that in the wake of the apocalypse, night terrors have infested the grounds to feast on the inner subconscious pain of anyone who chooses to rest there. Literal personal demons manifest to feed on the spiritual demons all must come to terms with in their time alive, the scars of Doma's demise lingering far into the future and eating away at all who exist in its spaces. The party follows the messenger pigeon out of Miranda and a bit north to see that it lands near Zozo, the town of thieves from the world of balance. Exploring Zozo finds it oddly untouched by the dread destruction of the apocalypse. Another odd and gross wrinkle in FF6's class politics, seeing the poor of Zozo is so evil that the apocalypse could not make them worse. A townsperson in Zozo, one who informed the party 1 year ago that Zozo was a town full of exclusively liars, now gives the party the ability to open the one door that was unable to be opened then. Rustred, the only way to access Kayan being through the destruction of the wear and tear of the past that define the melodrama of each character's lives. Kayan is the most haunted of our cast, so it's only fitting that the step must be taken prior to negotiation with them. Behind the impenetrable rusted door lies a series of caves in the mountains that surround Zozo, with little of note here other than the game's odd obsession with classism even extending into the fauna, featuring bears that steal from the player, indicating that the site Zozo is constructed at has some kind of mystical otherworldly quality that brings the people that live there to crime, and not simply the material conditions that Zozo is constructed under being the factor that motivates it. The player's first encounter with one of the 8 dragons is also present here. The fact that it appears from a chest unleashed by the player's own hand is a good surprise introduction to them as bosses. They're deadly primordial forces that were sealed away for good reason, and thus they can enter from any part of the scene, and dramatic trapdoor to be utilized at any moment. The fact that it's the Storm Dragon, representing the element of wind, also connects back to Kayan, who is a character strongly associated with the wind. The storming aspect of this particular wind manifesting in his intense inner turmoil still brewing over all the hardship he faced in the past year. At the top of Mount Zozo, the party finds a room full of bouquets of flowers and a letter from Kayan on the table admitting to the false pretenses. However, as the player sees, this remorse has not yet compelled him to shatter the illusion. When Kayan is found, he's sending out another letter to Lola. one that contains one of the most beautifully written lines of prose in the game, though that's not a particularly high bar. It's only when the party arrives that Kayan's illusion is violently shattered and he decides to be himself once more, shedding the narrative of the dying soldier to return to the narrative of the war widower, existing in parallel with Lola's grief as opposed to the subject of it. Before leaving, a key can be found to open the chest in Kayan's room and discover a set of books he keeps there. One is strangely about how to utilize Bushido techniques in the bedroom, and all the others are about how to operate machinery. These are both interesting expressions of Kayan's growth over the past year. Though he cast aside the identity of Kayan, he's begun to grow out of his shell even more, approaching topics that once embarrassed him like sexuality and machinery with an open mind, even if he keeps his study of them locked away, fearful that any would see his growth in those disciplines. This continued study is even displayed in where Kayan lingers inside the airship, dutifully observing the inner mechanisms of the Falcon. Kayan is a dialectic of growth and statusism and ebb and flow like all people are. Upon returning to Lola and Miranda, Kayan will inform her that her boyfriend is dead, and she will reveal the truth that all parties involved suspected. That she, too, knew it was a ruse, but maintained it for she knew nothing else. She expresses her gratitude to whoever maintained it for as long as he did, and Kayan does not reveal himself to her. Again, the solemn ebb and flow between progress and regress ever present in his character. The party leaves with a new lead. Kayan heard that he saw Gao on his way to the Veldt for the purposes of training, the only life Gao's ever led being one of solitude in the land of ghosts. Before that, however, there is something to discuss on this particular continent for lack of a better time to discuss it: the presence of the Opera House. Through having the same overworld sprite as the Colosseum, it offers an antithesis. The Opera House is a bastion of art and creativity. The core artistic and aesthetic ideals of Final Fantasy VI unscathed in the face of the world of ruin, aside from the fact that it is being challenged by the Earth Dragon at this point in time, the world outside desperately trying to tear down one of humanity's last institutions of hope. However, there is another more cynical side to this. The Opera House is a sign of aristocracy, and as such that is another reason why it's one of the last untouched areas of the world. That is also a reason why the Earth Dragon seeks to tear it down. The richer part of the reason the Earth has been destroyed to this degree, having created systems of abuse that made Kefka who he was. As the party takes to the sky, a chance encounter can be happened upon in the Falcon. The primordial creature Deathgaze, released alongside Humbaba and the 8 dragons, can be fought in random hidden spaces across the map, again taking the operatic element of improvisational surprise that the dragons do. It suffocates the skies, once a place of freedom for the party only a year ago, now plagued by one of the strongest primordial monsters, one that will be unlikely to be defeated for much time to come. A dread presence that strangles the player's expression. Another detour that's simplest taken now is a return to the solitary island Celeste was stranded on at the beginning of the World of Ruin, now empty and barren regardless if Cid has died or lives on as an empty program reciting the same line over and over in perpetuity. It's here, washed on the beach where Celeste drifted ashore in her rebirth, that the Esper Quetzali appears. Quetzali is an Aztec term to refer to a young Quetzal bird, which in turn are associated with the Aztec deity Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl is a symbol of many ideas within Aztec culture and mythology, a large bird associated with concepts like the sun, and Celeste herself is the sun of the World of Ruin. Even though she had a moment of weakness, once moving past that, she became the beacon that all the party clings to, the source of energy and light that moves the party forward. It's in Final Fantasy VI that Final Fantasy moves to being a far more feminine series, its 2 leads being women in the narrative focusing on their internal struggles as opposed to the external plot entities of Final Fantasies prior, and that's part of what makes it so special. While still imperfect and misogynistic in many ways, Final Fantasy VI feels like Square's first truly feminine work, centering on the matriarchal and the female far more than anything that came before. Finally getting to Gao on the Veldt, the party recruits him simply by leaving an empty slot open for him to return into, slotting in as if he was simply learning another rage as opposed to having been isolated from the party for a year. Sure enough, Gao reappears on the Veldt among the memories of every monster you've killed once more without having missed a beat. This world isn't foreign to Gao. He grew up with monsters his whole life. Why should they be his enemies now? It's always been the institutions that Kefka destroyed that have despised Gao, not the new ones Kefka invited. On the Veldt, a mysterious cave has opened up, one that has no name, similar to the nameless legions of fallen enemies that make their home on the plains. The cave itself is a distorted image of the caves the party has conquered in their wake, as all that manifest on the Veldt are. The first thing the party sees upon entering is Interceptor, Shadow's own performance mixing in with the performances of the Veldt. The Herald of Death and Shade sparks at the party and ventures further inside. Here a gang of thieves is encountered with little to say, aside from asserting that there's a forest full of dinosaurs to the north of the cave, having been awakened by the calamity. And if the party does choose to go up to this dinosaur forest, these dinosaurs are the most powerful monsters in the entire game. Primordial forces unbound like so many have been in the world of Ruin, yet these are the most ancient and thus the most powerful. Deeper within the cave on the veldt, the player can find the Ichigeki, a ninja dagger that Shadow can equip. The name translates roughly to single punch. Shadow kills mercilessly and swiftly, an ironic parallel to the man behind the facade, Clyde, a man who couldn't even kill someone begging for death. Speaking of Clyde, in the deepest bowels of the cave he is found if he survived the events of the floating continent. If he didn't, then Realm is found, either of them with Interceptor at their side. Regardless of who it is, they've both collapsed deep within the depths of this cave. Both are tied to the nature of the veldt. Shadow a ghost himself, and Realm a bringer of life to the spirits that lie in the world around her, and thus either is in line with the haunted grounds that make up a portion of Final Fantasy VI's eastern continent. Before the party could rescue whoever is found in the cave, they must contend with a surprise boss against a creature known only as the Behemoth King. As established earlier, the Behemoth is a monster typically only seen toward the end of a Final Fantasy game, used within Final Fantasy VI to denote that the floating continent is truly the last area in its false climax. The Behemoth King is here to fully complete the veldt's ideas. The veldt isn't just a meditation on the actions of the player throughout Final Fantasy VI. The fact that the boss of the area is not just a behemoth, but the leader of all behemoths, one who resurrects and engages the player once more as a zombie after its defeat, indicates that the veldt is a confrontation of all the monsters the player has killed throughout the series, the king of all monsters challenging you to force a friction between you and the game space. The most interesting part is where it leaves this idea. Final Fantasy VI offers the player no answer to the dilemma of video game violence. It only poses it. What does the player make of the endless creation of ghosts in the JRPG? Depending on which party member is subsequently saved, one of two dream sequences plays out. If Shadow is the party member saved, then we see his departure from Thamasa, the final of his night terror is finally made visible to us. It's here where the creation of Shadow and the banishment of Clyde is finally portrayed, an entity who can only live in Shadow's subconscious now to protect him from the guilt of his crimes. Realm, meanwhile, begins to exhibit some of her father's night terrors, but hers aren't based in guilt, but rather longing. Shadow's abandoning of her left a scar on her forever, manifested in this nightmare remembering the day it happened, Strago the only comfort that she had in those moments. Though Realm has so little memory of Shadow that she doesn't even recognize him when they meet in the world of balance, clearly that moment of abandonment was a formative one for her, the only detail of the silhouetted form of her father that sticks out to her, a form that she will never see again in the world where we see this particular dream as Shadow died on the floating continent 1 year ago, become yet another haunting on Final Fantasy VI's narrative, even more so than when he was alive. The party immediately takes whoever they found back to Thamasa to rest up. Something of note that has remained unchanged by the end of the world is Leo's grave, a monolith still standing in the town. Final Fantasy VI clearly thinks highly of his principles, one of its most ironic qualities. They were able to withstand Kefka's wrath in spite of the fact that he had no meaningful principles or values, a spineless general playing his spiritual strength for his own sanity, his principles the ones that allowed Kefka to rise to power in the first place. The coward's grave remains enshrined because Final Fantasy VI feels as if he's exonerated of his crimes just because he can feel guilt. Also in Thamasa is a villager who informs the party that Ebbet's rock has risen from the ocean to the north, the lair of Hidden, the beast Strago never managed to kill. Another ghost enters the picture, a dream that Strago chased but never caught has been unearthed in this dead world, possibly to taunt him, but now he also has a means of catching it. By the time the party returns to town after having left, whoever was taken back to Thamasa has now disappeared. A person in town will say that Shadow headed for the Colosseum or that Realm headed for Owzer's mansion in Jidor. Upon going to the Colosseum, one can fight Shadow there by betting the Ichigeki, and after his defeat he will rejoin the team. It seems that even in the world of Ruin, Clyde maintains Shadow, strength being the only persuasion he's willing to listen to. Mindless violence is a show of force. That you even bet the Ichigeki to engage in combat with him strengthens this. Of course he would want that weapon. It would reinforce his facade. Reinforce the shadow of Shadow and make him ever so slightly faster to escape from Clyde. Meanwhile, Realm has made her way to the mansion of the richest man in the world, Owzer, in the town of Jidor. Like much of the aristocracy present in Final Fantasy VI, Jidor has been untouched by the calamity in many ways. Even institutions like the auction house are still operating, so little has meaningfully been impacted by by the end of the world. The visual hierarchy of the town is maintained, with Owser's mansion still being geographically at the top of the space. Owser's mansion itself, however, is abandoned, the vacuous opulent space totally barren and dark, the staircase which normally led to the art gallery impassable. When the lights turn back on, everything seems normal. One of the paintings is different, an ominous portrait of Emperor Gestalt. If the party inspects the portrait twice, a note appears instructing them to land in the center of a mountain formation shaped like a star. Gestalt's post-mortem assistance here is a great case of dramatic operatic irony, that the leader of the game's main antagonistic force for much of its runtime is now assisting the party in some capacity here. It's also fitting. The only possible use a fascist like Emperor Gestalt can have to the world is after they're dead, and through his death he has illuminated a way forward to them as a guiding star, one that might potentially lead to Locke. Ironically, the Emperor is one of many paintings in the gallery that isn't literally alive, in spite of having a helpful discourse with the party. Rather, one of the paintings comes to life and attacks the party and reveals a secret passageway deeper into the mansion, where the party is further accosted by living paintings. This is one of Final Fantasy VI's most surreal set pieces, a man so absorbed into his hedonistic wealth that he shuts himself away and allows himself only the company of the spirits that live in art. Similar to the Veld, it is a postmodern hellscape. But compared to the meditative and naturalistic sublime qualities of that particular hellscape, this feels far more rigid and cold, a dusty and closed-away basement in the manner of the world's richest man, his superficial taste in art manifesting in realist portraits of flowers and attractive pin-up women that exist only for his pleasure. Owser is not a friend to art, Final Fantasy VI accurately recognizes, only a man who defiles and hoards art as one of his forms of meaningless leisure. At the end of the dungeon, the party finds Relm in the process of painting yet another masterpiece, the art in the mansion having come alive at her touch. The postmodern miracle of Relm's sketch reaches its apex here, creating fully autonomous, living, breathing works of art with literal life poured into them. As the party approaches her, the painting she was presently working on for Owser comes alive and attacks the party. Taking the form of both a voluptuous woman and a phantom shroud, a battle drenched in the dichotomy between the two, representing both the Burkean idealistic beauty of art and the potentially horrifying sublime. Both polemics are in equal measure in this fight as Relm decides what way she will go, but eventually idealistic beauty wins. Symbolic of both the larger optimistic outlook of Final Fantasy VI thematically, and also Relm's particular predilections as a youthful and Pollyanna-ish artist, still chipper in the face of the end of the world and ready to rejoin the fight. The party receives the Esper Lakshmi, a representation of the painting for their efforts, Lakshmi being a goddess in Hinduism who represents ideas like wealth and fortune as well as childbirth. These ideas obviously reflect on the area she was found in, being a den of greed for the world's richest man, but also the maturing artist in Relm is representative of birth. She is the next generation of artists that will come to define the painterly philosophies of this new shattered world Kefka has created through destruction alone. The party bids adieu to Owser and leaves him within his ghoulish tomb of pastiche upon pastiche, a scarier resting place than either the afterlife or Daryl's crypt, with his last words to them being the hopes that Relm will return to paint for him someday, a final representation of the constant pull for artists to create meaningless nonsense in exchange for comfort. Relm, however, has gotten all of the artistic development she can out of Owser. The logical next destination for the party to go is the Cultist Tower, a location isolated from the rest of the world due to the mountainous region encircling it. From the name, one can already discern that this is the headquarters of the Cult of Kefka, a monastic retreat for their scholarship of entropy. Just outside their tower, caught within their retinue, the player finds Strago in a hypnagogic trance. Strago's turn here is one of the most interesting of any character in the world of Ruin. He abandoned not only who he was, but his previous moral structure in its entirety in order to survive. Strago is the only character to observe that there's a new master in charge and attempt to appease him instead of fight back against him, possibly due to an assumption that Relm had perished, leading him into utter despair. Final Fantasy VI posits that the older a character is, the more likely for them to give in to this kind of despair. It was seen previously with Kane as well, who gave up his self in order to become someone younger in the face of the end of the world, and evidently Gao and Relm were both full of hope and youthful vigor in spite of the world's end. Strago gave up his self in order to become one with the end of the world, studying Kefka as he had studied the monsters that made up his art for most of his life, mimicry of the art of others his only skill. It's only through Relm's voice that Strago can be brought back from beyond the veil of occult, and he rejoins the party within moments of the revelation that she still lives, having found his reason to fight once again. At the base of the Cultist Tower, unnoticed by the grim procession Strago was once a part of, are a group of thieves planning to raid it, one of which tells the party of there being an ancient ruined castle deep underground, a relic of the past similarly preserved beneath the sand as Figaro Castle was. However, this relic has been buried much longer than Kefka seared the land and raised the skies, his destruction only bringing it further to light and further into the periphery of knowledge of the common man. The Cultist Tower proper is an onslaught of enemies, with most of the party's primary verbs being restricted from them, their only course for interaction being magic, an occult monument to its destructive force that Kefka embodies so potently. As the party ascends the monotonous set of stairs, it becomes apparent that the enemies have no meaningful self-identification. They are named after the level of magic they achieve, their only value in how much violence and decay that they can cause. The tower itself is entirely embodied by encounters with the cultists, with little else of note here, it, much like its inhabitants, defined only by festering rot. In a cruel twist of fate, however, there is an enemy here worth noting beyond its magical capabilities. The Cultist Tower is where the Holy Dragon finds its home, trapped among the cultists, perhaps as a symbol of their twisted piety. In a land where the gods have been killed, only an effigy to the one who slaughtered them can house that which represents all that is sacred, for it is nothing. At the top of the Cultist Tower is an artifact known as the Soul of Thamasa, something powerful that must have been plundered by the cult from the town of the same name, another wound inflicted on the population of that hamlet simply for being descended from the Magi. The Soul of Thamasa is a relic that allows whoever holds it to cast a spell twice, making it one of the most formidable accessories in the game and a dread weapon of magic, something that makes sense for the cult to enshrine at the top of its Babel-esque tribute to its mad god. Once the party exits the room at the top of this structure, the cultists corner them at the top in a scene with visual parallels to the scene where Sabin and the party are cornered on the Phantom train. Similar to the ghosts there, the cultists are impending death, but unlike the ghosts, they are not a formality of the institutions of death, they choose to perform it in the face of the end of the world, at Hope's End. A boss fight ensues against their leader, the Magi Master, who dies when he loses all his magic, his life force exclusively tied to how useful he is as a weapon in that current moment. The Magi Master himself is not too dissimilar to one of the experiments encountered in the Magitech research facility. Its appearance here a thematic ghost, another indicator of how the cult of Kefka entirely misunderstands the ideology of the Mad God. Their leader is a creature created by institutions Kefka despised and dismantled in their entirety through Hellfire, but the cult of Kefka instead sees him as a powerful ally and not a representation of the systems of abuse that made Kefka the madness that he is, such as the inherent hypocrisy in a theology that worships a god-slayer intent only on ending all that is. Further speaking to this hypocrisy, the anointing of the Magi Master to power might be due to his superficial similarities to Kefka, or an attempt at creating another one in their worship. A totally misguided effort that only serves to bring them further demise. Several of the enemies on the way up the tower take the form of clowns, after all. When the Magi Master dies in battle, he casts Ultima, our first viewing of it in the game. Ultima is the most direct analogy between magic and the nuclear bomb. What once was a tired and anticlimactic relic in Final Fantasy II become a vaporizing weapon of atomic power. This attack can only be escaped through means entirely outside of the box. It's highly unlikely that the party can survive it on their own. There's no escape from the atomic blast outside of help from the otherworldly espers, fellow nuclear spirits. With Strago now in tow, the party can return to Thamasa and find that Gung-Ho, true to his name, has been wounded by Hidden in an attempt to defeat it before Strago could. And so Strago is newly motivated to exorcise the ghost that has haunted him for so long, both in the name of revenge for his friend and in the interest of surpassing his longtime rival. Ebbett's Rock, Hidden's Lair, is a twisting series of passages that randomly orient the party into different pitch-black rooms, making what is a true hunt for the ultimate beast. The only way to pass forward is through feeding Coral to a talking treasure chest, possibly Final Fantasy VI's most absurd bit of humor, and fitting with a character as eccentric as Strago. Hidden himself is unremarkable, but he teaches Strago his ultimate blue magic, Trine, a spell that refers back to the Holy Trinity from Christian theological thought. This then makes Strago a godlike figure in some ways. Mastering his art form means mastering the conception of the Holy Trinity itself, achieving full spiritual enlightenment through his work. When the party returns to Thamasa so Strago can brag to his longtime rival about his victory, it's revealed that the entire scenario involving Gung-Ho's injury was a ploy by him and Realm to spur Strago back into action. A classic operatic ruse and yet another display of the familial bonds that take hold so firmly within Final Fantasy VI. Strago could not have reached his full self without them, after all. A stark contrast to Shadow, who remains not more than a faded memory given life. With very few leads for the party to follow, revisiting Terra presents itself as an attractive option, perhaps her will to fight rediscovered. In truth, Terra can be revisited at any point after retrieving the Falcon, the player's freedom in the skies also returning her freedom, much like much earlier in the work where her shackles were lifted at the same time as the player gaining free reign over the blackjack. Upon revisiting Terra, it's found that the young lovers Dwayne and Katerin are with child, and that this is causing issues in their relationship that are leaving rifts in Terra's orphanage community. Katerin's name takes on some interesting meaning here. It's a variation on the name Catherine, which is the name of one of the traditional Christian saints known for being a virgin. Thus, in Terra's orphanage, there is more Madonna imagery, yet another virgin birth similar to what Terra was, this child perhaps being another light of hope for a world that has given up all semblances of that concept. Dwayne is thinking of running away, Clyde's specter gripping the narrative even in the spaces of characters he's never met before. But just as he decides to stay and face these fears together with Katerin, whom Baba once again attacks the village. The party goes out to fend him off, and halfway through the fight, Terra intervenes in her Esper form, finally untapping its full potential to defeat the beast once and for all. It's here she realizes that she does love, just not romantically, but that she holds in her heart a deep motherly care for the children of this orphanage, eschewing the traditional heroine path of falling in love with a male hero. She's the ultimate antithesis to Celeste. Whereas Celeste learned to love with a frozen heart, Terra learned to not need romance with a burning one. And both of these paths in life are treated as equally worth pursuing. Terra didn't need to bend to the whims of traditionalists like General Leo. She became herself, and that truth to herself and love for her children is what continues to push her forward in a world without hope. Terra become the Roman Terra, a matronly matriarch to all. She rejoins the party without much word, realizing that it's the best way to protect those she cares about for now. Should the party operate Figaro Castle's traversal machinery again at this point in the game, it'll come upon a hitch in its journey that can easily be surpassed if the party chooses to do so. However, if one stays at where the hitch happened, it leads to a long series of caves which presumably lead to the aforementioned ancient castle hidden deep beneath the sands, only accessible through a modern castle as a portal. Several things of note are found here. For instance, an item called the Death Tarot, a weapon for Setzer, can be acquired. All the characters of Final Fantasy VI are, to some degree, intertwined with fate, even in spite of its evident artificiality. Setzer is the most obsessed with the wheel, fitting as he is a gambler. It's only natural, then, that he would be associated with an implement often utilized to try and prognosticate the future, especially one of death, considering how fate took the life of his former lover. Death and decay, and their inevitability, permeate the landscapes here as well. Much like Daryl's tomb, the ancient castle is a tomb for whoever perished in it, trapped beneath the ground eternally as a relic of the past. Another item that can be found here is a gladius, which hints to the age of the space. Gladius were what ancient Romans called their weapons, after all. At the end of the cave system, the party finally emerges in the underground castle and begins to get visions of a battle from the War of the Magi. The significance of the castle is finally fully portrayed. Kefka unleashing the destructive force of magic upon the world unearthed relics from the War of the Magi, bringing back the horrors of the atomic bomb for everyone to see. The world of Final Fantasy VI has been brought back 1,000 years materially, represented through the memories and spaces of the horrific conflict brought to light once more. It's in these flashbacks that the party learns of an Esper who lived in the castle and fought to protect its inhabitants, known as Odin, who died in combat with other Espers during a losing battle. In Norse mythology, Odin is the ruler of all the gods, but most importantly for his role in Final Fantasy VI dies fighting in Ragnarok, the end times that close out the Nordic mythological cycle. Here in the midst of the apocalyptic event that was the War of the Magi, Odin never gave up until he was turned to stone, and now these memories are being replayed for all to see at the true Ragnarok of Final Fantasy VI. Odin joins the ranks of the party in the form of a Magicite, a lingering ghost with endless will to fight, a violent memory. Another lingering specter of torment that permeates the spaces of the ancient castle is that of the samurai soul, who hangs on beyond death to challenge the party and give up the Master's Scroll, a relic that allows complete martial mastery of any weapon. Obviously, someone learned enough in the blade to possess a scroll such as this worshipped it too far, and thus could not pass through the veil even beyond death, a similarly tragic existence to that of Odin's. It also makes for an interesting comparison to Kayan. Had he continued his endless violence, perhaps he would receive a similar fate after his own demise, left as a specter who had wasted his life mastering a dying art that he had no use for beyond the pale. Upon investigating the main chamber further, the party finds a switch which reveals a further passage deeper into the castle. It's here that the party can find the Queen's diary revealing a forbidden love between her and Odin, which Terra then muses on further. After all, she was the product of a similar union, the merging of the divine and the human mind forever flirting with concepts and beings it can never hope to understand. Odin and the Queen's forbidden romance is also perhaps a part in why the War of the Magi had such devastating conclusions. Unlike the love between Madonna and Maduin, the Queen and Odin had to keep their romance under wraps, something that was never allowed to flourish. There was no Terrorborn, no pseudo-messianic figure to be a beacon of hope in an apocalyptic time. Thus, their love resulted only in unspoken words and decayed happiness. In this secret passage, there's also an encounter with the blue dragon, which represents water. The most primordial of all the elements, as all comes from the sun and the sea, so it's only natural that it would be found in the oldest area in Final Fantasy VI. The tranquil castle frozen in time, full of unresolved and brooding tension, just like the unassuming ocean itself. At the very bottom of the secret passage, the party can find a statue of the Queen, herself turned to stone, a union finally made in death. The Queen herself looks identical to Celeste in her opera gown, leaving more connections between her and Terra. Celeste is the stoic lover, reserved and stony. Her affections for Locke, while evident to those around her, have been left under the surface thus far. Like the blue dragon only a few steps away from the statue, Celeste is reserved and serene on the exterior. Terra is passionate and outgoing, and though she does not love romantically what she cares for, she's definitively sworn to protect the earth and the sky once more conflicted by the game's imagery. The Queen sheds a single tear for Odin, and when it connects with the Magicite, the dead god becomes Raiden, their final shared embrace transforming Odin into a marriage of Eastern and Western culture, a Norse god and a Japanese kami melding into one being, Raiden being one of the many names for Raijin, the Shinto god of lightning. This happy cultural union, similar to the Ifrit and Shiva one of much earlier in the text, is a nice gesture, but it's ultimately naive. Western countries are all fascist states, an imperial core only capable of continued violence, and Japan is rather in the same vein. And so the Queen and Odin's love is a tragic one that ends in an assimilation of two fascist powers into each other. Locke is the final major character still yet missing from the entourage, encased in the light of a mountain range shaped like a star. Here's another instance in the text where multiple parties must work together, a collectivist and ensemble approach to the dungeon ahead, itself called the Phoenix Cave. This is obviously referring back to the symbology of the phoenix that the text called upon with Sabin much earlier on. This is both where Locke's travels to revive his courtly cadaver had led him, but also potentially where his own rebirth will occur. Throughout the cave itself, the party comes across treasure as is typical of the dungeons in this work and the genre space it occupies. However, much like those in the tunnels near to Figaro, the chests are all empty, their contents been pilfered by Locke on his own quest through the cave moments before, another Quixotean connection. Locke here is compared to Siegfried's imposter, himself living under the lie that he could bring his lover back to the dead world of the living, a delusion that motivates his whole being. The party following in his footsteps on this path find it similarly unrewarding as he will, no spoils to be found through the mimicry of his desolation. In addition to the carcasses of potential treasures tucked away within the Phoenix Cave is the Red Dragon, a creature of fire and passion, representative of the critical flaw that marked Locke's turn to madness, his utter devotion to his fated flame. Locke is a grim eventuality that could occur to any member of the principal heroes. But the text highlights symbolically Terra, Sabin, and Celeste. Terra and Sabin are both people associated with the element of fire throughout the text of Final Fantasy VI. Terra, a fierce protector of her new adopted family, and Sabin one who casts aside everything he knew partially out of love for his family. Meanwhile, while Celeste tends to be more level-headed and calculating, her fixation on Locke born at the beginning of the World of Ruin has led her deep down the same path he walked in both a figurative and literal sense, chasing a ghost she once loved through the paths of the Phoenix Cave. At the end of the cave, the party finds Locke, isolated with his quarry, the aforementioned Phoenix Magicite, another remnant of the War of the Magi unearthed by the nuclear destruction of 1 year prior. Even through Celeste's protestations, Locke soldiers on with the attempt at the resurrection, and is briefly successful. Rachel wakes long enough to lift the weight off of Locke's conscience, and this is one of Final Fantasy VI's least interesting sequences. Rachel is a lamb to be slaughtered solely for the development of a delusional man. And had it not been played so straight, were it the twisted Rose Fremily-esque spiral into madness that suits it so, it would have been one of Final Fantasy VI's most interesting subplots. However, instead it ends up being one of the most bizarre frameworks for a traditional romantic narrative where Locke is completed by simply finding another lover in Celeste. Though Final Fantasy VI is the feminine, it is no stranger to being misogynistic, and this is arguably the game's biggest example. Locke is reborn at the cost of a woman's life and only only at the intervention of another woman losing herself to follow in her footsteps, and the player is even rewarded materially with all the items he stole from the cave to drive the objectification home ever further. Lovely. A relic of the game's opening, Narsh is a location in the shattered new reality that this analysis has ignored up until now, but, as discovered much earlier, it is a desolate ghost town, decayed and abandoned in the wake of a broken world. Only monsters infest the town now, with the few houses left only able to be entered by Locke's violation of the spaces, his principal utility to the party still a form of intrusion and defilement. Upon entering the town, Lone Wolf will appear regardless of if he was saved. And much like his odd role earlier in the text, he arrives only to inform the party that the land has been abandoned save for a sole Moogle alone, an isolated symbol of the past. Before investigating this mysterious Moogle, however, the empty houses of Narsh provide interesting ideas of their own. One contains the cursed shield given to the party by an armorer, his dying work a final testament to the violence his creations perpetuated in life. The cursed shield bears the weight of its forger's sin upon it, forcing whoever wears it to become afflicted with every status ailment in the work. It is a burden that could only be created through intense remorse and suffering, and leaving it at that would have made sense for Final Fantasy VI. However, contrary to so many ideas that the world of Rune has posited so far, after engaging enough ceaseless and pointless violence with the shield in tow, it becomes the Paladin's Shield, a holy artifact that both protects the party excellently and provides whoever wears it with the eventual nuclear gift of Ultima. The cursed shield then attains an almost incongruent and contradictory existence within the text of Final Fantasy VI. The cursed shield is an object of condemning violence, whereas the Paladin's Shield valorizes it, a satire of the player's effort to create it. Congratulations, you've wasted hours upon hours of time to meaningless warfare. The text hopes you're satisfied. It is also a commentary on the nature of a paladin in and of itself. Though traditionally a virtuous figure, here they are compared to the atomic bomb, bringers of genocide and religious violence, a particularly ironic take in a reality where the gods have died, slaughtered by men. The other object of interest in the abandoned homes of Narsh is found in the home of a weaponsmith, an opposite to the armorer. Though the armorer made implements of war in spite of their intent to protect, the weaponsmith's craft is solely made for committing violence against others, and the Esper he holds onto here, Ragnarok, reflects that with its apocalyptic connotations. As Final Fantasy VI has made clear and displayed many times that war and the weapons made for it can only end in annihilation, Ragnarok as a name makes sense, the cyclical Armageddon of Norse mythology invoked in a piece of magicite capable to be formed into the game's most powerful sword. Ironically, however, less calamitous results come with the sword, as not only does the Esper teach the party Ultima like its sister shield, but also its ability when summoned transfigures its quarry in its entirety into material goods for the party to amass, living creatures reduced to numbers and values as wartime does. By comparison, the sword is a meager tool for destruction, a harrowing memory that these old weapons of war have lost all meaning to atomic dread and unconventional weapons. The sword Ragnarok can be exchanged for Final Fantasy VI's secret strongest weapon at the Colosseum, Lightbringer, violence rewarding violence. In conjunction with the Paladin's Shield, it paints a clear picture that those who claim to bring light instead enforce decay. Holy wars fought in the name of dead gods only resulted in hastened entropy. Mog, as a character who's principally for aesthetics and is a part of the party's spiritual connection to magic until now, but otherwise a fairly stock cute guy, reveals a hidden depth to him. His strength in the face of death and decay, that he has stayed in Narsh alone by himself for so long and yet never gave in to despair like so many did. Never invented a ghost to become like nearly all else in the party. He is found in a cave that once had a vibrant Moogle population where he now stands alone, staring into void. Though he joins the party without a word about it, the implication is clear. Mog's entire species has been wiped out, his entire existence and culture completely decimated by the rot that is Kefka's twisted world, the environment totally destroyed beyond the reasonable survival of the Moogles as a species. The tile Mog stands on has a particularly hurtful note of this. It contains a relic called Molulu's Charm, which invokes the name of one of the many generic Moogles that assisted Terra and Locke at the text's onset. In the wake of the death of his people, Mog survived, and that guilt destroyed him such that even though he continued to survive and cling on to hope, all he could do for himself was hold on to a memory of his former brethren. Tortured by phantoms is all the cast are. Mog indicates deeper within the mind system as another individual who will be a powerful asset, referring to him as some form of Yeti, and so the reunited party abides. The party treks up through the Narsh mines into the snowfield on a quest to find Mog's supposed friend, and along the way encounter the Ice Dragon, fitting both a literalist sense of setting and in sense of ice itself symbolically. Ice is the element of unchanging death and stasis, itself a frozen memory like Narsh has become. There are only empty shells in the snow where once was a thriving community born of men and beasts, a land made emptier and colder than the vacuum of space itself from losing its heart. To access the caves where the Sasquatch dwells, the party must move past the pivotal dramatic place where the Esper was left 1 year ago. What was once a pivotal piece of narrative weight, now another frozen ghost that occupies Narsh. Before passing by, however, the ghost comes to life once more to challenge the party, a final test that the player has moved past their naivete of the narrative's opening stages, that they can overcome the progenitor hurdle that is the now christened Valagarmanda and defeat the symbol that united the flawed and broken liberal systems of the Returners. Valagarmanda is a being that attacks with a combination of the game's 3 core elemental magics, and thusly it is a convergence of 3 elemental creatures from world folklore. The Hindu ice serpent Vritra and the Hindu lightning bird Garuda, and the Greek fire lizard Salamander. Valagarmanda then is truly the embodiment of elemental might in a universal sense. In the world of balance, this particular Esper is also the symbol that all the non-imperial states unite under, a multicultural banner and unification of both Western and Eastern philosophical identities under one cause. Of course, this particular idea in Final Fantasy VI is substantially hurt by its racism. The multicultural banner of Final Fantasy VI takes substantially from Hindu ideas and tradition, yet non-white characters are largely absent and poorly handled throughout this text, with no actual Hindu characters in particular even present in any capacity. Its larger voyeuristic impulse of the Final Fantasy works writ large, an Orientalist fetishism common to much of the Western fantasy genre staples Final Fantasy likes to draw from. After Valagarmanda joins the skeleton crew that is the party's Magicite collection, the party enters the Yeti's den. Throughout the cave itself, the party is constantly encumbered by enemies that inflict the status of Kappa upon them, yet another yokai connection. It's here that the game argues the cryptid as the modern yokai, that there is not much differentiation between the mythic beasts of old and the mythic more contemporary beasts of new, just one facet of Final Fantasy VI argumentation that, while the past might be left behind as part of growth, it will always continue to exist in myriad ways as the building blocks that created the better future. At the end of the cave's passages, the party stumbles upon a bone carving, solitary and unbothered. This effigy of death even contains a magicite within. Death begets death, a corpse inside a corpse. This magicite is revealed to be Midgardsormr, a gigantic snake just as its Norse namesake. In Nordic mythology, Midgardsormr is the cosmic serpent that surrounds the plane of Midgard, or Earth, and here it is a barrier between the cryptid and the worldly. Though the fantastic and magic exist in the world of Final Fantasy VI, the Yeti is still an unknown. The removal of this barrier even angers him and is what prompts him to attack the party in spite of Mog's potential presence. There is safety in being unknown, as certain shadows will claim, and a destruction of the veil is a form of a threat. The Yeti is quickly defeated and is then named. He is Umaro, once more referring back to his cryptid status. Uame is the Japanese term for cryptid, standing for unidentified mysterious animal. Much as he himself defies understanding characteristically, a Sasquatch of few words but a naturalistic connection to Mog, he defies understanding in terms of his playstyle as well. Umaro is a mystery, unable to be controlled and unable to be taught magic. He is the latent wonder that still exists in all corners of a world formerly thought to have been conquered by man and presently believed to be only decay, a triumph of nature beyond human existence and beyond Kefka's supposed all-seeing wrath. Near to Narsh, as Celeste and friends were informed far earlier in the text, is a cabin similar to the one Sabin stayed in prior to the start of the game. Kept in this cabin is another haunting, the specter of Sabin's former mentor, Duncan, acting as if nothing ever happened. Duncan is one of the most striking phantoms of the text through how little has changed of him. He's a memory of a forgotten, happier time for Sabin transposed onto the present. He even reveals himself to be the origin of Sabin's resolve, as he says the same line that Sabin says upon first finding him in Zen after the end of the world. Following a comedic training session with Sabin, Duncan imparts upon him one final technique, the Phantom Rush, the last art of a translucent recollection. Though Duncan remains here, technically alive for the rest of the experience, from here on he maintains his continued stasis, no more than a ghost. In an irony, despite his adoption of his master's art of phantoms, Sabin does not succumb to this fate. Though he is not a man of much change throughout the text, he is no shade either, a consistent asset to the party's journeys throughout the entire Odyssey. He was once in danger of being a shadow when he was literally represented as one atop Mount Kultz, but he has overcome that potential danger. He has taken action where he could have remained complacent, been himself where he could have become king instead. Sabin can use the power of phantoms without succumbing to it. The furthest reaches of Final Fantasy VI's map after the world's fall contain an island in the shape of a triangle. It's on this enigmatic island of symbolic structural power that creatures known as the Zone Eater, capable of apparently devouring worlds and ostensibly wresting control from the player, are able to force the party deep inside their stomachs. This land of flesh and bile is one defined by its absurdity in its entirety. The sky falls in some rooms, and strange men wander around small bits of bespoke platforming to push the party into the abyss, all accompanied by a Harlequin-esque track. A fake mustache can be found here, and when given to Realm, she gains the ability to completely control monsters through her art. Much like Kefka, it is absurdism that gives her control over others in the world around her now, entirely through a farcical gag item that makes her the practitioner of commedia dell'arte. It's at the end that this comic strangeness culminates in the character of Go-Go, a mimic with no defining traits who joins the party solely to reflect. Go-Go has many ideas, an interesting foil to Umaru in that, while Umaru defies understanding, Go-Go is complete in being understood, as all they are is laid bare before the player and they are capable of playing any role that said player desires. Go-Go only exists as a mirror, found in the belly of the beast at the world's most esoteric corner. Go-Go is a deconstruction of the very nature of the JRPG, that these worlds and existences are only extant for player satisfaction. Go-Go is the literalist extreme of this idea, a fitting contrast in a game so dedicated to character. Go-Go isn't even a new character, mimicking a character already in the series. Final Fantasy V featured a secret boss similarly hidden in an esoteric corner of the world, the famed Mimic Go-Go. Unlike Final Fantasy VI's Go-Go, there's an implication of something more. They are famed after all, so some amount of legendarium must have been constructed around them, allowing a form of character. They even take actions independent of the player in their encounter, leaving once they get bored. The Go-Go of Final Fantasy VI is a masterful imitation, but only exists as a postmodern mirror, arguably Final Fantasy VI's greatest bit of satire on the nature of the RPG. One of the final stops made in the world of Ruin is a return to the house of Gao's father, untouched by Kefka's decay, as it is a bastion to the entropy of the mind. This initiates one of the game's most charming ensemble sequences. Locke and Sabin attempt to help Gao reconcile with his father. In doing so, however, Gao becomes someone he's not, something of obvious discomfort to him. In the end, the falsification of the self is all for naught, as Gao's father refuses to even recognize he ever had a child, trapped in his own delusion. This tragic scene, one which may have been avoided had the party not encouraged the invention of a falsified self for Gao, is not disheartening to Gao. True to himself with a howl, he is simply happy to know his father lives. Gao was raised by monsters after all. Why should he care what a man thinks of his self-expression and identity, or whether or not he claims ownership of fatherhood to those things? Gao does not have a father or any conception of one. His family is completely abstracted from human preconceptions and judgments, and so is he, and Final Fantasy VI argues that as a meaningful triumph. At this point, it's prudent to finally engage with the denouement of the World of Ruin, the emotional climax of the entire segment. Though one might expect this to be done in Kefka's Tower, it's actually in the first land the player ever saw him ruin when he was just man and not God-slayer, left perfectly frozen in time, assumedly as a sentimental gesture from the Harlequin to us. The ghosts the party learned of which haunt the grounds of Doma are the reason for visiting, and as the party sleeps in a moment of respite on haunted grounds, Kane does not wake, trapped within his personal hell weaved by absurdist demons taking after three stooges of all possible inspirations. Kane, so susceptible in his personal torment and spiritual connection to this place that even the efforts of the epitome of stupidity could spellbind him in totality. The party enters his distorted dreamscapes following the Stooges. Cyan's Soul is the most evocative space in the game, warped and distorted colors superimposed by surrealist constructions of marble staircases. The Escherian monuments of subconscious soup disconnect spatially, the doors to nothing to somewhere. All the party is separated in these spaces as fractured as the state of Kayan's psyche. Enemies take the forms of beautiful and sexually provocative women, a latent fear of the samurai that has only ever been played for comedy by the text, a worthy surface-level fear and one that makes sense for the Stooges to be able to access. At the very end of these surrealist dreamscapes, the party confronts the Stooges, their fight taking similar cues in its mechanics to the near-equally absurd Magus Sisters of Final Fantasy IV, a distorted recall that fits with the dreamlike aether of Kayan's mind miasma. However, no Stooge could be the true source of such a festering problem, and while Kayan's comic insecurities surrounding women are now defeated, the party delves further into his mind. The second layer of Kayan's mind greets the party with a reminder of one of the game's most harrowing sequences, the Phantom Train, the ferry to the afterlife, now itself a phantom of memory. This distant image, a bastion of Kayan's fears of death and machinery, itself is laden with puzzles, complex mechanisms that would be nightmarish for Kayan to solve as the locks that keep his true subconscious safe. One puzzle involves moving an iron ball in order to weigh a treasure chest down, a physical manifestation of how he himself is weighed down by his traumas and his party shifting them for him so as to help him move on. A particularly haunting enemy that makes up the spaces of the Phantom Train is that of the Aljabra, a mad jester similar to Kefka. The name itself derives from the Middle Eastern origins of algebra, perhaps betraying both a fear of mathematics and an association that Kayan holds math in the same vein as he holds the man who destroyed his world, a dread force that sees people only as numbers and nothing more. It's one of the sillier ideas in Final Fantasy VI, but it gives Kayan an ever more human twinge to his fears, while also having the unfortunate double meaning of associating Arabian cultures with Kefka. The third layer is a looping cave network. Though claustrophobic, the true fear lies in the fact the party is forced into magic armor as Kayan was in the Imperial camp, made to contend with automatons invented to burn all he loves while desperately searching for an unknown and unseeable exit. After aimlessly struggling for long enough, the party falls like a rock through a wooden bridge and lands squarely back into a Doma castle, abandoned and frozen in time before the day it fell to ruin. The day Kefka ended the world came sooner for Kayan than most, and this entire nightmare realm has had him retrace his steps on that day. The comic embarrassment of the barmaid in Nikea, the horror of the Phantom Train, the futile struggle, the magic escape from the Imperial camp, and now his suspension of the anxious moment before everything broke, when all the world seemed as it should be. It is specters of Kayan's wife and son who appear before the party in this tranquil stasis. They plead with the party to save Kayan by defeating the demon who controls the torment at the seat of power in the castle, the throne room of Kayan's mind overrun by a demon who only seeks to destroy it in its entirety. His survivor's guilt manifested into suicidality. Before directly confronting the creature known as Rexol, however, the party could see a few short vignettes of Kayan and his family. He and his son fishing and sword fighting together, idle lamentations of a future forever lost to time. One where Kayan can raise the child he loved and cherished so much. However, the most heart-wrenching is of Kayan and his wife. A memory plays of them in their bedroom, Kayan reluctant to admit that he loves her as she pleads with him to because of his conservative traditionalist ties to his Bushido code. He eventually relents, and as he does, his son breaks out of hiding, ecstatic that his father loves his mother, and that this love is able to be expressed openly between them. All these are incredible scenes that reinforce Kayan as we understand him, and they are also haunting. Spirits of a life Kayan never let go of. Kayan loved his family, and so he could never forget them, living on in his body as every warm feeling and every anxious shudder. Guilt living on in the memories, playing over and over again in the spaces he can't protect himself from them. The confrontation with Rexol is one of interest for many reasons, principally that he takes the form of some manner of religious entity, one Catholic in nature. This is another expression of Western imperialism exerted upon Japan post-World War II, a specter of Christianity being the root of Kayan's intense torment. It is also a continuation to the World of Ruin's massive distaste for religious structures themselves, a remnant of the ideas Kefka dismantled left in a festering wound he similarly inflicted. The fight's mechanical expression is through one unknown member of the party being possessed by Rexol, in which the party needs to exorcise that member by killing them. This is the revelation that, though Kayan's guilt hangs the heaviest, all the party have traumas and insecurities susceptible to being taken advantage of by institutionalized systems of abuse disguised as genuine spirituality. Rexol can reach anyone, a universal violence that claims ever more victims daily. While the party can win the fight on its terms, partaking in its systems of endless exorcism, it is far easier to cast banish soon after it possesses a party member, a means of sealing the spirit that is far easier as it's outside the box constructed in its violence, a reward for not complying with its terms and conditions. The defeat of Rexol allows Kayan's soul peace, and both his wife and son converge into a sword for him to wield, this title's iteration the Masamune, in reference to the legendary ancient Japanese swordsmith, typically taking the role of an esoteric weapon of great power in previous Final Fantasy games, but having one of much more significance here. It's only fitting that this be Kayan's most powerful sword, a weapon of such importance within Japanese folklore arriving in his hands from his mastery over his unhealthy connections to his past and his willingness to face the future with his old learnings in mind, also represented by the simple fact that he learns every single Bushido skill he hasn't yet in this moment. Kayan is finally completed, mechanically and thematically, a testament to how a love for one's past isn't in itself a flaw, but an obsession with one's past is. Once the party awakens, there's a single magicite site in the throne room of Doma Castle, containing the Esper Alexander, himself a hulking castle of holy wrath. Alexander as a name refers back to the Greek conqueror Alexander the Great, the fascist power of Rexol turned to a horrific weapon for the party. The righteous destruction of holy manifests the nuclear magical spells Alexander grants. One possible way to translate the name Rexol from its original katakana, Adexoru, could be Alexol. Thus Alexander was the sickness, much like his genocidal namesake. The imperialism that destroys all worlds manifests still in Doma's wounds, and now put into the party's hands as a weapon of mass destruction like so many Espers have become. While, as previously mentioned, it would be fitting that the Masamune, a weapon of spiritual importance both diegetic and thematic, would be Kayen's strongest sword, it is not. If bet at the Colosseum, the party can win the Murakumo, a katana based on the Kusanagi no Tsurugi of Japanese folklore, a sword both associated with the heavens and associated with a warrior's pride. This is an ironic gesture, yet another display of callous, violent obsession on the player's part rewarded in kind with a valorizing war medal. Especially ironic in a text where Kayen's swords are largely ineffective weapons of little use in an age that has left them behind, relics of a tragic, broken past not worth sacrificing a symbol of love and acceptance for. Should the player do this, Kayen will never move on, and they themselves won't either. Before confronting Kefka, the final loose end is to return freedom to the skies, the party finally strong enough to defeat Deathgaze. Once the beast is finally defeated, the Magicite Bahamut is acquired. Though the dragon's name derives from Hebrew mythological sentiments, it is largely only used to convey its ancient and primordial power. The imagery of Bahamut as a dragon derives from Dungeons & Dragons, an awful and uninteresting text unworthy of much further discussion. This lineage, however, carries on into Final Fantasy, the first game's monstrous retinue being largely lifted from D&D. Though the series quickly evolved past this, Bahamut remained. From the series' first entry, Bahamut always maintains a role of authority over the narrative, a symbol of absolute power in the realm of summon magic. Here it is the most powerful once more, a horrifying weapon of war and a grim final note before entering the foundation of decay, Kefka's Tower. It's Strago, our relic of artistic craft, who poses the dreadful question that has gone unsaid up to this point in the approach to Kefka's Tower. If the party is to destroy the effigies of magic, the Warring Triad, then what is to happen to Terra? Will total nuclear disarmament destroy even her, one who only sought to mend the world? This question is unable to be answered at this point, and it's one that hangs over the party's trek through the spaces of Kefka's mound of detritus. If Terra is to disappear at the end of all this, was any of it worth it? What's the world worth compared to someone you care for? The party soldiers on regardless. The structure of the dungeon, much like the Phoenix Cave before it, reinforces a mild collectivist and ensemble feel. However, as opposed to that dungeon, which was a collaboration between two parties, this one requests the player make use of three. 3 parties would mean 12 characters, the exact number of members in the party barring the enigmatic Umaro and the profoundly blasé Gogo, who are both largely obscura in any event. This leads to the perfect capstone of Final Fantasy VI's mechanical representation of ensemble operatic form, a dungeon that requires the entirety of its cast to work together, an almost saccharine yet absolute display of teamwork that was unheard of in the JRPG space prior to this work. A massive cast of 14 figures come together under one cause, the power of human connection to destroy existential desolation and dread fully realized. The dungeon itself is an extremely hellish and complex landscape. Mechanical remnants of the Imperial capital Vector make up the machinery the party uses to navigate the world, in addition to pieces of land torn up from the ground of the floating continent. It's a strange collage that serves as a mockery to everything Kefka destroyed, and in its runes behemoths appear to signify that it is the actual end times now, unlike the false ones that tease the player at the floating continent. An enemy that stands out for myriad reasons within the spaces of Kefka's Tower is Yojimbo, a samurai that the player can encounter. Yojimbo is the Japanese word for bodyguard, but this particular Yojimbo refers back to the Akira Kurosawa film by the same name released in 1961. While the main character of that film goes by the assumed name of Sanjuro, he is a samurai bodyguard that several characters compete for the services of. In the film, though he is a ronin with no family that he serves, Sanjuro is good at heart, and so Kefka saw fit to twist this classic Japanese character into a hired arm for himself, also making for an interesting contrast to Kayen. Kane is similarly a good-hearted ronin for the majority of Final Fantasy VI's narrative, and seeing as it is he who Kefka torments the most, a twisted reflection of himself as an opponent to defeat is fitting. Another monster kept within the bowels of Kefka's tower is known as the Primeval Dragon, dinosaurs not too dissimilar from the ones unearthed in the eponymous dinosaur forest to the north of the Veldt, more ancient forces found at the epicenter of the world's destruction. In spite of his immense disgust at the past, Kefka lionizes it here, occupying both the beginning and the end with this gesture, the role of the Alpha and the Omega. Kefka's tower similarly is home to a few pieces of equipment worth discussing. Setzer's fixed dice can be found here, the final step in his discourse surrounding fate and luck. Though these dice claim to be fixed, Setzer claiming to have a handle on the future in front of him, they're still largely random and simply have an edge to them. A display that one can't ever make destiny fully artificial as the game has shown before, but that submission to the whims of fate entirely, as Setzer has done throughout the text, is folly. Setzer cannot completely ensure what will happen next, but fighting for a better future against any mortal fate is a better option than laying down and dying. The Minerva Bustier is another piece of equipment of interest, named for the Roman goddess Minerva, who is truly just the Greek goddess Athena under a different name. Athena is most known for being the goddess of wisdom in the Greek pantheon as well as warfare. The two party members who can equip this piece of armor are Terra and Celeste, both wise and powerful women in their own right, especially at this point in the journey, having both come to grand realizations about who they are. The most haunting of the objects present here, however, is the Hypno Crown, which allows Realm to control enemies with much greater efficacy, combining with the fake mustache's absurdity. This is obviously an homage to the slave crown that ruined Terra's life, a twisted joke left by Kefka for Terra and the party to find. What was once a shackle that destroyed someone's entire existence is now a tool for Realm to use to perpetuate Kefka. Kefka winning once more in a subtle way by tempting the party to do the things that he does to others. The first boss the party is likely to encounter in Kefka's tower comes in some interesting surroundings. The jail cell Kefka was kept in during his brief stint in incarceration, the World of Balance, is completely intact as a measure of spite towards his stay there, and in the same cell where Kefka once stood as the Ultima weapon, now become the Ultima Buster. Engaging in battle with him reveals that he's been broken by the illusory millennia Kefka has trapped him inside the cell, in an almost I have no mouth and I must scream-esque fashion, not realizing it has only been 1 year since his defeat atop the floating continent. This is yet another expression of Kefka's destructive absurdism. The symbol of ultimate power in the old world now become nothing but a toy to psychologically torture, trapped in the same cell that which he was trapped in for the span of a day or two. The Ultima Buster is put to rest after eons of existence and eons of torture, and in return for the party granting him absolution and peace, they are given a point of respite and a place to save. A mandatory encounter along the path for the party is, similar to the Magi Master of the Cultist Tower, a twisted variation on an experiment from the Magitech Research Facility, this time being the physical counterpart to the magical experiment. It's another mockery of the Empire to include one of their greatest twisted failures within the halls of his labyrinthine tower, merely titled Inferno after the first part of Dante's seminal text to represent the hell that Kefka has wrought upon the world, and itself for allowing its twisted form to continue eking out its half-existence in agony. The party puts down the rogue experiment and goes further in. Kefka's tower is home to the final two legendary dragons that the party needs to defeat, both an earnest representation of the location. The first is the zombie dragon, which has obvious reasons for its presence. It is decay itself, fit for the epicenter of the world's end. The party's mastery over it is a microcosm of their mastery over Kefka, an assurance that they have the tools to be able to defeat him. The gold dragon is a bit less obvious, but it makes sense. Kefka, though he has appeared to deconstruct the old world and its systems of abuse, has not meaningfully addressed any of them. Granted, this was never his intent in the first place, but even so, the grotesqueries of the rich still persist in his broken world supposedly cleansed of humans and their ills. The gold dragon is the opulence that Kefka has protected through his violence, the material reality that he has created a world where only the rich have been able to prosper even more so than the one that already existed before him. Much like those rich, the gold dragon is killed within a few blows, weakness buried underneath self-importance. After defeating the final dragon, the party gains access to a new Esper named Crusader, the apex of Final Fantasy VI's discussion of religious warfare and violence. Crusader is obviously named after the genocidal Holy Crusades perpetrated by Christians in the Middle Ages. Its Japanese name, Jihad, is often perceived to be the same by non-Islamic individuals, but actually has much broader usage than simply religious warfare, and it's a common Islamophobic talking point to conflate the two, something this work unfortunately falls into. Crusader, when summoned, creates another recreation of the War of the Magi's nuclear destruction that, while dwarfed by Kefka's perfect copy of the violence, still causes immense damage to everything on the screen after it is summoned. It even takes the roles of the Warring Triad, three immensely powerful beings who look like twisted copies of the three statues. It is Final Fantasy VI's ultimate anti-player moment. Your reward for pursuing the slaughter of the dragons is your mutually assured destruction. Your quest for the ultimate weapon made for naught by the fact that it kills you in the crossfire. The Guardian is the final barrier before the party goes to defeat the Warring Triad, the mechanical automaton of the Empire that recurred as an impenetrable threat throughout the World of Balance, now rendered a pitiful joke easily defeated by the party in a few turns, its only patterns and scripts being to copy previous bosses as it has no ideas of its own. The Empire had total control over the World of Balance, an entity that exercised total dominance, but here in Kefka's domain they are no longer sacred, just a limp toy that struggles for life as it copies the movements of comic relief characters like Ultros. After being easily dispatched, the party moves on to face the Warring Triad themselves. Each member of the Warring Triad takes on one of the three parties on their own, each one allowed the space for a full fight in line with the game's general ensemble stylings. The most blunt of the three in the Warring Triad is Demon, whose name is fairly self-explanatory. It's a demonic ancient force expected of one of the old gods of magic. However, the Japanese name for the entity is arguably more fitting, it being Kishin. Kishin refers to a fierce and wrathful god in Japanese mythology, and it isn't associated with any particular moralistic judgments like the term demon, which typically only refers to something evil. This gives our friend Kishin a more complex moral countenance than before, more so a representation of deep anger than of any particular evil itself. Its signature move is named Tearfang, named for a sword from the Poetic Edda forged by two captive dwarves and cursed in spite of its power due to their hatred for the king who held them prisoner. Ironically, as a being of pure hatred and spite, when it dies it drops the Radiant Lance, a representation of the biblical Lance of Longinus that pierced the side of Jesus after his death, an ultimate representation of divine wrath through needless violence against the corpse of a messianic figure. Fiend is the next member of the Warring Triad, whose name is not all too dissimilar to Demon's. In Japanese, however, his name is Majin, a much closer name to devil or demon than demon, more explicitly rooted in evil than Kishin is. That being said, Fiend is much less offensive than demon, a slower and more calculated decay that represents the persistent existence of evil. Most attacks don't work to damage it in the slightest, turning the fight into one of attrition. Fiend's signature move is the Force Field, which is chaos itself, completely nullifying the effects of one single, random, natural element. In an Augustinian sense, there's nothing more evil than that. Fiend creates an absence of something, the lack of good in the world. Goddess is the final member of the Warring Triad, the most literal instance of Final Fantasy VI's feminine existence. She is both a human woman and a giant monster's head beneath her, a misogynist depiction of femininity as classical Renaissance beauty, yet also in some ways a critique of it as an adversary to face. The fight against the goddess is a rejection of that neoclassicist strain of beauty for women and a destruction of it, even if judging by characters like the similarly classically beautiful Esper Lakshmi, that's an inconsistent strain of thought for Final Fantasy VI. Her unique mode of attack is called Cloudy Heaven, which allows her to distort the party into zombies upon their death, a mockery of the resurrection seen throughout Christianity. There is no comfort in institutional religious warfare, no comfort in goddesses or the faith they represent, only the loss of the self and the body to a cause that the indulgent had no investment in the first place. It just leaves one a zombie, a crude portrait of the one that they claim to worship and thank for their salvation. After the defeat of the Warring Triad, magic does not disappear. There's still Kefka left to kill. And so the party reconverges at the top of the tower and is taken directly to Kefka. Kefka, clad in a beautiful and ironically divine iridescent pyramid, reveals at this point his ideology in direct terms, which is a positionality that was easy to gather throughout the text regardless. He sees no purpose in existence, and thus wishes to hasten entropy along as much as he possibly can out of spite for it. Atop this monument to non-existence, the party begins the refutatio to his ideology, and it's here that, in frankly kind of a tacky scene with all due respect to the work, the party recites all the things they've learned in the doomed and decayed world, all the meaning they've found in their lives in spite of a true endpoint to existence existing. Ironically, the only two outliers to this are Umaru and Gogo. Umaru a mystery to never reveal himself to us in full, and Gogo not extant outside of being a reflection of the player's will at any given moment. Kefka ignores his refutatio, even pointing out how tacky it is directly to their faces with his iconic self-help book line, and after some more meaningless destruction, the party is thrust into the final boss fight with him, a mad dance into the depths of the clown's psyche. The ensemble is enforced once more here, as this fight uses the entire party. Literally every character is put into a list, and so when one falls, another rises to take their place, the ultimate in camaraderie through gameplay. It's no secret that the final boss fight of Final Fantasy VI is a heavily intertextual one, drawing immensely from the previously referenced text The Divine Comedy authored by friend of the channel Dante Alighieri. Each major section of that epic poem is referenced through this boss fight. Inferno is the first phase, represented by the visage of Kefka at the very bottom, reminiscent of Satan entrapped in the ice in Canto 34 of Inferno. Kefka himself is a Luciferian figure in many ways, having betrayed his masters and plunged the world into destruction, but unlike Lucifer, he is not a sympathetic figure in any sense. He simply destroys and kills for the sake of it. That being said, in a twisted sense, he did fight for free will in creating the world without any ruler aside from himself, allowing for self-determination on the part of the party in ways he did not expect. The second stage of the final fight is interpreted from Purgatorio, the second major movement of Dante's text. This stage features several things: magic, machines, people, and even a tiger, representative of how most sinners find themselves in Purgatorio, be they man or animal. This mechanical aspect of the stage of the Statue of the Gods is very important to its construction as well. Kefka was birthed by machines and industry, and he was the one who destroyed them in the world that was defined by its technology. It's only natural that, as part of his twisted mockery of the deities he slayed to get to where he was, and religiosity even conceptually, he incorporates the Babel-esque hubris of man into its construction as well. Paradiso is the third and final stage of Dante's epic, and with it the Joker's trick is taken to its most heretical. Kefka positions himself as both the Madonna and Jesus himself in a form of Pieta here, a classical art piece of Jesus cradled in the arms of his mother. Kefka's take on the piece is horrific. Mary is severed bust, and Jesus resting not in her arms but atop the spire of automata that makes up the statue of the gods. Though many characters have taken the role of Mary throughout this text, from Celeste to Terra's mother, this is the most horrific impersonation of the role yet. A discordant song in major key plays here, the third movement of Nobuo Uematsu's finest work that has accompanied this entire battle, the prog rock opera Dancing Mad, the playful dissonance interweaving itself with Kefka's motif at several points. Also tuned to a major key to create a ghastly expression of that existential fear only religion can instill. The icons of Christianity defeated, the party ventures on to the Empyrean. While not a book of the Divine Comedy, it is the last place Dante visits within the latter cantos of Paradiso. Dancing Mad's fourth movement opens with a dismal, haunting climb of pipe organ music, the very same one encountered on the game's title screen, greeting the party as they ascend to the final tier of the fight. The ethereal clouds that backdrop them are soon met with Kefka and the image of a god descending before them, with one angelic wing and one devil wing. The Divine Comedy concludes with Dante meeting God and learning upon this meeting that the ultimate meaning of existence is the infinite love that the divine imbued the world with so that all its disparate forces could exist in harmony. It's as core a thematic statement as a work can possibly get, that the literal absolute entity of existence declares an idea. Kefka, as he has done with all notions of godhood, completely destroys this. Instead of entering the Empyrean and finding absolute meaning, he declares that there is no meaning and that life itself is null. He ascends from companion to the Emperor of Final Fantasy II to his antithesis. When the Emperor dies, he becomes King of Hell. When Kefka's mortal self dies, he becomes Destroyer of Heaven. Ominous drums usher in a twisted keyboard melody, only interrupted by an abrupt retread of Kefka's theme once more. All these disparate ideas finally crash into each other toward the fight's end as the second half of the piece comes into play, a grim pipe organ procession accompanied by a distant, troubled vocalization, a singer clinging to life as Kefka is. Though he has become absolute, there is divine in the self more so than any god, which he himself should know as he was God-slayer. The struggle ends with humans and their will triumphant, and the greatest boss fight in the medium is complete. Kefka disintegrates into the aether that he so wished to embrace, and the party lives another day. As Kefka enters the realm of non-existence, so too does his monument to it, collapsing with the party atop it. Magic begins to disappear, and it's at this point that if Terra had not found herself and rejoined everyone, she flies to the top of the tower to assist, a burning need to be present at the end of all magic. Even if the player wishes to avoid her, Terra is inextricable from this narrative as the hybrid of the spiritual and the rational, the natural and the man-made, the atomic and the conventional. This dichotomy being completely destroyed, however, begins to pull at her very soul. And though she tries to lead the party down and out of the danger, as is her matronly wont, Terra's power starts to fade. The game then finally, as opposed to its mere teases throughout the text, breaks the metatextual layer of the work and discusses itself in relation to the player, a casting call occurring for each member of the cast. All actors named what the player named the characters performing the roles of the official ensemble. This is the final layer of performance in Final Fantasy VI, the admission that the entire story itself was an opera in a literal sense, with even a final crescendo of all character leitmotifs to accompany it. We get one last glimpse at each character, Kane showing his disdain for machines, Setzer displaying his disposition to trust in more than fate, and Mog, Umaro, Gao, and Strago all acting in their own eccentric comedic fashions as indicative of their characters. However, many characters get significantly more depth through the interactions placed here. Edgar and Sabin, represented by a two-headed coin with one of their faces on either side, share a touching moment of brotherly solidarity built over the course of the game if Sabin is found in the world of Ruin. However, Sabin is completely missable, and thus if he is not found, Edgar requires the assistance of Celeste and Setzer to get through the girder that falls atop them. Sabin abandoned everything to be himself, and though this hurts Edgar in this variation of events, it's an eventuality he'll accept because above all else, he loves his brother. There is either a separation or a reunion, and neither is given any more judgment than the other. Sabin's choice is his choice, and his agency is not sacrificed for the sake of Edgar, as is the core of Final Fantasy VI's ethos. Meanwhile, Gogo's particular vignette is pretty comical in nature, but also has some interesting implications. This is the last time Gogo is ever seen, mimicking another character and then falling into darkness, an infinite void without a player to determine their existence any longer. Gogo is only a reflection of our desires. Locke and Celeste, similar to Edgar and Sabin, get their own shared piece here. Locke saving Celeste after she runs to pick up the bandana that symbolized her strength to find him after the world fell. Locke the idea becoming Locke the man, a frankly dreadful conclusion to the entire affair. However, should Locke not have been saved, instead it is Setzer who comes to Celeste's aid. And Celeste wonders where Locke could be, an absentee ghost in the narrative now, perhaps better experienced as an idealization than as a person. Terra's sequences her speak to her father Maduin one last time before he crumbles into dust. He says that she could remain alive so long as she clings to her humanity, and that though her Esper self will dissipate, she will live on. Even though she gets to live, she'll still lose a huge part of her identity, and yet she is accepting of the new self she will become and bids her father adieu, Terra ever being malleable and transient between selves. Realm is the next to follow, and there is a bit of complexity to how her interaction plays out as well. If Strago has been found, the two of them have a heartwarming though familiar argument. If Strago has not been found, however, she instead belligerently insults the rest of the party, a clear indication of the hole he left behind once he joined the cult, himself gone mad from the pain of losing her. Shadow is the last party member to discuss, one with the most unexpected outcome of them all. One would expect at the end of his journey, Shadow would become Clyde once more, having seen the other party members true to themselves even in their moments of liminality. Instead, Clyde disappears into the shadow forever as he kills himself right before escaping to the airship, no better off than if he had died 1 year prior on the floating continent. The ghost finally returns to his grave and Clyde is lost forever, a fitting tragic end for the vagabond. Should any party member not have been found, this segment is replaced with a still image of their face amidst a scrolling panorama of what they called home. A visual haunting accompanied by their leitmotif and a fitting emptiness where the player has failed. The party escapes on the Falcon and afterwards floats listlessly in the skies above the world once more. Terra, who guided the group out of the towers in Esper, falls to the deck of the Falcon, solely human. Katarin's child Immobilis is born, and as she gives birth, the world itself is reborn as well, the lush landscapes of the world of balance returning as one gets to see all of them in great detail once more. The party relaxes, and there are a few final wordless interactions between the characters, and then Terra herself is reborn as the main theme of Final Fantasy reaches its apex. She lets her hair down, finally free from the magic power that she both used as a weapon and allowed her to be used as a weapon by others. This shot closes the book on the Baroque work that is Final Fantasy VI. Final Fantasy VI is a hard text to discuss in a holistic sense, as it is a strange and bespoke work of many disparate ideas. Magic is used as a discussion of traditional spirituality against man-made technological advancement, but also used as a metaphor for atomic desolation. There is both a recognition of the need to move on from the past, yet also an admiration for some amount of classical Japanese feudal ideas through the complex character of Kaya. Kefka is both a destructive force that only seeks entropy, yet in a Hegelian sense is also the gateway to the world truly beginning to find change for the better. It's a metatextual examination of the nature of games as art before those were in vogue, and goes from believing itself only to be a false opera to eventually outright claiming that it exists in a superposition of both being an opera and a video game at its end. Religion is spurned yet celebrated. Imperialism is criticized yet reinforced. If one needs a didactic reading, it is ultimately a simple work of positive nihilistic thought as compared to Kafka's violent nihilistic absurdism, as is spelled out so clearly at the end, but to simplify it to that is to miss so much of what is fascinating about it. Final Fantasy VI is a complicated work of Gothic literature, a story of our lingering ghosts, and a story of how mere ideas can become. For a long time, Final Fantasy VI was my favorite game, and I felt it had to remain that way for my entire life. Now, I don't even think it's my favorite Final Fantasy game, just as it was for Terra. Casting aside preconceptions of my existence and being a malleable and transient entity is an important part of human existence. I can't see myself disliking Final Fantasy VI in the future, and I am confident I will always think of it fondly and as one of my favorite games. With the writing of this text, however, it's time to move on. Thank you, Final Fantasy VI, for all the literary denseness and discourse. I only hope I did you justice with this analysis. This has been Arcade Everlasting, finally liberated from the gods of magic, signing off. Thank you for watching.